Hello, everyone. Welcome to .NET Conf Bhubaneswar. I hope you have all enjoyed a great vacation and holidays, and wish you a very happy New Year. So, with this new year, we are back with yet another session, yet another edition of .NET Conf Bhubaneswar. This is the second edition of it, and we are pleased to have you here. So, before we kickstart things, I just wanted to fill in a couple of information about .NET Com. For the unversed, .NET Conf Bhubaneswar is a free virtual event organized to spread the word about the latest developments happening in the .NET ecosystem with the release of .NET 6. And this is organized in collaboration with three developer communities which are based out of Bhubaneswar. One of them is Utkal Techies Forum, the other is ServerlessDays Bhubaneswar, and we also have a community partner, this Azure Developer Community Bhubaneswar. So thanks to these communities, we have been able to, organize this event. And as you know, the event is going to start from 9 to 6, though there can be an extension of 15-20 minutes at the end. But yeah, I hope you do enjoy it and are willing to stay a bit longer. So we have a total number of registrations of around 400 attendees this time, which is really good. And apart from that, we have a code of conduct at our website, and I would like you all to follow it. So please be cooperative with us, and please try to abide by the code of conduct for the conference. And instead of taking a lot more time, and you know, let's dive into the business and have the first speaker for today, which is Nish Anil. So welcome, Nish.
Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. It's fantastic to have be on this show, .NET Conf Bhubaneswar, and it's really nice. I mean, coming back from a vacation, there's a lot to kind of like recap myself on .NET 6. So thank you for having me.
It's always a pleasure to have you, Nish. And for the folks who doesn't know, Nish has been part of the first edition as well. And I hope you really like Nish's session. And today, Nish is going to talk more about Welcome to .NET 6, where he talks about all the latest and the greatest things that has come up with the release of .NET 6. So over to you, Nish.
All right, thank you, Ashirwad. All right, everyone. Happy New Year to all of you, and I hope you're staying safe. And we're going to talk about .NET 6. My name is Nish. I work on the .NET community team, and I help developers build production-ready apps by giving guidances on architectural references and things like that. If you haven't checked this website out, you should definitely check it out. It's called .NET/architecture, where there's a bunch of content out there talking about microservices, cloud-native apps. If you're porting your application from .NET Framework to .NET Core, what are the guidances available? There is Upgrade Assistant. How do you use that? And also, specifically going into patterns and understanding of what different strategies that you can take for building different types of apps, including say serverless apps, or your modernizing guidance, including taking your existing monolithic applications to cloud, or even DevOps best practices and things like that. So there's some great content out there. I encourage you to check it out if you haven't already. All right, let's get started with .NET 6. So .NET is a unified development platform. What that means is now with .NET 6, I mean, we started the unification journey some time ago when we had .NET Framework, .NET Core, the Xamarin Mono Framework, and things. And now what you see here is the unification of it, and .NET 6 is one of the best releases yet. So it has some great common base libraries and common runtime components, compilers, and languages. And just the way to look at it is like, if you understand the basics of the .NET, you can pretty much build everything out there, like anything under the planet, I would say. Say the web application with ASP.NET Blazor, or desktop applications which predominantly have been doing with WPF and WinForms probably, and mobile applications using now the most modern framework like .NET MAUI, or you can build gaming with Unity, and IoT and AI, and it doesn't matter what type of applications you want to pick, you can do that with .NET. And with that, you also have a great ecosystem out there with NuGets and things like thousands and thousands of libraries that you can make use of from different types of applications and things like that that are built by various different developers out in the world, right? And also some great open source projects on GitHub. And I think the most important thing, which I love more about this platform, is the tooling support that we have with Visual Studio, Visual Studio Code, or VS for Mac. We're using a Mac OS, and also the CLI support. I mean, you can see that, like a lot of applications now, when you're getting started, you just don't want to have the ceremony of a lot of IDs and things like that, but you just want to get started in a terminal. So if you're someone like that, there is great support on the CLI front as well. Also, talking about cloud, my favorite area of expertise as well. And you can do more modern cloud applications like cloud native, microservices, anything. So .NET is under the hood. It is high performant. So what it means is, like, when you take this application to the cloud, you're going to save cost as well, because high performing applications will take less time, thereby decreasing the cost that you're going to consume. All right. So let's go to the next one. Talking about the ecosystem momentum. I mean, .NET developers, if you look at from the Visual Studio family of tools, there are 5.4 million developers out there, and many more outside of it, right? And predominantly from the Stack Overflow, if you look at from 2019 onwards, it's the number one loved framework, and this is mainly on the .NET Core and .NET 5 side of things. And if you look at the Cloud Native Computing Foundation's high velocity open source projects, .NET comes under the top 30, and very wonderful, considering .NET was open source more recently than most of the other projects out there. With .NET 6, we have had some great community contributions from more than 6,900 people, and which includes about 21,000 community contributions, and that is amazing. And if you're one of them, thank you so much. And we all build this amazing community, and we are very grateful to all your contributions. All right, let's talk about .NET 6 performance. And as I mentioned, performance has been the number one priority for the .NET team. And if you look at the Tech Empower benchmark, which is a third-party benchmarking system, and when they did the benchmark, you can see that the .NET performs 10 times faster than the Node.js when it comes to the web framework, which is the ASP.NET Core. And you can see that 7 million requests per second compared to the other ones, like 0.66 million requests per second in Node.js. Right? We have had customers who have migrated from these technologies just to improve the performance, and thereby saving costs. And also, if you look at Node, works on the Linux, and .NET is now cross-platform. It works on Linux too, and you can reuse those infrastructure as well, and that is really, really amazing. And if you look at the entity framework code performance from .NET 5 to .NET 6, there's about 92% improvement. If core is the ORM that in .NET that you will use, and the performance on that is like really, really high. So constantly the team has been working hard to improve performance, so that you get you get to build better apps, faster apps, and save costs, right? Okay, .NET 6 is the most recent release, and it was released in November during the .NET Conf. And if you haven't tried this out, I would encourage you to go and get the .NET 6. So get .NET/6. And it is, as I mentioned, it has the unified common base libraries and SDK, and it has the industry-leading performance. And other than this, I think the most important thing that we all focused on is to have a simplified development, specifically for people who are coming from different ecosystems, right? When they come to .NET, I think the common thing that we always heard is .NET it's really hard to get started, because the moment you start creating a project, there's so much of ceremony of code out there, and it becomes extremely difficult to understand for newcomers, wherein there have already been technologies like the MVC frameworks and things like that, which is very opinionated in nature, and once you pick that up, every developer starts working in the same directions. It is easier to maintain, and things like that. But at the same time, for the getting started developers, it was really, really hard to understand. So we focus more on simplification in this release, and we will look at that in some time. Also, new features in C# 10 and F# 6, which also contributes to the simplification that we did. And also the Apple Silicon support. I mean, if you are from the if you are someone who actually goes and buys new stuffs, and the latest being the ARM64 based Apple Silicons, like the M1s and things like that. So now .NET has full support on that if you're building applications on that. And also .NET 6 is the LTS release, or also known as the long-term support release. What that means is, like, you have a longer term of support. So if you the last long-term support was the .NET 3.1. So if you're someone who's looking for going into a .NET release which gives you a long-term support, then .NET 6 is the release that you need to target on from now on as well. All right, so let's talk about the Visual Studio 2022, which also got released at the same time. The best IDE in the planet, I would say, with some great features like hot reload and IntelliCode, which is really, really sweet. And it's also one of the best IDEs on the planet to build your .NET applications, including, mobile applications like .NET MAUI or Blazor applications for the web. With some great tooling support, you're going to be super productive, and you're going to build some really great apps faster. Right. So yeah, if you haven't tried this out, go check it out. There's also the community version, which is completely free, that you can use, and which has some really good tooling that you can start working on. All right. And the other thing is, we work with a lot of customers who are trying and updating their code base from .NET frameworks to .NET Core. So when we talk to our customers, we realize we needed a tool to help people, with guide them with that journey. So no tool is 100% perfect in terms of like finding a project and giving you a straight cut way to port it to the new platform. But what the .NET Upgrade Assistant does is it gives you a guidance, like step-by-step guidance on what needs to be done at what places, and it gives you a very nice guide on helping you port your applications from the older frameworks to the more modern, like the .NET Core. And the recent updates on that is like it supports the latest C# and VB.NET languages, and also supports .NET 6. So if you're someone who is looking to upgrade your .NET application, then you might as well want to take a look at the Upgrade Assistant, which is a free tool that you can see that's the preview download itself is about 40,000 people trying to upgrade their projects, so which is really great. All right, let's talk about simplified development. As I mentioned before, the importance for us to build simplification into this framework was to ensure the new people, the getting started people, the noobs, the students, the people who want to take advantage of the platform, they feel more like any other platform as well. So if you're getting started with .NET CLI, you can just simply say .NET, just download the .NET SDK from the .NET website. And once you have that, go to the terminal and type .NET new, and that would give you a list of things that you can do with .NET, or list of projects that you can use to build with .NET. And then you can get started from there, which we will look at it in a bit. And also, we have great support for hot reload, which is improving the developer in a loop, right? So gone are those days when you have to do a control F5 or F5 and then watch it all run, and then you realize there's a margin error or the padding error that you wanted to fix, and then you have to stop the entire web server, for example, and then you have to go fix it and then restart the whole process. Now with hot reload, you just there's a cute little fire icon in your Visual Studio, or you can do that using .NET CLI as well, which is .NET Watch and run. And once you enable that, you don't have to restart your debugging. The files can be updated automatically, so you can go and make the file changes, and you can quickly see the responses on the screen itself, so which is really amazing as well, right? And we talked about the native support for ARM64 machines, and also single file exe. So when you don't want the runtime to be as a separate entity, you can actually merge it into a single exe and then take the benefit of having making it work on any platform that it was compiled on. Right? You can just copy it and put it in another system, and then just make it work. As long as it is compiled to that particular build, it's totally fine to take it. All right, we talked about hot reload everywhere, and this is one of the examples where I was talking about this cute fire button. I don't know what they call it now, but it's the hot reload button. If you're, for example, if you're working with Blazor, which is the most nice thing to do when it comes to the UI side of things, and you make changes and you want to quickly see it, you just enable the hot reload. And also there's a simple option there you can enable, which is like, save while, on a file save you want to hot reload. That way you can keep saving the changes and you can see that the entire thing refresh on its own, which is really, really great. Okay, the other thing about simplification that we talked about, and more importantly, the changes comes in within the language itself, like C#10. One of the interesting things that I love the most is the global using statements. So you can, I mean, if you are someone who's working, in more like a clean architecture or microservices and things like that, you probably would have had all the project organized in folders and have nice namespaces written on all of it. But the challenge that we face is that the moment you start creating a new file, you will have to take those namespaces even in those files and then start using those classes and libraries in there, right? And that becomes extremely harder to maintain, even though it gives you more clarity. But with global usings, you can define all these things in a with a global variable in any file, and compiler will automatically reference that for you in all the other files. So which is great. And the common practice that I've seen people doing it is having a separate CS file called global usings and putting all those global namespaces in one single place so that it is accessible for the entire project. Right. With that comes with the implicit usings as well. So if you are using some projects like console application or web applications, you would have seen that there's a number of namespaces that you will actually write using before even you start writing the code, which is what you need for building your application, for example, a web application. But by enabling implicit usings, you don't even have to write that, because then the library makers can actually define what the global setting is and define those global directives so that you don't have to keep writing it in your file. So that also adds to a lot of simplification and cleaner code, right? Another interesting thing, and I also like this a lot, is the file scope namespaces, which is you don't as every file that starts with namespaces, you have curly braces, open, close, and then you have the bunch of classes and code that you write. So as long as if that file is going to have a single namespace, you can have you can put a semicolon and drop it and then save your indentation on that, and your code looks much cleaner. So record types, which has been there from quite some time in C# now has support for struct type as well, along with the class. I mean, by default, it is the class type, but you can explicitly call it as a class or a struct, which is what is supported right now. And also lambdas now have a type, which makes the inferring within your Visual Studio much more easier. So in this case, when you see var parse string of s, and it is returning the int, it can kind of infer that it is a function of string and int by default, which is also really cool. Right. With that, minimal APIs. So one of the simplification is the C#10 features that brings in a lot of things, and then there is the minimal APIs and top level statements that helps you build applications with lesser amount of code. And you can look at that. The minimal API, if you look at on the left side, to create a web application, if you have done this in the past in the .NET, you would write a lot more code than this. But right now it's only just 3 lines of code, and you can actually make that in 2 lines as well. Right. It just makes it easy to get started for sure. But I know a lot of you who would want to, hey, you know what? I think if I start writing these code in a single line file, it may be complex and other things. But as we say, it's not that you need to write it all in the same way. We have applications like eShop and containers where we have adapted this pattern, and we also have mix and matched with controllers where we needed that kind of a flexibility when it comes to larger applications. So we can do that too. So the idea is to give you that whole flexibility on getting started, and also have an easy way to migrate into something more complex applications like the MVC based applications and things like that too, which are great. All right, let's look at the demo. So we'll get started with something very simple and easy. So here we go. So this is my Ubuntu terminal. So if I'm using WSL2. So this is just to show you if I were to run this .NET Info, I'm actually running 5.0.11 over here, which is the previous version of .NET 5. .NET, which is .NET 5, and it also has these runtimes. It is running on Ubuntu, and this is what I have in there, right? So now if I just type in .NET New, you can see the number of templates that comes in, like, what are the things that you can build on Linux. Everything is listed out there, right? So there's a lot more things there. Now, if I go back to my Windows and type in .NET, let's say info, and you can see that, sorry for the font being so big, but I think it's going to help you see it much more clearly in the video. So this is running on Windows, but it is running on 6.0, but I'm also using the preview version. And now if I just go ahead and type .NET New, and you see that it is really, really simplified. It just focuses on things that you really want to, the most common things that you will start using applications here for, right? So now if you want the enlarged list, you can also do a hyphen list, and you get back all those projects that you can do with .NET. Right. So basically, what I want to say is just making it easier and simplified, so that you start to do things that is more important to you. Okay, so let's go ahead here. Let's go create a new console application. So I'm going to type in .NET New console, and I want to output to the folder called Hello Console. Let's say. Right? So now this is going to create the project. Now the reason why I'm doing this here is to give me to get that older project template. So I just went and did that here. Now if I so I created a Hello Console. So I'm getting back to my Windows because I wanted to open this in the 6.0. I can show you what exactly changed in 6.0 when you create a new template. So I'm going to do a code dot here. Okay, so now you see this program.cs, and you can see the ceremony of code out here, right? Just to get started with this. So what I'm going to do is let me open Visual Studio so that I can make use of the refactoring tools as well. So let's just go here, go to the Hello Console, and right click and say open in Visual Studio. Okay, so now this is the program.cs. It's the same thing that we saw. Now, if I go into the CS proj, you can see that it is targeting the 5.0. So what I'm going to do is, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change that to 6.0 so that I can make use of the new features that has come in, right? So now, as I mentioned, that it is completely simplified. So you can all these ceremony of code just to type in hello world onto the screen is unnecessary. So I can just get remove all these things, and I'm getting rid of all these things. And now you can see two lines of code. And let's see. So that's the reason why this telling is it's open as a folder. So let's open this as a project. So we're going to open the CS project. So the source I assume we put in the local, and okay. So now I have this compiling control P, which is going to build, and there you go. It just works, right? So we got rid of all of that thing. Now, how about removing this using as well, right? So that's where the implicit using comes into picture. So you can go into the CS project, and now you can say that implicit usings and say enable and just save, and now go back to program.cs. Now even you can remove that piece of code too. So now it just
Hi,
works.
Nisha. I'm sorry to
Yes, bro.
interrupt.
No worries.
So I think there's some issue with the audio, so we
Okay.
are hearing a lot of noise in the background. With the audio itself.
Are you hearing noise from my side?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Mm, can you hear me fine now? Reduce
Um,
the
it
volume though. Is it still?
it sounds good now. It sounds good.
Okay. Okay.
Perfect.
All this while you had some kind of noise behind, because I couldn't hear anything because I was on the headsets.
It just started 2 minutes back, so it's okay now.
Okay. Cool. All right. So with that, we are just having just a
Oh,
single line of
wow.
code.
It started again. I'm
Is it?
sorry. Yeah.
Okay. What is that noise? Is it coming from my audio? You still face it now?
It's
Hello. One, two, three, four,
yes, it's
five,
still
six.
it's coming.
Okay. Okay. How about now? Is it
It's good now.
better?
It's good now.
Okay, I'm changing some settings inside the StreamYard to. Uh, is it okay? I just changed it to automatic settings, so I hope this is fine now.
Yeah, it's fine.
Does it?
Perfect.
Is it some sort of disturbance that comes in, or is it something you're hearing
Yes,
from behind?
it's some kind of
It's a
disturbance
disturbance.
that comes. Yeah.
Okay. 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 Let me know if it pops in again, and I'm trying to figure out like what else can I do to just makes it.
It sounds
If
good now. So
this continues
probably,
to happen, I can just okay. Can you
yep.
continue? No. So
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. No worries, man. Thank you. All right, so now let's write some more code, right? So let's say if I want to add some more record type in it, so I can go ahead and add a record type over here. So it's a point. It's just X, Y, Z. So if I want to write some code here, I can just go ahead. By the way, I can if I want to define this as a class, I can do that so specifically, or I can make this as a struct, and then you make use of the variable like point equals new one tab, and I can go and write x equals sorry 1, y equals 1, y. For now, that's enough. So now I have these codes over here, but wouldn't it be nice when we have these kind of like models and then things like that, or data objects to move it to a class of its own. I can do that with quick actions and go say move type to point.cs. And this is a nice feature. It automatically creates a point class over here. Now, to reference this there, I can go ahead and say namespace and say the namespace that I'm going to use is models, and you can see that I'm using a file scope namespace here. So the entire file is going to use this namespace. So now if I go back to program.cs, it is no more accessible over here. So what I'm going to do is I can do using models, which is what we would do generally to have this thing go away. Right? And now if I have more files, like some other file like services, let's say add new item, let's call this as class, and put a services folder class. And then I have these services. I just want to get rid of all this ceremony that comes in. I don't need any of these things right now. And then if I want models here, I can go and say using models and probably write some code here, which says where point equals new point maybe, right? Um, so now to access this, I'm using this, right, using models. The one nice way to do that is to use global using. So if I just type this as global and then just go back to the services.cs, and I can remove this now entirely. Now, because I define that as a global, it is accessible in all the files within this project. And as I mentioned earlier, the nice way people maintain this is by using a new class and calling this as global usings, say global usings.cs, and then remove all these things and then just move the um, global namespace out here, go into this and save this. And now if you go into, let's say, services, it's not there, point, I don't need it. So I can, oops, that's my file that I need. And services, yes, services and program, that's the two places I was referencing. So I don't need it anymore. So because I moved it to global usings, and the good thing is, well, how about we just move the console as well, right? So we can go and define again global using static system dot console. And now if I go back into my program.cs, I can also get rid of this write line, console.write line, and I don't have to repeat this. Now you can see that this is going to work fine. I've built succeeded. I can run this and I get the result that I want. So now think of it like having more and more files in this place and more and more projects and models and services. You're going to write more cleaner code. All right, that was easy. So now let's go ahead and what's this thing? Okay, this is a solution file. I don't need to. All right, let's go ahead and create a new web API because that's where we can take a look at the minimal API that came in. So let's go out of the oops. Uh, wrong because the screen is too large for me. Okay, now I can just go and write to .NET New. I'm going to use a web API and then call this hello API. Very easy names. And it's going to go create the web API. Right? So now if I go into the hello web API and see the project there you go. So it has the weatherforecast.cs, program.cs. So now if you open this, and let's open this again in Visual Studio. So I'm going to create a new studio and open the project right from there. So go in there and then open this. And what you can see is the program.cs. So by default, what you're seeing is all these controllers and other things that has come in. You can mix and match. For example, you can have a program.cs and have everything run from a controller as well. So it's nothing that you've been doing so far has gone away. It's just that it just makes it easier for you to get started. So, for example, if I were to start this in Visual Studio, I could just say file new project and search for ASP.NET Core Web API. Say next, and click next. And now here you can see that I can choose whether I want to use controllers or not. If I want to use minimal APIs, I can say I can uncheck this box, and I can also disable this for now, enable open API support, which comes by default. I can create this. Yeah, don't save it. It's fine. So now what if you see, if you go to the program.cs, you can see that it's using the minimal API as compared to the other one, which was using the controller. So you can see here, there's a map kit, there's a weather forecast. It's nothing but it's listening on weather forecast, and it is actually running some random weather data into the stream, right? So that's just as simple as that. I mean, you can write this in 3 lines of code. You can get rid of all these things and just create mapkit and say hello, and then respond to just text or something like that. Or you can make use of these things and build from there on, right? Previously, if you were using controllers and things like that, you would have a startup.cs with configure and configure services and things like that. All those things have gone away. Even though you can make use of that too, you don't have to. You can now say app.services dot add and add those dependency injections and things like that too. So that just makes it easy to get started with building web applications, right? Okay, so now if I want to go one step ahead and want to use Docker to with this, again, great tooling support here. So I can just let's run this application and see how that looks. So I'm just going to use a web application and run. And the other thing probably you would have noticed is because I'm using implicit using, so we go to the program.cs, there's also there's no more namespaces that we needed to use. So all those things are baked in now. Right, so now it's running on 7233 weather forecast, and it is just dumping in some random values, right? This is great. So now let's go and do the next step, which is like, if you are using this, if you want to take it to the more modern cloud, like, Kubernetes and containerization and things like that. Again, some great tooling support there. You can actually right click on this project, add new Docker support. Sorry, not new, add Docker support, and then choose the target OS. I would almost always use Linux unless you need to use any kind of Windows APIs for containers. And then it automatically generates, looking at your project, generates the Docker file needed to build this application. So as I'm doing that, it is also going ahead and building it for me. So it's doing a Docker pull, and you can see that, it's exporting the images and then, building those layers on top of it, right? Again, some great tooling support. So once I enable Docker, straight away, what you're going to see here is the support that comes in and says, okay, now you want to run this in Docker, right? All that I did is I just created a Docker file, and I'm stuck. Just give and now I can just go ahead and click on this Docker. And now, if you see, what's going to happen is it is going to build application. So this is the one which was running on 7233 when we were running it with our Docker. Now it's going to run it on 49153, and that's running on Docker. and I can prove it to you by using a docker ps command, and you can see that it is the port where this is running, and you can right inside it you can also go ahead and debug this application and see that you also have this nice tooling like container support within Visual Studio. And if you go into it, you can see that the environment variables, and this is something very common when you're using Docker. You will use your connection strings and things like that in your environment settings, and you can see that right over here, like what are the environment settings that I'm using, and what ports have I opened, what is the file system like. You can also go in and see the file system, which is very very useful when it comes to debugging cloud native applications, things like that, right? Okay, so that was very easy. And now let's go look at some code that we showed uh, during the .NET Conf, and that's the .NET Podcast app. Let me bring this up. Let me see where I put in there. Okay, there you go. So this is the podcast app, and you can see that this is actually installed on my Azure, and you can do that too. When we are building this application, the one thing that we thought through is to make sure that we build something really nice and cool, but at the same time it should be very simple to get started for a lot of people who are just getting started with .NET. So we did not create any complex patterns and things like that and make it like a production app where you will go into the minute details of making things easier, and especially when you're working with larger teams and you want to use those patterns and strategies and things like that. We did not do any of that thing. The way we looked at it is like, okay, let's say if we were to go to docs and then copy some code and put it in and then make the .NET code work, and we want to keep it that simple. So this entire application is built that way to its the best simplicity it can create. So the first page that you see here is a Razor Pages, which is a dynamic page. So it's actually rendering from the server, and then, for example, it is pulling in these featured podcast from the databases. And then the moment and it's more like a marketing page. If you look at there's like download from app stores and things which are not yet there, but in future it should come. And then we have the sign in feature, and when you click on sign in, obviously we did not write any authentication and authorization here. It is going to straightforward jump into the app, which is a Blazor WebAssembly app. So what you see here is it's a podcast app. So you can see that these are my subscriptions, and I can these are the subscribed ones. So if I go into the subscriptions, okay, these are the subscriptions that I've subscribed to, so that I get notifications when there is a new podcast available. And or I can go and discover new podcasts, and then just click on the subscribe buttons and listen to it, right? So now I can go to this, let's say, subscription, and go to the Hello World, for example, and start playing this. And now when you see this player, when it comes up, it's using the web player, and again built on WebAssembly. And if we want to listen to this later, I can click on this listen later button and then go back to the listen later, and that's again another set of nice feature there. You can go back and start from where you left off, right? And then there's really nice things like settings, where you can move from dark mode to the light mode, and all these things that you see here, it's more like an app. And you can see that it's like a web app too. I can click on this notification this icon here in the browser and say, okay, I can install this as an app. But you don't need to do that, because we also built native apps for this. So if you look at the .NET Podcast app, which is this one, which I had already pre-installed before I joined this call. So now this is completely a desktop application which uses really nice features of the desktop menus and things like that. You can see that there's settings like dark mode, but now it's using the native controls and things like that, right? So when you click on play on any of these things right now, it's using the native player, unlike the
Hi, my name is.
sorry. So unlike the other, which was playing on the web, it is playing on the native player, which is really cool. And same with the Android application, as you see there. So this is my Android application, which obviously using the native controls of the Android. Again, if you go and see that, there's Wi-Fi only mode, dark mode. Oops, that just crashed. I need to figure why. But yeah, so you have the native app and everywhere on every platform, and also the web app, which is built on WebAssembly, right? which is great. Now, there's another interesting thing that we built is something called as listen together mode. So where you can actually go ahead and let's say if I'm listening to some podcast here, I'll just pause it and then go to the listen together mode and say create new room, and I'll call this as Nish, and I'll open this room, right? So now you can actually copy the code and then ask people to join this room. And for example, I'll just go to this podcast app on my local and go to the listen together and just copy this code and say join new room. And I call this as niche 2 maybe, and then join the room. And now we are actually listening to these podcasts together with in different apps all together. And ideally, you will have your friends listening to it. And while I play, you can see that it'll also play on both the sides. You can watch the play button here, right? So when I play on this, you can see that it's playing on both the sides. And now I'm getting dual sounds from both the players, but you get the point. So while as I do that, I can also send reactions, and you can see that reactions is playing across both, and this is done using SignalR, a real-time way to work with these web apps and things like that. So which is great, right? So so these are things that you can actually, these are all available as open source, so you can go and check this out. So if you go to github.com/microsoft/.net hyphen podcast, I'll also paste that link into the YouTube channel a little later, and you can see that this is the application that I was running it. And you can run this completely locally if you want to, or you can make use of the web, or the cloud, and then build it from there. So I'll go into the architecture details in a bit, but what I wanted to show you is, if you just go and install Docker and then clone this code and do a Docker Compose app, everything is going to just work magically on your system. And the reason why we use this Docker Compose app is because this uses a lot of there's dependencies on SQL Server and other things that it uses, and we don't want you to you don't have to install these things in your machine, and all those all this configuration that you need to take care just to make it work. So with Docker Compose up, everything just brings in, they're all images, and that's how Docker works. So it pulls in all the images and it can run on your system itself, which is really cool. And if you want to specifically go and start specific services, you can also do that too. So there's this detailed documentation here James and I have put together, and it is really good. And if you want to set this up in your own repo, like the way I've done it, you can actually follow this guide, which tells you what all things that you need. You just need a Microsoft Azure subscription. If you're new to it, just get a free one and then get started with it. And then just all that you need to do is create a resource group, and then we need an RBAC so that the GitHub Actions knows how to deploy to Azure, and then add some secrets in it, and that's all. It's just put in those secrets and everything will be set up onto your system or onto your cloud automatically, and that is cool. All right, so now let's get back to the slides a little bit. I want to explain a little bit of cloud things that we did, and then we'll get back to this, and I'll talk about the architecture in a bit. All right, so just want to make sure there's no other sound issues. Okay. Okay, so this is the .NET Podcast app, which we talked about. And let's talk about the cloud development, right? Generally, if you look at the patterns that people use on the cloud, is predominantly the monolithic pattern, which is front end, there's a back end, and there's a data, which is .NET. We've been using that for years together, this kind of applications. But it also supports the modern microservices way of building things, right? Having services for each and every business entity, like creating services based on the business domain, and then having databases separately, and then also having some common patterns for your front-end development. So it supports both of it. And if you ask, like, who are the people who are using .NET? I mean, there are, obviously, you will probably know Stack Overflow uses .NET, and there are others who use .NET within Microsoft too, and the bigger one is the Microsoft Azure. The Azure Active Directory Gateway is built on .NET. App Service Gateway is built on .NET. Bing.com, if you've been using, it's built on .NET. Dynamics 365 Gateway, the most recent gateways that were built using the YARP reverse proxy that we built, that's also built on .NET. And a lot of customers rely on these services every single day, and they are all built on .NET. So if you're starting to build .NET applications, you're in great company. We also know something called as YARP, which is a reverse proxy. I think they call it as yet another reverse proxy. And the reason for building YARP was like, every teams had different requirements, and then they needed something more scalable, more sticky to the code bases where they want to build reverse proxies, and the existing solutions did not meet that kind of a need, and that's when we built YARP. YARP is again open source. Recently, you can see that it is used by Microsoft Dynamics 365 and Azure App Service for the gateways, and what it is handling right now is about 100 billion requests per month, which handling 7.5 petabytes of data that is being transferred every month using those reverse proxies that is built. So if you are in hunt for a reverse proxy for a scalable solution in .NET, then YARP is a great way to start. All right. Also, the .NET 6 support in Azure. I mean, previously there were times when Azure took a little more time for the .NET support, but as of now, we have the same day support kind of. So all these services that you see, like App Service, Azure Static Web Apps, Azure Functions, across all the regions, there is support for .NET 6. So if you are just getting started with cloud and .NET, you can just get started with .NET 6 and be rest assured that it's going to be available on all regions on both Windows and Linux platforms too. All right, let's talk about Azure Container Apps, and this is one of my favorite, cloud-based services too. It's like the Kubernetes, but you don't access Kubernetes, so it's all running in Kubernetes. So, remember the time when you have to use microservices-based applications, and you probably are using Dockers, you containerize it, and then you have to go through those Kubernetes YAML configurations and things like that, and you need to understand the entire Kubernetes, how it works, and there's so much of learning curve involved as a developer to understand how the infrastructure works, so that you can configure and things like that accordingly. Now with container apps, the way to look at it is like a serverless containers for microservices. So what it means is you don't have to worry about the Kubernetes under the hood, but yet make use of the Kubernetes platform, right? It's built also on Kida, so it has event-driven based application scalings and things like that. So you can say, okay, if I have this much of messages in my queue, I want my containers to scale, and you can just write a declarative configuration to it, and that will automatically do it, right? And predominantly in microservices, you have the services connect with each other, right? So one service A, service B has to connect with each other. There is synchronous patterns, there is asynchronous patterns. But if you're using synchronous patterns, that means it needs to have a service discovery from service A to service B. Now, how do you do that? So Azure Container Apps use built-in Dapper to enable that. So you can have multiple services running together. As long as you run it within that same worker environment, you will be able to connect with each other by under the hood. The Dapper enables that thing, and it's a very, very neat way of doing it. So if you are someone who wants to do containers, want to make use of the Kubernetes, but at the same time you don't want to put your hands dirty on Kubernetes and work on the infrastructure, Azure Container Apps is a great place to get started. And I'll show you how we did that with the podcast app as well. Okay, so it obviously it's in preview right now, but it has support for you can directly publish from Visual Studio 2022. So you can right-click publish and choose container apps, and it supports minimal APIs, worker service for background services. All of these things we have used it in the podcast app. So if you want to check that out, please go ahead and do that. And with that, my last demo, let's get into the container apps and workers, right? So I wanted to show you the podcast app, how the application is architected. So you saw the WASM, the WebAssembly app, which you saw there, and then there is also the native apps for the Mac OS, Windows, iOS, and Android. But the behind the scenes, the backend API is actually built into the Azure container services. So we have the app service container environment. So we have the podcast API. That's the API that's a single API that your client systems will know, and it'll connect to that, so that will go ahead and query on the databases and things like that. We also have the ingestion service and updater service. What it does, they are all worker services. That means behind the scenes, it's just working like a background service, which is looking at new, for example, whether there are new subscriptions that is coming in, it needs to do the notification, things like that. And also the ingestion service, which is like someone can submit a new podcast, and this ingestion service is going to kick in and look at all these podcasts, and allow the ones which it needs to be allowed into the database. And the way that we do that is we have the API, podcast API, which has these um, services that has opened. It'll take the request in. What we do is we immediately inject that into a feed queue. And once the feed queue is filled up at a certain level, the worker will get kicked in automatically, pull those feeds, and then process them, and then finally inject that into the database. Because we don't want API, because there will be hundreds and thousands of people who want to use the APIs, and there will be a bunch of records that will be coming in. Instead of making the API take the load and performing spam analytics to see if this is a spam or not, we make the worker do that. That's the background service. We just directly inject into the feed, right? And similarly for the Signal, the listen together that we saw, that uses the Signal hub, and also the regular server is running on the Azure App Service, the web server, right? So it's a very simple architecture. So now if I go into the code, let me show you this is where I have installed. It's on container apps. It automatically gives me an endpoint. It's called FQDN. And I did not do any configurations to create an FQDN. It just automatically created, and then it directly deployed all these things. And this is nothing but the OpenAPI documentation that we have it in the code, right? So if I go to the podcast services, if you look at the program.cs under the podcast API, so here's the podcast API, there's the injection worker, and the data worker. So let's look at that piece of code that runs this thing, right? So I have the feed section, for example, this one. So this is where we accept, this is a post. So you can see that's a map post. So we're accepting all the request that is coming in to submit a new podcast. And what we do is we just pick it up, we directly inject into the queue client, right? So now that goes and sits in the queue. Now, there is something called as a worker, so which is the ingestion worker. If you go into the program.cs, it's nothing but it is actually creating a hosted service called worker. And now if you go into the worker, you can see that it is going to kick in every second, and then it's kicking in every second, and it's actually looking in the value that is being coming into the feed, and then it'll take that and process that. Now to do that, we have the podcast ingestion handler. So let's go into the implementation. So here it is. So right now we have simple thing, right? Okay, what are the accepted topics? If the podcast title has C#, .NET, ASP.NET, any of these things, we will auto accept it. In future, you probably want to do maybe more like a machine learning algorithm to figure, is there a spam or not spam, beyond just finding the keywords, right? So right now we're just looking at that, and then once it's accepted, it goes into the database, right? So let's look at this scenario, how Azure Container Apps we can use that to work, right? So let's go into the terminal here. So I have a bunch of things open. So first thing I want to know of my podcast API CA, which is the service that is running to accept. That's nothing but the API. So there's a replica. You can see that there's a replica 1. So I'm just using a few to get these values up. So there's a message count. So this is, I'm also noticing the feed queue. And here's the replica. Here's right now the ingestion service has nothing. So the replica is 0. And now why am I talking about replicas here, right? So as a worker, it's just a single exe that is going to run, right? Now a single exe may not be good for handling multiple database, multiple loads in the feed system. So what I'm going to do is I want to scale it. Now, how do I define scaling? And that's where container apps comes into picture, where you can actually define. So I have this API bicep file, and while you create it, you can actually say, this is my, let's say, this is my podcast API image, and I can set my scale rules like, I want minimum 1 replica and then 5 maximum replica. And the scaling rule is the HTTP scaling rule. So if I have more than concurrent requests, more than 20, then it automatically starts scaling up, right? Similarly, there's another scale on the worker. Max replica is 5 and min replica is 0. So that means I can save cost as well. So if there are nothing in the feed queue, I don't need to scale. So I can set my minimum replicas to be 0 and max replicas to be 5. And again, you can see that here I'm specifying, look at my feed queue, and if my queue length is more than 20, then the replication rule sets in. And all these things are just defined in a bicep file, and it's in the infrastructure side. And as a developer, I don't even need to worry about it. So I'm focused more on, okay, what is my worker doing? It's just looking at the feed queue and then processing it. But should it be processing at scale of 5 or scale of 10 or scale of 100? That's not something which I define in my code. It is defined in the infrastructure as a simple, a bicep file. You can also write the JSON ARM templates as well. So that's as simple as that. Now, if I go back and see, so you can see that as usual, it's just 0. Now let's kick in some simulate some feed requests. I'm just going to hit, and what it is going to do is it's going to look at the feed JSON, and it is going to pump in a lot of values into it. And you can see that this message count, that's 57, that is gone up. I can increase it further, right? So let's go ahead. Now kick in more, and let's do it again. Let's kick in more. And what you would see is in a few seconds is that it is going to look at the load, and based on the load, the replicas is also going to go up. Let me just kick this in once again, just to be clear. It takes a bit of time. And the thing is, you can see that the processing has started, and that's where the replicas, you can see that it is 1, and you can see that the replica also on here, which is accepting this API, also has gone up to 4, right? And the ingestion service have kicked in, and it is able to process the request right now. So now you can see that that's just a slight delay in the query that I was saying. So it also scaled up to 4, and it is going ahead and processing the request. So at the end of it, what is going to happen is it is going to process all these requests and put in all the feeds that are necessary, or that passes the logical condition. It just kicks in and then puts it into the discover page. So there'll be new podcasts coming up here, depending on what was there in the JSON, which was not in the database, right? So that's very simple and easy. Let me just get back to my slides quickly, and I'll finish up very quickly. Let's talk about Blazor a little bit. So if you are new to the Blazor world of things, it's nothing but writing your web applications. That's the SPA-based, like web SPA-based applications, or the client-side web applications in .NET. And there's 2 flavors to it. One, you can write it in using Blazor Server. That means the piece of the .NET code that you write within the HTML is going to be rendered. It is going to be processed in the server, and the rendered bits are going to be sent back. And it gets you more like an Ajax feel, but you're not writing any more JavaScript. You're writing completely in C#. And similarly, the more modern way of doing this is the WebAssembly side of things. And I know there are talks detailing about the WebAssembly later today, so you will have more information on that. So WebAssembly is basically nothing but a runtime running right inside your browser. So you can technically send an entire client app into the browser, and they're going to execute it right there. So what you saw in the podcast app is a Blazor app, Blazor WebAssembly app, which actually runs completely on the browser. And with .NET 6, there has been, if I can get my mouse, there has been some really good improvements in performances, like ahead of time compilation has been supported, and we have smaller download sizes. Dan has a nice demo where he shows about how from 1 MB of a runtime, he just reduces directly to 300 KBs. And that is really, really cool. And also he says further optimization can be done with pre-rendered bits as well. So yeah, improved performance in Blazor. And there's also Fluent UI. I'm running out of time, so I'll just go quick. There's also the .NET MAUI platform. I know James is coming in and talking more about the .NET MAUI platform. So stay back and stay tuned for that one, because where you will get a complete info about how do you build mobile application and how we built mobile applications for .NET Podcast app as well, with a single project system, and you can specifically target multiple OSs like the iOS or Android or WinUI or Mac Atlas, and they're all completely native code. They are not just the UI system that's sitting on top or like a web browser or something. It's just completely built on the runtime. And it has its own, you can also say, if I'm running this on iOS, then use the iOS notification system, or just like how you saw the player. The player was using the Android's player system for running the podcast app. So similarly, you can do a lot of amazing things. And the latest bits of Maui is, I think, the preview 11 recently. So check that out too. Also, the hybrid app support is also amazing. So this is for specifically for people like who want to build, say, Blazor applications, but you know only Blazor, but you want to build a mobile application. You can reuse the web Blazor control in your .NET MAUI code, and that's something which we have done it in the podcast app as well. Whatever you see, listen together. That's a total Blazor app, again pre-baked into the MAUI app, so that we can show you how you can mix and match things and make use of the things. Yep, I'm done, Ashirwad.
Thank you, Nish. So it was really great to have you. And we have one question, I guess.
Mhm.
So it's from Lolo. So he's asking that, hi, Blazor and Maui seems to be in conjunction. Maui can do web apps. So I asked myself, what to use in the future. So what do you recommend?
So yeah, I mean, it's I think James can answer more onto this question a little later. But the important thing to understand here is it's about what makes you comfortable doing it, right? I would always prefer a native app using Maui for all native developments and things like that. But there are situations where you are a web developer and you do not have the resources to build a native app, and that's when it's totally okay to use the hybrid scenario. The good part about this hybrid scenario, unlike the other hybrid apps you would have heard of, is the entire .NET code is running under the .NET runtime within the MAUI, so it's not running inside the browser. So there way you also have the advantage, the performance advantage and things. But what to choose is almost difficult to say this is the right choice for you, because it all totally depends. If you have a great resources who can build native apps, stick to the native. In our case, when we were building the listen together mode, we didn't want to invest more time because that was still a POC. So we didn't want to invest time in building the Maui. So that was a good scenario for us to just take the Blazor app and then bake it into the Maui app.
Absolutely, that makes sense. So, guys, apart from that, if you have any more questions, please drop it in the chat window, and probably Nish is gonna answer it over there. And there's already a contest that is going live, so it's more like you need to share your thoughts or question anything about any of the sessions that you have attended at .NET Com, uh, with the hashtag .NET.com/PBSR and mention serverless tape in your tweets. And some lucky winners are gonna get some swags from our sponsors. So it's pretty random. So somebody can get some JetBrains licenses or maybe Microsoft swags like merchandises and other stuff, or some of you can also get some of the latest titles on .NET from Pact, so who is our learning partner. So there's a lot of things up for the taking, and there's also AWS credits up for the taking, I guess, and exam voucher. So just tweet it out there on Twitter and take away all the goodies that are there for your taking. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the next speaker for the session, Sean Walker. So welcome, Sean.
Thanks for having me. Very excited to be here. I can understand why Nish needed a little bit more time because there is so much cool stuff to talk about in the Microsoft ecosystem. So I'm glad he got a little bit extra time to cover it all there.
Agreed. And we also have a lot of buffer time to, to adjust the time we lost. But yes, super psyched for his session because probably this session is going to build up a lot more context for the upcoming sessions, which are coming on Blazor by Michael and James. So looking
Yes.
forward to it.
All right. So I guess I should share my screen.
Yeah. So, while Sean shares his screen, I'm just going to give you a short introduction about Sean. So, Sean has been in Microsoft MVP for a lot many years, and probably he's popularly known in the community for being the original creator of .NET Nuke. So, we have had Sean for a couple of our conferences. Probably we had him for Blazor Conf as well, and we hosted an session on Blazor. And apart from that, he is also a part of .NET Foundations, where he leads the open source projects team, right, Sean? Correct me if I'm wrong. I may be missing somewhere.
Yep. The project committee. Yep.
Perfect. So if there are any open source folks out there who wanted to, talk about the projects, feel free to ask those questions as well. We have Sean for the next 45 minutes. So over to you, Sean.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah. Today I'm going to talk about WebAssembly. So we're going to talk very specifically about this technology and how it relates to the web in general. And then, of course, I'm going to also cover how it relates to the Microsoft ecosystem as well. As was mentioned, I'm involved in a lot of different things. So I was the original creator of .NET Nuke. I'm the original creator now of a new web application framework called Octane, which is actually built on Blazor. I was actually formerly an MVP for, I think it was 14 years, but I actually haven't been an MVP for the last 5 years. An ASP insider, and yeah, I'm also leading the .NET Foundation Project Committee. And in my professional career, I recently moved into a new role where I'm a CTO of professional services within the Cognizant Cards and Services Group. So for those of us who have been developing software for a long time, like let's look back over the last, say, 20 years, a lot of us have been building web software. Maybe we've built desktop software as well, but more primarily, I think in the last 20 years, there's been a lot of web software that's been developed. And during that time, the proliferation of devices that have happened is quite astounding. So we've always had to, cater to the desktop, laptop, and then of course tablets and phones. And these web applications that we build need to work on a variety of different devices. There have been 3 different technologies that we primarily used over the last 20 years: HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. I mean, these technologies have been around for a very long time, and they are the fundamental technologies that we use to build web applications even today. You can think of it as like a 3-layer cake, where you, of course, got HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that all combine to form a larger either website or web application. In the last, I think, probably 5 to 10 years, there's been a greater emphasis on building applications that are more responsive, so that they provide a really great user experience for users. And so the single page application architecture model has become very popular. And so in this model, of course, you have a very distinct client application and a server application. The client is essentially the web browser, and it makes a request to the server to get back the initial payload, which is in HTML or CSS, of course, form. And then from that point forward, the client makes AJAX requests back to the server to obtain data. And then when the data is brought back into the client, it is rendered on the client, typically using a JavaScript framework like Angular, React, Vue, and of course, there's many others as well. So this is the type of architecture that we're quite familiar with. We've been building applications like this for quite some time. The challenge in building these applications, of course, is everyone wants more and more performance all the time. And as these applications become more complicated and more complex, they tend to get a bit slower in terms of how quickly they can respond to user feedback. And so this has been a problem that we've been running into for many years. And there have been many, many smart people looking for a solution. The other thing I like to mention is, over time, of course, there's this pendulum that swings back and forth between technologies that are more focused on the client versus technologies that are more focused on the server. And we've seen this, over the last many decades, where the pendulum will swing in one direction and there'll be a lot of technologies that focus more on the client side, and then it'll swing back and it'll focus more on the server. And usually this pendulum swing happens as a result of changes in technology, changes in the general landscape, in the terms of the devices and the demands, changes in network performance. There's a variety of outside factors which affect, which technologies are most appropriate for that given sort of point in time. Where we're at today in terms of client side, there are some specific needs that I think that people have been hoping for, and I have a picture here of course, the Holy Grail, but this is the ultimate goal that web developers have been looking for a long time, something that can satisfy these specific needs. So they want something that's super fast. So typically they're interested in something that's actually faster than JavaScript, hopefully on par with native code, which they've been used to using on the server. They need it to be absolutely secure. So they don't want to be dealing with any security vulnerabilities as part of any new sort of technology stack. It has to be cross-platform, so it needs to work well on all of the different devices that are available today and all the different operating systems, it shouldn't require a lot of configuration, right? It just needs to work. If it requires a lot of configuration, people are not going to use it. And it needs to be development ready. So it needs to support the tools and frameworks that we're comfortable with and are already using in our day-to-day jobs. And so recently, I guess there's been a lot of excitement about WebAssembly. And in fact, some people are even calling WebAssembly the fourth official language of the web. And we're going to dig into WebAssembly in a lot more detail here. But it promises to complement, those three technologies I mentioned earlier, HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, to provide a whole other level of capability when building web applications. So in order to understand WebAssembly, it's important to understand the history, sort of how it originated. We need to go sort of back to the very beginning of where it started from. But before we do that, we should talk a little bit about client-side browser runtimes. So, these are technologies that were designed to build applications that ran natively, or at least somewhat natively, in the web browser. So going way back to 1995, this is like the early days of the web. This is a time frame when people were struggling with dial-up internet connections, and there was a large number of client-side technologies that emerged. Of course, JavaScript was one of them, VBScript. There was also applets, Java applets, ActiveX, Flash. I mean, all of these technologies emerged in around the 1995, 1996 timeframe. Why did they emerge at this timeframe? Why was there so many? Well, it's because the network connections were so slow. They needed to have something that did a lot more of the processing power in the device itself, right? In the browser, on the device itself. So it needed to have the workload where there was the most power and to reduce the network latency. So these technologies were very popular at that time because of that reason. As we move forward, of course, the internet became a lot more powerful. We started to get broadband connections. But even then, we still saw a real benefit of using client-side technology in order to get the maximum performance within our applications. And so we saw products like Flex, which was later, of course, acquired from Macromedia by Adobe. Microsoft Silverlight emerged in this time frame as well. And so these technologies allowed you to build very rich internet applications that ran in the browser, and typically, where they were client-server applications, so they would interact with the server to obtain data. And it was a pretty good model. There was a lot of very sophisticated applications that were built in this era. Unfortunately, as most of us are aware, in around 2010, Steve Jobs published an article, which was sort of his personal opinion, and it was titled "Thoughts on Flash." And it basically outlined why he believed Flash was actually a fairly major problem in terms of the security vulnerabilities that it represented on, of course, the Apple devices. And as a result of that, Apple made the decision that they weren't going to support those types of technologies that required plugins on their devices. And that sort of signaled a big change in the industry away from client-side technologies and more towards server-side technologies. This was what triggered ultimately the demise of Microsoft Silverlight, Flash, Flex, and all of these technologies that had been used up until that time frame. Of course, there were still new technologies that emerged after this that were focused on the client side, like Dart and Flutter. However, they didn't have the kind of mainstream adoption that previous client-side technologies had enjoyed, mostly because these devices that were on some of the most popular from the most popular companies like Apple just simply didn't support it. So this is sort of like a picture of the history of how the client side has evolved over time and bringing us up to today. So again, like focusing now more on the evolution of WebAssembly, we have to go back to 2010. 2010, there was a company that was founded called Inscription. It was founded, and it basically, Inscription's claim to fame was they used the LLVM compiler toolchain to compile C and C++ code to JavaScript. Today, that Inscription library or compiler is used to compile code to WebAssembly. But back in 2010, it was to actually compile it to asm.js, which is sort of a subset of JavaScript, a much smaller sort of library that was designed more for high performance scenarios. The cool thing was that the generated code using Inscription was compatible with all major browsers. And there's a lot of companies that use the Inscription engine to build like applications that were client-side technologies, things like the Unreal Game Engine 3, SQLite with AutoCAD, things like that. These were all products that were developed to run on WebAssembly, which ultimately leveraged Inscription as part of the tool chain to enable them to run in the browser. Moving forward to 2011, Google announced their Google Native Client, also called NACL, which basically was a sandboxing technology for running native code in the browser. This was Google's early attempts to allow web apps to run at near native speeds in the browser. And of course, the browser being Chrome. Google worked on this for a period of time. It never really got mainstream adoption. And by the time 2016 rolled around, they actually abandoned it in favor of WebAssembly, which was starting to gain some momentum. Mozilla has been heavily involved in the evolution of WebAssembly. And back in 2013, they're the ones who actually released asm.js, which was this subset of JavaScript, which could be used as a low-level target language for compilers such as Inscription and LLVM. It provided the evidence that you could translate programs that were written in higher-level languages like C and C++ to run natively in a web browser, which brings us forward to actual WebAssembly. WebAssembly actually came about in about 2015 as a new runtime that lived alongside the JavaScript virtual machine. Mozilla, the Mozilla Foundation, first released support for WebAssembly as part of Firefox 22, and this is way back in 2015. Sorry. WebAssembly had a few advantages over asm.js in that it could be directly translated to native instructions. It was more compact, and it wasn't constrained by the limitations of the JavaScript language itself. Moving forward to 2016, this technology gained attention very quickly. So a lot of companies saw the benefit of WebAssembly very quickly and agreed to collaborate on an open standard around it. So Mozilla, along with Microsoft, Google, and Apple, all agreed that they would come up with a standard format for WebAssembly. And it's actually pretty crazy to think this because we know that these companies are all competitors of one another and rarely agree on anything. And so it's pretty interesting that so quickly they came to an agreement that they were going to work together on the WebAssembly format. So ever since November of 2017, WebAssembly has been supported in all major browsers. So all the major modern browsers. And I guess the most important thing, which is really cool, is WebAssembly is the first language since JavaScript that is able to run natively in a web browser. And we're saying natively because we're saying you're able to run WebAssembly applications without plugins, which, if you think about Flash and Silverlight, all of those technologies required plugins that needed to be installed in your browser, whereas WebAssembly runs natively. Moving forward to 2019, Mozilla announced the WebAssembly System and Interface, WASI. And WASI's goal was to standardize how WebAssembly code could interact with operating systems outside of a web browser. So initially, of course, there's a lot of excitement about writing applications that would run in the web browser, but WebAssembly actually had goals even broader than that to actually be able to write applications that would run outside the browser. So we're seeing some of these capabilities start to come to fruition now, because it's obviously a couple of years later, but WASI obviously will play a key role going forward. Another big event that happened in 2019 was the company Fastly open sourced some of the technology that they've been working on called Lucette. They released it as an open source application, And the interesting thing about Lucet was it used another technology that was created by Mozilla called CraneLift, which was a low-level retargetable code generator. Lucet offered ahead-of-time compilation. And one of the benefits of it was that it allowed you to take WebAssembly beyond the browser. And of course, what Fastly was using it for was to basically run applications on the edge of the cloud. As most of us know, Fastly is a content delivery network provider, and so they've been very involved in the development of WebAssembly, as they've been leveraging it for some pretty interesting scenarios. And interestingly enough, I think most of us are familiar with Shopify. Shopify is a huge e-commerce platform. They're leveraging Lucet. They use like a wrapper around a Rust web service to help run their scripts platform, which is one of their extensibility points in the Shopify platform. So big companies are using WebAssembly and using technology like Lucet from Fastly. In November of 2019, the Bytecode Alliance was formed, and this was comprised of a number of major companies like Microsoft, Google, Mozilla, Intel, Fastly. And basically, it's a nonprofit organization that's dedicated to WebAssembly and WASI. And in December of 2019, finally, the World Wide Web Consortium, the W3C, announced that the version 1 of the WebAssembly core spec had become an official standard. So at this point, WebAssembly is an official international standard, which of course is super important because that means that it's not proprietary, it's not governed by any single company. It is a standard technology the same way that HTML, JavaScript, and CSS is official. So let's shift gears now and talk a little bit about the benefits of WebAssembly. So cool things about WebAssembly are it's designed to be portable, open, safe, and polyglot. Polyglot meaning support for multiple languages. If you look at the WebAssembly spec, it's got a lot of interesting information in it. So I'm going to skip through this information fairly quickly because I believe I have a lot of slides to cover, and I want to make sure I get through them all. But if you have time to look at the WebAssembly spec, it talks about the focus on being fast, safe, and portable. And there's a lot of very excellent benefits that are related to those attributes. And then also its goal was to have a very efficient and portable representation, meaning it's very compact, it's modular, it's very efficient, it's streamable, you can parallelize execution, and it's portable. So a lot of very significant benefits that are part of the WebAssembly spec. The one that most people, of course, think about when they think about WebAssembly is performance. And of course, that is a key part, a key benefit of WebAssembly. And it's important to understand, like, basically how WebAssembly provides that kind of performance. And so if you understand how JavaScript works to begin with, it'll help you understand why WebAssembly is faster and it has better performance. So when you're dealing with JavaScript, whether it's inline JavaScript or external JavaScript that's linked to as an external resource, the JavaScript runtime that's in the browser has to download it, it has to parse it, it has to compile it into a form that the browser understands, and only then is it actually usable by the browser itself. If we contrast this to how WebAssembly works, WebAssembly basically cuts out the parsing and compiling step, as it already is pre-compiled into the form that the browser can understand. So based on that, you can think about the amount of time that it takes for JavaScript to parse, compile, optimize, execute, and then garbage collect is significantly reduced because the number of steps are reduced if you're executing a WebAssembly application to simply decoding, compiling, optimizing, executing. So the performance difference is quite significant, obviously, as you're cutting out a number of significant steps. Some of these steps obviously being quite slow. Another thing to remember, of course, is that there is a lot of industry support for WebAssembly. It's not just, of course, a Microsoft thing. What tends to happen in the Microsoft ecosystem is, a new technology comes around like Blazor. Blazor, of course, has a flavor that is based on WebAssembly, and people think, oh, this is a Microsoft thing. Well, in this case, it's absolutely not a Microsoft thing. WebAssembly is much broader than Microsoft, And you can see that there's a whole lot of languages on all different platforms that have WebAssembly support, .NET just being one of them. And it's nice that Microsoft actually did jump in early and provide capabilities around WebAssembly for .NET when they did. Otherwise, the .NET ecosystem would have been far behind, because obviously there's many other players that jumped in and provided support for WebAssembly. Digging into the technical details around WebAssembly, the strict definition is it's a binary instruction format for a stack-based virtual machine. This is kind of hard to understand unless you break it down. So binary instructions, meaning that the instructions, there's binary encodings of the types of operations which can be executed. It's stack-based, so we all understand the notion of a stack, where you put values on a stack and you push and pop them off. And we all kind of understand the notion of a virtual machine. I guess the interesting thing here is that none of these concepts are really new or innovative in their own right, but basically it's how they're all used in conjunction with WebAssembly, which makes it sort of new and an innovative technology. The WebAssembly runtime is actually downloaded into the browser itself. And then, of course, it's used in conjunction with JavaScript, CSS, and HTML. So these technologies that we're familiar with using, so the three big ones, JavaScript, CSS, and HTML, are still used in conjunction with WebAssembly applications. So that's why this presentation is called the fourth official language, because you still require the other three official languages to build web applications. The WebAssembly syntax, the entire syntax, can be represented on a single slide. So these are all of the different instructions that are part of the syntax set for WebAssembly. It's got a very rich type system. The type system is, proven out here using formulas. This is probably a little too over the top to get into detail on. WebAssembly code is interesting because there is source code representation that is then compiled into a WASM text format, which has a corresponding WASM binary equivalent format, kind of like machine code. You can write WASM code in any of these three formats. Of course, the higher level languages are a little bit more approachable and a little bit more intuitive for most of us to deal with. And that's why there's, tools and compilers that are available to actually produce the WASM binary format code. So that brings us to Microsoft and its Blazor offering around WebAssembly. So Microsoft announced that they were going to support WebAssembly back in 2017, actually 2018, but there's actually a slightly earlier bit of history, which I'll cover in a moment. But the idea around Blazor WebAssembly, it's a hosting model for Razor components, which allows C# applications to run natively in the browser on WebAssembly. Of course, this doesn't require plugins. What it's not is, and this is important to note, I think that most people have understood this by now, but Blazor is not Silverlight. It's not the reincarnation of Silverlight. It has nothing to do with Silverlight. It is a completely new technology stack that doesn't bear any resemblance to Silverlight at all, because it doesn't even require a plugin. It's an industry standard technology. First glimpse of Blazor happened way back in 2017, in June of 2017 at NDC Oslo, which is a very famous developer conference, which of course is still running today. At that conference, Steve Sanderson did a presentation at NDC Oslo to do a proof of concept on, as part of a number of different POCs that he did in that. But this particular one was how he could get C# code to run natively in the browser. This was a very sort of primitive proof of concept. It used an open source library called .NET Anywhere, which was basically a port of .NET framework, which was intended to run in small, like more minimal devices. It was never really intended to be used for WebAssembly, but Steve saw the benefit of using it for that, and so he did the demo, and people got quite excited about it. So in February of 2018, there was an announcement that the ASP.NET team was going to move Blazor into the ASP.NET organization and continue developing it as an experimental product to determine whether it would be feasible to ever ship it as a real product. On April 18th of 2019, Microsoft announced that Blazor was now in official preview at this point, so it was no longer experimental. They committed to actually shipping the product as part of .NET 3. Of course, the version that they shipped as part of .NET 3 was actually Blazor Server, not Blazor WebAssembly, but at least, the product itself, Blazor, was well on its way to becoming, a real robust technology for Microsoft professionals. The Blazor WebAssembly stack. So, of course, you've got Blazor. Blazor runs on .NET, basically .NET 6 now, but so that's .NET Core, which runs on WebAssembly, and then WebAssembly has the ability to interact with JavaScript through interop. How it works, Nish actually had a version of this slide in his previous deck. And so basically, you have your ASP.NET Core application downloaded to the browser, which then runs on the .NET framework, which is actually in the web browser. There's a version of the .NET framework which has been translated to WebAssembly. So it allows your application to run natively in the browser. This is all using the Razor component model. This is the same component model which you can use in both Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly. So you don't have to learn anything new to target either of the different runtimes. You can develop your components in exactly the same manner. There is a compilation model, so you write your C# code as Razor files, and then the runtime, or sorry, the compiler will translate that into more primitive form, which is on the right-hand side here. You could actually write code like that if you wanted to, which is using very primitive commands, but typically people don't do that. They'll typically write it in the higher level, C# language that they're used to, and rely on Blazor to actually do the translation for them. So the cool thing about Blazor WebAssembly, and I have a picture here of a unicorn. So one of the problems that we've seen in developing single-page applications on the traditional JavaScript frameworks like Angular, React, and Vue is that you almost have to break the development tasks into two different teams, right? You have the front-end team and the back-end team, and that's not necessarily the most efficient model when you actually have to have two different groups that have two different skill sets try to coordinate together on building an application. Of course, you can also try to find developers who are skilled in both types of technology, both front end and back end. And that's what the unicorn picture is for, because those types of developers are few and far between. And so the goal here or one of the benefits of Blazor WebAssembly is you can use the same consistent technology for both the front end and the back end for developing applications. Of course, this is you're writing in C#. So the same resources that you're using for front-end development can be used for back-end development. This is a huge benefit for a lot of companies, right? Instead of building up two entirely different teams with different skill sets. There's a consistent Razor component model that you use for developing Blazor WebAssembly or Blazor Server applications. Familiar development environment, so you use your standard Visual Studio or VS Code environment for debugging, and all of the standard tooling that you would expect is all supported. And of course, by using Blazor WebAssembly, you do get that benefit of a superior web application performance over some of the traditional JavaScript frameworks. Some of the challenges. So of course, no technology is perfect. There's always challenges, especially technology that is still new and still maturing. So in the case of Blazor WebAssembly, the biggest challenge is around the payload size of your application and the fact that payload needs to be downloaded to the browser. Microsoft has made a lot of improvements in this area in .NET 5 and then again in .NET 6 to reduce the payload size of what needs to be downloaded. One of the techniques that they're using for this is called assembly trimming. And assembly trimming is very capable. It's a very good technique for reducing the amount of data that basically bits that need to be transferred from the server to the browser. It works exceptionally well with static applications and applications that are statically linked together. However, it does have challenges with dynamic linking. So when you're instantiating objects at runtime based on reflection, which is a pretty typical thing in many applications, the linker has challenges with that because it doesn't know what the runtime characteristics of your application are going to be, and that can create some challenges. So if you're using any sort of dynamic development technique, you're going to have some challenges to deal with when it comes to Blazor WebAssembly. I've run into this myself, unfortunately. And the tricky thing is that when you're doing development, for example, in Visual Studio, your application might run just fine while you're doing development. However, then when you do a publish of your application and a release of it, your application might not run and it'll throw errors. And that's because not all of the assemblies that were included in your development environment are automatically picked up and shipped as part of your release or published package to your target environment. And that's because the linker, the trimmer, is trying to optimize as much as possible. But in that process, it might ignore certain things that are critical to your application. There are some knobs and switches that you can use to configure your application so that it's published correctly, but it's a lot of trial and error. So those are some of the more detailed challenges around Blazor WebAssembly at this point in time. The release schedule for Blazor WebAssembly, there's been, obviously, we've talked about where it originated back in 2017 and bringing us up to present day, which is .NET 6. I think the most significant thing to realize is that Blazor WebAssembly was not supported under an LTS release until November 8th of 2021. So that's only like 2 months ago, right? So Blazor WebAssembly prior to that was only a GA designation, meaning a lot of enterprises weren't interested in running GA type of technology in production. So only in the last couple of months has Blazor WebAssembly been long-term support, meaning now I think you're going to see a lot higher adoption of this technology. I wanted to mention that the open source application that I've been working on for the last, I guess, 3 years now is called Octane. It's a modular application framework for Blazor. You can download it from GitHub. It gives you a pretty good example of how to build a fairly robust application using Blazor. Has a lot of advanced capabilities in it, and it actually runs on both Blazor server hosting model as well as Blazor WebAssembly. And it supports SQL Server, Postgres, SQLite, and MySQL. So you should check that out. An application that was built using Octane running on Blazor is this .NET Foundation application at dnfprojects.com. Basically, this application automatically harvests data from GitHub related to .NET Foundation projects on a daily basis and keeps track of what the highest growth .NET Foundation projects are based on a variety of different attributes such as pull requests. And I'm excited to announce today that I'm going to be, well, basically this site is already live, but this is another Blazor site, which I recently created called builtonblazor.net with a Twitter handle of builtonblazor. And I'm going to be promoting this in this coming week. Basically, it's a site that allows people to enter the URL of Blazor sites that they've been working on, and it'll validate whether that site is in fact running Blazor, either Blazor server or Blazor WebAssembly, and it'll capture a screenshot of that site. The goal here is to make people aware that there is a lot of sites in the world that are using this technology, and that they should try using it as well. And that concludes my presentation, and I hope that that was informative. And I think that I managed to get in under the wire. So I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Sean. It was indeed a great session, and you filled in a lot of context for folks who are not quite aware of about Blazor or WebAssembly as a whole. So, yeah, definitely let's wait for 1 or 2 minutes for some questions, and if we don't have any, then probably we can move on to the next one.
All right. Yeah,
But
I
in the
know you want to get
meanwhile,
on to, because Michael Washington is a colleague that I've known for many, many years, and I know that he's going to be presenting on how to build applications in Blazor as well. So I'm sure people are looking forward to that.
absolutely. So probably I can just pull in Michael. Hi, Michael. Let's have a good together get together.
Hi, how you doing? Hey, hi, Sean.
How you
Yes,
doing?
yes, I'm doing great.
I was exchanging emails with Michael all day.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, Sean and I are constantly working on some stuff, and I'm also very involved with Octane, and I've recently published a book through syncfusion.com that you can get for free that will walk you through creating custom modules for Octane.
Perfect. So probably, Michael, you can share the link of your book in the chat window, and probably we can share it with all our attendees. And in the meanwhile, we have got a question for Sean. So let's quickly go through it. So Lolo has this question: Has Mono framework vanished, or has it just been renamed?
That is a good question. Well, Mono Framework has definitely not vanished because it showed up in the. I did a top 10, um, a list of the top 10 most popular open source projects from the .NET Foundation, and I know the Mono project was on that list, at least in one category. So I know Mono is still alive and well. I guess the question more is Blazor WebAssembly utilizing Mono? And I don't have a definitive answer to that because I was told that it's not using it at least in the form that it was before, meaning like Mono used to be at least a version behind the .NET framework in terms of um, providing access to the latest API features. Um, but I do see that when you compile a Blazor WebAssembly application, you see Mono is part of the equation, at least part of the linker equation. So I'm just not sure what version of Mono is being used. It's being used. I just don't know what version.
Makes sense. So I hope it answers Lolo, and probably Sean, would you mind doing a quick demo of your site? Probably I have a blog. Probably we can just test it out. I built it using Blazor, so let's see
Oh, you want
how it
to
works.
actually check out
Built on Blazor.
the built on Blazor site?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's just obviously it uses the standard Blazor template that this purple bar on the side that everyone's become familiar with when they see screenshots of Blazor applications. Yeah, so what is the
So I have dropped it in the private chat. Probably you can pick it from there.
okay? Is it too hard for me to type in
No, it's simple. Probably I can just spell it out for you then.
code? Oh, here we go. Okay, I got it. So this is it here.
Yeah.
Code with okay. All right. It's thinking. So of course it has to validate that your site is running Blazor, and then it actually uses a third-party service to add the screenshot. So here it is. Now the screenshot, there it is.
Yes, indeed. So
All
it's
right,
working really well.
and it's using Blazor Server. There you go. Cool. Yep. So it
Yep.
works. All right.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yes.
No
Yeah. So
pressure,
I
Sean.
no, I know. Like running live, of course. No, this is great
Yeah, that's
because
what
like
could go
what
wrong.
because once I announce this, people are gonna probably enter a bunch of stuff in here, and it better work. But yeah, I think that this is one of the questions that seems to come up too often is, who's using Blazor, and what are they using it for? Well, so it would be really great to have, a robust site with a lot of different showcases in it so that people can see what it's capable of. I know Microsoft has already provided their Blazor customer showcase. Um, and so there's a few examples in here as well, but these are much more elaborate. Like if you want to learn, which specific aspects of Blazor were used, or a lot of these are not just Blazor. This one's using Azure Functions, Azure App Service. So, I mean, this showcase talks a lot more detail about what these sites are using, whereas this is just a simple sort of drive-by, drop in a URL and and share with the community.
Perfect then. Thank you, Sean, for building it, and probably we can easily find out which application is using Blazor or not. And this was one question that I had that I frequently used to listen when I was organizing Blazor Conf way back in June last year.
Yep.
So it's great that Microsoft has built a showcase page. So as we have no more questions, so I would like to thank Sean for his time and I know it's pretty late over there, and Michael, I do know that it's also very late for you because you need to go on for next 30 minutes. So
Well,
so
actually, so Michael's actually on the West Coast,
Yeah.
so
It's a little bit better for me. I
it's
got
a
two
little
more.
bit better for him. Yeah. But yeah, and I do want to thank you for putting me up first, because otherwise it would have been like probably 3 or 4 in the morning, and
Yeah.
so the time you chose for me was much appreciated. So thank you.
thank you, Sean, for your time. Have a great day, great weekend ahead. The day is already gone, so
All right.
thank you.
Yep. Good luck, Michael.
Thank you.
Okay, let me quickly pull in Michael's screen, and probably we can get started. So, welcome, Michael.
Thank you.
So Michael is a published author, and he has been a Microsoft MVP, and he has been into this field just a very long time. And Michael regularly blogs about Blazor, and the link of his website is already there in the screen. So I would like to invite Michael to talk a bit about himself, and probably we can get quickly started over it. And just to fill in some context, the demo is going to be based on Octane, right, Michael?
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
The whole demo is gonna be based on Octane, right?
Oh, actually, this one is actually just doing a general Blazor application.
Perfect, makes sense.
Yes.
So the screen
Okay.
is all yours.
Okay. Ready? Okay. Great. Okay. So actually, this is I'm going to be covering building a business application using Blazor. So it's really focused on do you want to use Blazor to build business applications? And I want to kind of cover what would be involved. Again, yes, I'm Michael Washington. I am currently a Microsoft MVP. I have written quite a few books on Blazor, and I have 3 books that you can get for free if you go to syncfusion.com. One on Blazor server, one on Blazor WebAssembly, and the one that's been published just in November, you see on the right-hand side there, is custom Blazor Octane modules. So that is tying into what Sean Walker was talking about. It describes creating a module from scratch. It shows all the code, and there you're creating a Blazor module that also runs both as a Blazor server and a Blazor WebAssembly. So if you want to get dig deeper into what Sean Walker was talking about at the very end of his presentation, you can go to syncfusion.com. You can download that book for free. It's about 100 pages. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about here for the next 25 minutes is, what would it take to create a business application using Blazor? And I'll just have a couple of slides on what is Blazor. I'll cover a couple of the high-level features, but then we're going to spend about 20 minutes of the presentation creating a end-to-end sample, and we're going to cover 100% of the code that you would need to create a business application. So what is Blazor? Again, as Sean Walker kind of talked about, Blazor has 2 modes, Blazor Server App and Blazor WebAssembly. So if you use Visual Studio and you go create a new project, you'll see the option of Blazor Server or Blazor WebAssembly. Blazor WebAssembly is also sometimes called client-side Blazor. And that's actually specifically what Sean Walker talked about at the end of his presentation. It runs completely in your web browser. It's got a couple of downsides, as Sean also covered. However, one of the pluses is that it will run if a person doesn't have an internet connection. So the fact that it runs, basically without internet connection is one of the things that it provides that the Blazor server, on the other hand, doesn't. Blazor server, the Blazor code is running on the server. It communicates with the web browser using a technology called SignalR. And it, of course, has some positives and negatives. The negative, of course, is it does not run offline. The positive is that, especially for business applications, a server database-driven application, it requires a lot less code. One way to think of Blazor Server is think of the Microsoft MVC technology without the postbacks. So looking at, what does it look like? A Blazor app looks like your modern spa applications created by Angular or React. So you see how, you have the buttons there, the sliders there, and again, you don't have the postbacks. Here's another application also created by Steve Sanderson, who's a creator of Blazor. This little flight finder. Notice it's modern. It uses CSS styling, and it just looks like a modern application. So that's what Blazor allows us to do. Some of the features. Blazor is made of components. So on the left-hand side here, I'm showing my Visual Studio Explorer, and the Blazor pages are .razor pages. And those are components, and they, of course, compose, that's what Blazor is composed of. Inside the components, you have UI markup, which is standard HTML markup, and you also have C# code. The C# code can go into a separate file, or it can go into the same file, which is how I'll be demonstrating it today. Blazor primarily operates by bindings. So here it's showing the one-way binding. At the bottom, you have the C# code. Current count has a value. If it's programmatically changed on the UI, which is shown at the top, the value is automatically changed. So the binding just means things are bound to each other. As something changes, it just changes automatically. Binding, of course, can go two ways. So here it's showing how you have a slider, and as a slider moves, it's controlling the C# code, in the, well, changing the value that's in the C# code, and vice versa. Routing is very straightforward. You just decorate a page with a routing, and a person goes to that what you've decorated with, and they can load that control. A control can also have multiple routings. More on components. Components can go inside of components. So here it's showing how we have this razor component, and then we have this counter component, and it's inside that razor component, and it just operates normally. You can also pass parameters to components. So here we're showing how the counter has a starting count that's can be set. So therefore, the parent component can set that parameter. It also, of course, goes all the way around. This technology is what you would normally see with, say, web forms, where you can have a handler, so that when the parent subscribes to the handler, if the child component raises an event, the parent can see it. So this is kind of standard that we've seen through Microsoft technologies. It's also implemented in Blazor. Yet even more, there's certain components like form validators. Again, this is pretty much exactly what you would see in MVC and also web forms, but that's also implemented in Blazor, where it'll manage forms and validations, and just provides some tools to allow you to more easily create business applications. Okay, so we're going to spend the rest of the time creating an end-to-end server-side Blazor application. So this is kind of showing you what we're going to build here. It's an application which will allow people to create accounts and log in. And when they log in, they'll be able to go to this fetch data page, and they'll be able to create weather forecast. And they'll put in the Celsius, the Fahrenheit, they click save, and it shows up on the grid. They can also click the edit button next to any existing forecast, and they can update the values there. In addition, they can go to an existing forecast, click the delete button, and it'll delete. So your standard CRUD functionality. So let's show you what it would take to create that. So here, I'm going to Visual Studio, and I'm searching for Blazor Server. And I then go ahead and select Blazor Server App. I'll click Next. I'm going to call this application end-to-end. And then I click Next. I'm going to select the .NET 6, which is the current one. And for authentication, I'm going to select individual accounts. Go ahead and click Create, and the Visual Studio project is automatically created for me. Now, this is a database-driven application, so I'm going to use the SQL Server Object Explorer in Visual Studio to go to my database, and I'm going to create a new database, and I'm going to also call this database end-to-end. So it's kind of showing you how I'm doing that there. And now I need to get the connection string of that database, and I'm going to add it to the app settings JSON file in the Visual Studio project. So here it's showing how I'm able to go into properties, go to connection string, select the connection string here, and I'm going to go ahead and copy that. And then I'm going to go into the app settings JSON file in the Visual Studio project, and under connection strings, default connection, I'm going to go ahead and paste that connection string in there. So that will allow the application to know how to get to the database. At this point, we can go ahead and hit F5 or debug, start debugging, and we can run the application. So this is showing what happens when it shows up in the web browser. We can click the register button and we can create a new account. When we click register, the application will realize the database hasn't been set up. So the migrations page will pop up and it'll create the membership management tables inside the database. This is something that's only needs to be done one time. There's this register confirmation page that needs to be configured. So if you don't have it configured, you just click on it and it says, okay, you're confirmed. At this point, we can actually log in with the account that we created, and we're logged into the application. I'm going to show you how I can click on the username, and I'll see that there's additional pages for allowing the person to change their password, things like two-factor authentication, which does require some additional configuration, but those pages are added for you automatically. They also add this counter page just so that you can kind of click and see, okay, it kind of works. And they also add this fetch data page. At this point, that's just random data. So what we're going to do is we're going to make this fetch data page actually do something. So the first thing we need to do is we need to create a data layer. And this is kind of how the steps to do that. So we're going to go back into the SQL Server Object Explorer in Visual Studio, and we're going to add a new table. Now I'm going to show you an error that I got when I was creating this video, and I left it in there in case you get the same problem. So if you click Add New Table, if it says, wait, the database is not responding, if you go ahead and you right-click on the database and you select Refresh, then you can try again, and then it should work for you. So I left that in there in case you run into the same problem. So I'm going to say Add New Table, and I'm going to add a new table that will allow me to store the weather forecast. So the table is called Weather Forecast, and this is the process of adding a new table. It prepares the update script. You click Update Database. It runs the script, and now the table is added to the database. So if I click Refresh, I'll see that the table Weather Forecast shows right there. Now this table has a username field in it, and the reason why that's there is we're going to write this code so it only shows the weather forecast for that were entered by the person. So we're going to put some sample data in there, and the username, I'm going to make sure I put webmaster at AWS Web Server, which is the account that I'm using to log in. So we just put some sample data in there so that we can use this, so we can then display it. Okay, this first thing, I'm going to stop it here. EF Core Power Tools. It's a free extension that you can put into Visual Studio, and it allows us to create, to easily create a data context. A data context allows our C# code to communicate with the database. So what you can do is you can either Google EF Core Power Tools, you download it, you install it, and then when you right-click on your solution, it'll show up like it shows in this video here. If you also need to find the link I'll show you at the end of this presentation, blazorhelpwebsite.com, has this entire tutorial that I'm showing you here, and I have the link to EF Core Power Tools. So, but like I said, it's a free tool, and the guy who creates it is just an incredible developer who is just really dedicated to the community, and this is an incredible tool. Okay, so you right-click on the solution, you select EF Core Power Tools, and a menu comes up that says connect to your database. You select the table that you want to make part of your data context layer. You put a couple of options here to say where do I want this data context to be placed in my project? You click OK, and then boom, it's automatically done. If my tables change, I can just rerun this to update the data context. So the data context has created these files here, and we can then programmatically call them. However, I do need to tell the application how the data context is going to connect to the database. So I'm going to go ahead and add the code like this. And this code just simply says the data context will be getting its database connection through the default connection property in the app settings. Also, the weather forecast service, which currently is showing just sample data, we're going to reuse that, and we're going to change it to add scoped, so that there's a single instance for each user rather than the previous setting, which was saying that that instance will be shared amongst all users. Okay, so our data context is set, and we're now ready to start creating our own custom code. The first thing we're going to do is show how to read from the database. Now remember, we did put some sample data in the database so that this will, show something. Now what happens is the data context created a DTO class for weather forecast. So we're going to get rid of the one that was created by the project initially that had fake data. So we're going ahead and delete that. But then we're going to go into the service. Now the service currently has just, sample, not real data. And so we're going to go ahead and we're going to go in there, we're going to open it up, and we're going to get rid of all the code. And then we're going to replace that code with this code. What this code does is this right here basically uses dependency injection to inject that data context that we created so that that shows up as context. And we're going to create our first method called getForecast. It's going to take the current user, and it's going to, using that data context, connect to the weather forecast table. And this where clause simply says, give me all the weather forecast for the currently logged in user. So it just basically returns data. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to that fetch data razor control, which again, currently is just displaying just, not real data. We're going to wipe out all that code, and we're going to replace it with this code. And I'm going to kind of show you what's going on here. So this right here at the top part is the HTML markup. And right now, this HTML markup is wrapped with this authorized view. So if the person is not logged in, they will not see what's inside here. But if they are logged in, they'll see that. So forecast will be the forecast of the current person. So if it's null, it just shows this loading. But if it's not null, which means there's actually some forecast, it's going to show this table here. And in this table, this right here is just the header of the table, but the forecast that the person has, this for each loop says that for each forecast, it's going to display the forecast. And if they're not authorized, it'll show this message down here. Oops, sorry. And current slide. Okay. Now for the code itself, what happens is we have this code here, which basically just has some global variables. Here we get the current person, which is identity name, and then we simply pass that to that get forecast method that we created, and that just sets the forecast. With the binding, when this forecast has data, it will automatically show up on the UI. So if we're not signed in, we'll see we're not signed in, but if we do sign in, we'll then see the data. Let's just take a quick look and see what that looks like. So the first thing is, remember we deleted that additional weather forecast DTO that we didn't need because it was a duplication. We then went to the weather forecast service and updated the code that I walked you through earlier. We then went to the fetch data razor page and removed all that code, and we replaced it with the code that I also covered. And now when we run the application, if we're not logged in and we go to fetch data, it says you're not signed in. However, if we do log in, so it's showing me I'm logging in here. Now when we go to the fetch data page, it then shows us that data that we entered earlier. So the next thing we're going to cover is how do you insert data into the database? We're going to go back to that weather forecast service, and we're going to add a method that simply just inserts a record into the database. We're going to go back to that fetch data eraser page, and in the UI, we're going to add a, this right here is really a normal HTML button, but it basically says that on click, it's going to call a method called add new forecast. It hasn't been created yet, but that's what will happen when the person clicks on that button. Then we have this right here. And what's interesting about this is HTML and it's a pop-up. The thing that makes it a pop-up is this is using Bootstrap. So therefore, the fact that this class is modal, this will show up as a pop-up. However, it will only show, this is wrapped in this C# code that says only if pop-up is true. So only if this value is true will this pop-up show. If the pop-up does show, then there's these inputs here, and they're bound to this OBJ weather forecast global object, which I'll be showing you in the C# code next. But so each of these inputs is simply bound. This is the Celsius, this is the Fahrenheit, this is the summary, and it will just show those values. And when someone changes these values, this object will be that value will be updated. And then when it's saved, it'll save whatever the person currently typed in. When the person's done, they'll click this save button here, which will call this save forecast method, which we're also going to create next. So we have some global variables in the C#. Close pop-up. If they click, if this is triggered, it just simply sets show pop-up to be false, and the pop-up disappears. If they add a new forecast, they click the button to add a new forecast, this is run, and this will set show pop-up to be true, which will cause the pop-up to show. Because it's a new weather forecast, we set the ID to be 0. That's how we know it's a new one. This is a save forecast. It looks like a lot, but when they click the save button, this method is called. The show pop-up is false to close the pop-up. If the weather forecast is a new one, we know because it's 0. This simply just grabs all the values that the person put into, typed in the pop-up. This, of course, sets it to be who the current person is. And this simply calls the create method that we had earlier. And then this down here just simply says, okay, reload the main screen to show the new record we just added. So again, the new button that we created, when they click on it, it causes a pop-up to show. The person types in values. When they click save, the values are saved, the grid is refreshed, and the values show. Let's go ahead and see what that looks like. So again, in that weather forecast service, we're going to add a new method that will just simply insert a record. Now we're going to switch back to the fetch data razor control. This time we're going to add a button at the bottom for that add new forecast. And then we're going to paste in this code for the pop-up. Again, it looks like a lot of code there. However, this will only show if show pop-up is set to be true. We're going to set some global variables. Currently, the pop-up will be set to false by default. We'll have the close pop-up button there. We have the add new forecast that's called when the person clicks the add new forecast button, and when they click save, this will be the save method. Now again, the person needs to be logged in order for the fetch data page to show. We now see a new Add New Forecast button. When we click on it, the pop-up shows. We type in values, we click Save, and the values will then show up on the grid. A couple of things there. Okay, and now updating data. Same thing. Back to the service. I'm going to add a method that does updates. The only real difference here is that it will first search for an existing record. It will then update all the values and then call save changes. Back on that fetch data eraser control. The difference here is that we're going to add a new column, and when there's a button, an edit button, and when they click the button, it's going to call this edit forecast method passing. So remember, on the for each, this right here is the current forecast. So it's going to pass the current forecast as a parameter to the edit forecast method. The edit forecast method simply just takes that current record and sets it as a global variable and then shows the pop-up. This allows the person to make changes. However, this time the ID will not be 0 because it's an existing record, and therefore it's going to go to this else statement, and the else statement simply says just pass that in and do an update. So the only change really here is that we added in the else statement this update. So now the edit button will show. When they click on it, opens up the pop-up, the person makes a change, they click save, and it's just simply updated. Let's go ahead and see what that looks like. Again, we go back to our weather forecast service. We add a new method called update, which I just covered. We go to fetch data. So here I'm going to show how I just completely change that table, but in fact, all I'm doing is adding that column there, and I'll go ahead and I'll highlight that so you can see I'm just adding that new column. And now I'm going to add to this edit forecast, which will open up the pop-up, and then I'm showing you how we add that update section in the save method. So now when we go to fetch data, we click the edit button. It's going to show the pop-up. The person can make changes. So we're going to change it to mild there. We click save. It just updates. And last but not least, how do you delete? Deleting data, you know where this is going. Go back into the service. We add a delete method, which simply says find the record ID being passed in and just remove and call save changes. Go back to fetch data eraser. Now here, what we're going to do is we're going to add the delete button on the pop-up. However, we only want the delete button to show if the record is not a new record. So I wrap it in this if statement. So only if the ID is greater than 0, because if it's 0, it's a new record. Then we just have this delete button, which we'll call the delete forecast method that we're going to create. The delete forecast method just simply says the currently, first says, close that pop-up, global variable for the current weather forecast is selected, just call the delete, and then just refresh the main table. So when the person clicks the edit button, they'll now see a delete button. If they click delete, that record will be deleted. If they were to click the add new forecast, which of course sets the ID to 0, which means it's a new record, the delete button will not show. So everything I covered here is on my website, blazerhelpwebsite.com. I know I went through it pretty fast. You can also, of course, download the completed project. And of course, I have all the links, of course, to things like the EF Core Power Tools. So hopefully I didn't go over my time too much. And there you are.
Thank you, Michael. It was indeed a great session, and it was, I think the speed was pretty much okay, and I think the attendees also agree with me. And yeah, I think this was the session that any new Blazor
Yeah.
enthusiast would ever like to have in. You just quickly build up an CRUD application to do all these operations and get started with it, and then probably they can come up with their own use cases
Of
and
course.
start
Yes.
building. Yeah,
Of course.
start building
Yes.
on their learnings. So
Yes.
it was indeed great. So we have a couple of minutes before the next session starts, so probably we can just wait for 3 minutes for any
Okay.
questions that can come up from
Okay.
the attendees. And to all the attendees, please feel free to ask your questions, and we have some giveaways for folks who have been really active in the chat window and have been asking questions pretty frequently. So do stay do stay tuned till the end of the
Okay.
conference, because
And also, what I can also show really quick while we're waiting for any questions is this was the video for deleting. So this just kind of shows how for the delete method, um, just add that, I would add that delete forecast method to the data access layer. And in the UI here, I go down to the code that has the pop-up, and under next to the save button, I add the delete button. However, it's wrapped in that if then code that says only show this if it's not a new record. And then I implement the delete forecast method. And this just kind of shows how it would look if the person clicks on the fetch data page and they click on an existing record. They'll now see a delete button. They click that, it deletes it. However, if you click the add new forecast, the delete button doesn't show because obviously it's a new forecast and you can't delete it. So I didn't know if I had time for that, but I guess I do.
yeah. So we just have one question, I guess. So
Sure.
it's from Lolo again. So
Okay.
some time ago, created a table tag. That's the table tag, and I wanted to give the user a full Excel-like experience. So I made every cell input tag. It became a little bit slow, but why isn't it been done with input?
Oh, so of course I use input in this demo because I'm trying to keep everything very, very simple. However, mostly you'll want to have a more complex control for greater functionality. However, if you have a lot of controls at one time, it will cause the Blazor app to slow down. What I would do instead is Sean Walker in his presentation had a slide where he showed how you can kind of do low level um, uh, construction of Blazor UI components. Using something like that, where you compose, for example, the entire grid as a single control, will give you better performance. I would recommend looking at some of the controls created by a lot of the component vendors. So Syncfusion, Radzin, Telerik, they all have controls. Some of them, like Blazor Eyes, I think, these controls also with Radzin, they're free. Controls like Syncfusion, they actually give you a free license if you have a business that makes less than $1 million a year. So you might want to look at some of those components to and see if they'll allow you to achieve the functionality that you want. So, but in this case, as far as that particular question, I think that was running into the problem of when you just have too many controls embedded inside each other and they're all on the page at the same time with binding. And that was the thing that also slows it down.
I hope it answers, Lolo. And this one thing that I would request you to do is that, can you please drop your email over there, because we see that you have been engaging a lot, since the beginning of the conference. So we would like to share a JetBrain license for you. So we have the first winner of the day of a JetBrain license. So Lolo, please share your email ID in the chat window, and we'll reach out to you. And clap for you. Okay, so we have one more question from Srinivasan. We'll quickly go through it. So he is asking that, can you please explain about the deployment process of Blazor server apps?
Okay, so on my website, blazorhelpwebsite.com, I actually have a step-by-step tutorial with pictures. So I would recommend that that's what you use. However, personally, all my Blazor apps are deployed on Azure. Again, you can also get a free account on azure.com. And if you use Azure, you literally can right click. If you're using Visual Studio, you can right click on the project node and you select publish. A wizard comes in, it'll walk you through all the steps, and boom. So that's how I publish my Blazor apps. And I publish a lot of Blazor apps, both in my personal open source work as well as in my professional work.
Perfect. So I'll just like to add up a bit more on that. So if you're using a Blazor server app to begin with, the process is very similar how you deploy an ASP.NET Core application
Yes,
from Visual Studio.
because
And
it really is a Blazor. It is a .NET Core app. The Blazor app is truly a .NET Core app. Yeah.
so if you have a WASM one, then you can publish the whole folder, and probably what you can do is that you can deploy it in CDN or maybe an S3 bucket, or maybe in case of Azure, it can be in a blob storage. You just need to configure the index HTML and just
Yeah.
click on the static hosting features, and probably you're up and running.
Yep.
Correct
And
me
if
if
you're
I'm wrong
lazy
here.
like me, even your WASM, Blazor WebAssembly apps, you can also still right click and publish them straight to Azure, and that'll work also. However, if you do it through the Azure static apps like you were, or CDN like you described, you can then avoid, the hosting cost.
Absolutely. And if you're someone who who deploys enterprise workloads and need DevOps for that, you can absolutely do it with Azure DevOps, and the process is again pretty much similar to how you deploy an ASP.NET Core application.
And I
So
do
I
cover
think
that scenario. I do cover that also on blazorhelpwebsite.com. I cover publishing Blazor app using Azure DevOps, and I also have an article on publishing it using the GitHub um, deployment.
actions.
Yeah,
Okay.
GitHub Actions. Yes.
Perfect. So probably Michael can share those links in the chat window, and probably the attendees can have a look at there. And finally, I would like to thank Michael for joining in. And I think we went overboard a bit, but um, thank you for your time, Michael.
Thank you for having
Had
me.
a great time, and looking forward to having you in our future events.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
So let's quickly welcome the next speaker of the day, the Sanjeev Panigrahi. Hi Sanjeev,
Hi.
how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you, Asivad, for inviting me to for this great session. And I also enjoyed Michael's session. Uh, yeah,
It's always a pleasure to have you, Sanjeev. So
yeah,
to just fill in some context, so today Sanjeev is going to talk about gRPC in .NET, and I know this is an exciting topic, and many of you might be interested in this. So Sanjeev works as a senior software engineer at Motorola Solutions, and he has extensive experience in .NET, microservices, and Microsoft Azure. And if I'm not wrong, you also do sessions for the Azure Easy community.
yeah,
Am I correct, Sanjeev?
yes, yes,
Perfect. Yeah,
yeah. So thank you, Asivad. Let me share my screen.
definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, folks, the contest one is still live, and it's gonna stay live till the end of the next session. So do post in any tweets about whatever you feel about the sessions that we do over here with the hashtag .NET Bhubaneswar, so that we can reach out to you, we can trace your tweets, and some of you who are lucky enough can actually get some swags and goodies from our sponsors, and we have a lot of things to give give in the giveaway. So do put in your tweets and do keep engaging in the chat window, so that we can also give you some awards and for that. And Lolo, please do drop in your email address in the chat window, or else you can reach out to us in our Twitter handles. So for me, it's Ashirvad_1998. If you're unable to drop in your emails in the chat window, which usually happens because it doesn't allow @ over there, so you can just send me a message and I can share you the license. And probably once Sanjeev
Yeah,
starts sharing his screen. Yeah,
I think,
perfect.
yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
So
So let me start with the gRPC session. I think,
perfect.
yeah. So I think most of us would have used microservices architecture in our day-to-day life, or at least we have used the client-server communication in our day-to-day life. So here we are going to talk about why we came up with a new protocol called the protobuf, and why we are going to use gRPC. So if some of you might have used like old school WCF and migrated to Web API, and if you are enjoying Web API with REST, then this gonna be a little bit bad news for you guys, because gRPC again moving us to a schema based architecture. So but there are a lot of advantages over it. So if nowadays if you are using grp REST APIs like microservices, if I am going to ask you a question like how you are going to if let's say I want to do a streaming, then you cannot do that with normal HTTP protocol or the REST API, because it's a stateless mechanism where you cannot have any state maintained, and once the client makes a request and it gets a response, then you are going to say me that we have a WebSocket on that, and we can use WebSocket for that. That's true, but with all these technologies are on HTTP 1 and 1.1. But if I say we have HTTP 2, and which supports most of the HTTP fundamentals with a push notification as well. So that means HTTP 2 can replace your WebSocket as well as HTTP. So most of the REST-based architecture are on client libraries, if I'm not wrong. So client libraries can be your browser, or it can be a service which making another service. Let's say you are on .NET. .NET Core, you can use HTTP client as a HTTP client framework as a HTTP client that is maintained by Microsoft. And if you are on Python, that can be the Python is maintaining its own HTTP client. So let's say I'm communicating an .NET client with an Python server, and the Python server is on HTTP 2, but my .NET client is on HTTP 1. So if you are going to use this mechanism, then you are not leveraging the HTTP 2 benefits on top of on your application. So what is the benefit of HTTP 2? Is like when normally in HTTP 1, let's say I have three files and I want to make a request, I have to make it makes three separate TCP channel, and it gets the file. But in case of HTTP 2, it can do the multiplexing, and it can use the same TCP channel to get the data. So for this session, our agendas will be what is gRPC, and introduction to protobuf, and why gRPC was invented, and we'll have a quick demo. And if you have any question, you can post on the channel. I can either answer those questions later also if I get it. So let's get into this. So what is gRPC? So gRPC is nothing but a remote procedure call. So earlier we used to make if you are on REST architecture, you normally make an API call to the server, and you get the result. But in case of gRPC, we directly call we directly call a remote procedure. So internally, it implements HTTP 2, but it is hidden. It is not visible to gRPC. Sorry, it is not visible to the outside world. So, and gRPC internally uses protobuf as a schema. So it like your REST-based things are communicated on top of JSON. And if you remember, if you are in WCF, then those days we used to use XML as a SOAP, as we use SOAP architecture, and XML is the communication protocol. So, and 5 we are talking about, 5 we are talking about protobuf, because gRPC is entirely implemented on top of protobuf. So we are going to see how the protobuf looks like. So if I'm going to show you, like, let's say I have a JSON file and a byte array file, the size will be very the protobuf byte file will be really smaller than the JSON file. And if you have a SOAP file, then SOAP architecture, and if you have an XML file, your XML will be much larger than JSON file, and your protobuf byte array will be very smaller than your JSON file. So we are going to see all those things. So let's go ahead and see what we have. So normally the client-server communication happened over SOAP, REST, or GraphQL, or server-side eventing and WebSockets and raw TCP. So in case of SOAP, those who are from old school, like back in 10 years back, who were in .NET framework, those might have used the WCF, which is Windows Communication Foundation, which was entirely based on SOAP protocol. So there we used to communicate with your XML services, XML data structure. Whereas in case of REST, we came up with JSON data. Then we have Facebook developed its own communication protocol called GraphQL and made it open source. Then we had server-side eventing, where the server pushes the data into the client. And we have WebSockets for streaming, like let's say, if I'll ask you a question that let's say you are searching in YouTube, you are searching for a content. So let's say you typed something like .NET gRPC. YouTube gives you a lot of information, and it is not like YouTube gives for single request it gives you a whole bunch of response. That's not going to happen, because otherwise your client is going to be bloated, because that's a lot of information. So what it does, it sends chunks of data, not the whole data. So the internal, I'm not saying that YouTube is implementing gRPC or WebSockets, but it is not going to send you the normal request response architecture, where you get send a request and you get a response. So, and another was raw TCP. So the problem with the REST architecture was, let's say I'm asking you, you are uploading let's say 3 TB of file, and I am going to ask you, let's go ahead and implement the progress bar. You have to do a long polling, and you have to see how much data has been uploaded. There is no way the server is going to give you the response back on top of REST, where you will get the information that you have this much data uploaded. For that, you have to either go for the WebSocket. WebSocket has its own advantage and disadvantage. So that's where the Google came into the community, and it implemented gRPC, because you have a lot of information, like you have REST, you have WebSocket, you have TCP, all these things. So Google came into picture and said, I'm going to maintain all these things. Nobody is going to create its own client library, like the Microsoft is not going to create its own client library, HTTP client library. Python is not going to make its own HTTP client library. And I'm going to use protobuf, which is your language agnostic. So what is a protobuf file? Let's go ahead and take a look on our, I have a sample protobuf file. So I'm going to show you. Here is an employee protobuf file. So whenever you in your .NET or Visual Studio, in Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code, you have to in Visual Studio Code you have to install your proto extension. Otherwise, it is not going to recognize the proto extension file. So this is normal. I have created a normal protobuf file where if you see, I have an employee schema, which has ID, name, and salary. And the types are like the int32, string, and int32. And the syntax is proto3. I think this is the latest version of the protocol buffers. So this is done by the Google. This is the latest version. So you have to put the syntax as syntax equals to proto3, and then you are going to put your schema structure like messes. Inside that, I have I'm going to send an employee, which has schema like ID 1 and name equals to 2 and salary. These 1, 2, 3 are the ordering on which the serialization is going to happen. So that's the sequence the serialization is going to happen. Otherwise, the protocol compiler will not recognize which order these values are serialized. And after that, I have another schema called employees, which is going to return a list of employees. So for that, you have to use repeated. So this is a sample protocol buffer file. You can see how the normal protocol file are designed. So then we are going to see I think I covered this one, why gRPC was invented. One concern was that we have a lot of client libraries roaming around, like we have .NET HTTP client library, and we have Python client library, and the major client libraries are, you can say, all your browser, your Google Chrome or your Firefox. They're all the client libraries. The problem with them is, let's say we have a bug on the HTTP1, we have a security bug on the HTTP1, then all the different client libraries are going to be migrated and going to be patched. So that's a very tedious task. That's where Google came into picture. They said that we are going to invent a new protocol, new protocol with a new communication framework, that is gRPC, and we are going to maintain everything. You don't have to maintain anything, and that's where it came into picture. And gRPC is they are really platform independent. Whether you create a protocol buffer file in your Windows and take it into a Linux platform, it is going to work. There is going to be no change. And then came into picture they are highly performant, and then so and protocol buffer gRPC uses HTTP2. I think in the .NET 6 they have used the HTTP3 also. But the problem with is that still in our internet world, I think more than 50% websites are running on HTTP1. So it will take some time to everyone to move to HTTP2, and gRPC is I think it's new to the community. I think they developed it in 2015, and it's still not highly adopted. But still, the performance is really good. There are a lot of companies who have used it in production. We are going to see how Spotify moved from a protocol that they developed, and then they moved to gRPC. What was the problem? So if you can say that, Sanjeev, we can implement our own protocol and we can use it. You are welcome, but I'll show you what happened with Spotify, why they moved from their own protocol to gRPC. We are going to see that in 10-15 minutes. So next is introduction to protobuf. I think this protobuf was earlier there. I think those who have used WCF, they would be suggesting me that, Sanjeev, we can use the binary serialization, but why we need a protobuf? But the problem with binary serialization is that binary serialization keeps a lot of metadata and all. Protobuf doesn't keep those information. That's the major difference what I have found in protobuf and binary serialization. And I think protobuf is there in for 10-12 years, so I think it's really good to use. Then let's see how the normal gRPC communication happens. So normally the gRPC client uses a HTTP2, which is multiplexed on top of your TCP network. So that's where they communicate with a dot proto file. But the problem is the gRPC client and server, they are tightly coupled. In case of JSON, you can put anything and you can send it to the client. They are not tightly coupled. But in case of gRPC, they're tightly coupled. That's again, we are going back to the WCF era, where we have a WSDL and you have the schema. And now you will say, Sanjeev, you are making us, you are binding us with a schema which we don't like. Yeah, that's true. But if you are in a microservice world and you know your service each other, then you can use gRPC. If you are into PubSub model, I think gRPC is not that much highly adopted in case of PubSub model. But if you are making your service calls directly, then gRPC would be a great choice. So we are going to see so we are going to see how the gRPC service, what are the types of gRPC service, and we don't require like a lot of different architectures, like or a lot of different anatomies, like your WebSocket, your HTTP1 and server-side eventing. Those things are not required because gRPC is the is a singleton solution for everything. So we are going to see the modes of gRPC. So there are like 4 modes of gRPC. One is your unary. So unary RPC is where you make a request to the server, and server gives a response back to you. So that's the normal unary RPC. Then your server-side streaming. So in server-side streaming, what happens? You make a request to the server, and the server gives you data back in chunks of data. Like, it is not going to give you all the data. We are going to see in a demo session how the server-side streaming happens on top of RPC. Similarly, the client-side streaming, where client sends in a stream to the server. And the bidirectional stream is like this is happening in the both direction. Let's say if you are on the gaming zone where 2 players are playing, so in that case it needs a bidirectional streaming. So we are going to see the demo of the gRPC. I have a gRPC to-do application where we have create to-do task, where we can create some task, and we are going to read those tasks, and we're going to stream those tasks. So I have this to-do application console web application, and I have a to-do client. So this to-do server has a to-do protocol file, which is a schema. So if you see, I have a syntax I have put the syntax as proto3, and the to-do proto inside my to-do proto file, I have a package called to-do package. So this is going to create inside a namespace called to-do package. You can put the namespace also, but I have not put the namespace. So I have created 3 services, where one remote procedure call would be create to do, another is to read to dos, and another is read to do stream. So create to do will create the to do task for what I'm going to do today, like I'm going to read today, or I'm going to write today, or I'm going to eat breakfast. So these items we are going to build a to do app. So this is the create to do create to do service is going to do. Then read to do is like it is going to read all the to do items and send it back to the client. And read to do streams, what it is going to do, it is going to read one by one and send the data in a stream or in a chunks. So this create to do takes a parameter called to do item. So this is my schema of the to do item where I have an ID and I have a text, and it returns at the same to do item which it has created. So this is the syntax of your service call. And I have read to do's which doesn't take any parameters. So this is how you create a parameter. You can put it like empty and create empty here, or you can do a void no param. You can give it any name which gives you significance. So, and it returns to do items. My to do items are list of to do item. So if you remember, in case of the employee profile, I told that this is the schema of list where you need to make it as repeated. And the read to do stream, it is going to stream the to do items. It is going to stream one by one data. I will make single request, but it is going to send chunks of data to me. We are going to see all these things in this demo. So this is my to-do file, to-do.proto file, and this is my to-do service file. So here what I have done, so whenever whenever you have a to-do proto file, and I have the dependency for, let me show you. I have added gRPC ASP.NET Core package. So whenever you build the application, it internally creates the necessary files for the gRPC clients. Sorry, gRPC servers. So in case of this one, I have to do service where it is derived from the to-do base. It is created by on its own when you build with the proto file. So if I show you this is the to-do grpc.cs which gets generated on its own by the grpc ASP.NET Core package. You are not going to do anything here. Like if you see, it is a designer generated code. So whenever you add a to-do proto file and you add grpc.NET Core, it automatically generates these files internally. You don't need to do all these things. So here what I have done, I have taken a to-do list item, and this is my, I have initialized inside my constructor, I have initialized the to-do item. And here are my implementation for the services which I defined inside my to-do.proto file. So here, what I'm in the create to do, what I am doing, I'm adding it to the list, and I'm sending the same to do item back, because this already has, this is added to my list. And if you see, I have read to dos. Inside this, what I am doing, I am creating to do items, and inside the to do items, if you see, I have, this is to do items, and we have the variable called items. And to that, I'm adding the range of, I'm adding a list of items which I have already in my list. And inside in read to do stream, what I'm doing for each loop on to do items where I'm storing my data, and I'm doing a thread.sleep for 10 seconds, and then I'm writing it back to the response stream. So what is the best idea, best way to do is when you can just do override. It is going to show you all the services which you have created in your to-do.proto file. So you just need to implement this way. So this is the shortest way to do that. Okay. So this is my server-side implementation, and let's go to the startup file. I have something on the startup file. So in the startup, I have added the add grpc. So this is to make sure that your application is using the grpc. And I have added the add singleton to do service. Normally, it is not going to be singleton pattern. Normally, we follow either per curl or per service based. But I have used a singleton here because I wanted to keep the to do items list for the entire lifetime of my application server. So here what I have done, I have added the map grpc service, and I have given the to do services. And this is the I think others are like the use routing and use endpoints. These are normal .NET web application fundamentals. If you have used, you would be knowing that. I'm not going to discuss all those things. I'm just going to discuss about the grpc part. So then in the program.cs, is the grpc uses http2, and http always uses the encryption platform. It cannot use the normal http protocol. So it needs to be https. So what I have done, I have asked my I had some problem with my local machine. So what I have done here, I have added the http2 protocols, and on the I have forcefully asked the Kestrel to run on port 5000 on http2 protocol. So this is the part which I have externally added. If my OS platform is Windows, then run it on http2 with 5000 port. So if your platform is, if your Visual Studio is running perfectly fine with HTTPS, you don't need to do all these things. You just directly call configure web host, create a default builder, and configure web host default. You don't need to do all these things. So this being said, let me run it. Let me check if it is working. So let me see. Okay, so my server is running at on localhost 500, sorry 5000. Now we are going to see the client part. The client part is normally, it looks like similar to your WCF, where you build the communication channel, then use the communication channel to make the call. Similarly, here also gRPC, we are doing the same thing. So what I have done here, normally it listens on the HTTPS protocol, but I have forcefully made it to run on HTTP 5000. I have set it that support the unencrypted HTTP2, because it's a developer environment. So that's where I have forcefully set the server address to 5000. If your machine is running perfectly fine with HTTPS, then you just put it like this. You don't need this part. So this is, yes, before going ahead, I need to mention another thing. Whatever the proto file which you have created here, this needs to be copied to your client also. That's where I told these are your gRPC is schema binded, so they are bound to follow the same schema. You cannot say that whatever I want to put inside my server and a different thing on the client, it is not going to work on that way. So if you see your if I see in case of normal JSON, you can send dummy data. It is not going to create any problem. But here you cannot send the dummy schemas. You cannot alter the schemas. So here I have copied the same todo.proto file. And another thing you need to do when you add it here here you need to make the gRPC services, because we are inside the client, you explicitly you need to mention your gRPC services as client. And here if you see, in case of the server part, yeah, here the gRPC services you need to mention as server. So that's how when the compiler sees the proto file, it generates its auto generation code based on the server side and based on the client side. So let's go to our client code. Let me see. Yeah. So here is my client code. What it is doing, I just created a gRPC channel for the server address. Then I passed that channel to the client. I think those who have used WCF, they would be knowing it good, because they are also use the channel factory to create the communication channel. Here also we are doing similar kind of thing, but it's a little bit different. So here I'm now going to run, if you see here what I do, I created the 4 to-do item and send it to the client with the to-do request, so that we can read those 4 items back from the server, and we can stream those 4 items back from the server. So first let's do the create to-do list. So let me do debug. Yeah. So if you see now, it is going to, yeah. So it added those tasks into my server. So if you see, here is my code. So it first added the to-do request 1, which is your wake up. Then it added the to-do request 2, which is takes hour. It added that to-do request 3, which is eat breakfast. Then to-do request 4 is go to office. So we are getting the response back, and we are just printing those responses over here. Now, in the next, what we are going to do, we are going to see the read. We are just reading all the to-do items from the server. So here, what we are going to do, if I will press enter, we are reading it from the server. So it took all the items and it just printed. So it is a normal unary gRPC or unary RPC, I can say. Next is our streaming. The streaming part is little bit so streaming part is a little bit complicated here. So what we make, we make the read, we make the call to the streaming service. Then from the streaming service, what we do, we read all the items asynchronously one by one. So if you see, I have inside the for each loop, it is going to send us the items in chunks. It is not going to send all the items, though we are making single call. It is going to give us the data in chunks, because it is not. If you see my service to the service here, if you see, it is writing the response stream after each 10 seconds. So my client is going to wait 10 seconds for all 4 chunks. That means it is going to wait for 40 seconds. So if I press enter, now it is streaming data from the server. Let's see. It is going to first print the wake up, then the text hour. Yeah. Yeah, so it completed. It read the data bit by bit. It didn't read all. The server didn't send all the data at a time. It just send the data each 10 seconds. So this is how your server-side streaming works in case of gRPC. So if you are developing, let's say, I can say a trading application or something like that, then gRPC is going to help you a lot. So I think it's really fast. We have some comparison on that, and gRPC is in real life scenario, gRPC is better than normal REST API calls. So that's a simple demo application. And I was talking about Spotify. So Spotify, if you see, Spotify also created its own protocol called Hermes. Because they wanted they didn't want to use the REST-based architecture. They created their own protocol called Hermes. But the problem with Hermes was that the Hermes came from a name called the Greek god. So the problem with Hermes was, whoever a new employee comes into Spotify, they have to learn all about the Hermes protocol and everything. And the problem with outside Spotify, nobody knew the Hermes. So integration was really difficult. That's why they moved out of Hermes to the gRPC. If you guys are using Spotify in your day-to-day life, then in the production they are using the gRPC. So now let's discuss about the pros and cons of gRPC. So the good thing about gRPC is that it's a single client library, and Google is going to maintain it. It's not the responsibility of, let's say, Microsoft is creating HTTP client. So Microsoft's responsibility is to maintain that. If someone has created Python client library, then it's that guy's responsibility is to maintain that. But in case of gRPC, Google is going to do all these things because they made it open source and they are the owner of that. Another good thing is about gRPC is that you can cancel the request. In case of this one, let's say I am doing a streaming and I want to cancel the request. I can do that by sending a cancellation token to the server, and in the server I can implement the cancellation token and I can close the connection. But if the same question, if I ask you, can you cancel a request in case of REST, you cannot do that. If someone is saying that you can do that, no, that is not possible, because once you send the request and the request goes through the TCP channel, you don't have, even if you cancel it from the client, the server can reach the request can reach the server. And gRPC is really highly performant, and it supports bidirectional streaming. We saw the server side streaming. And if I have already told, let's say in case of REST, I ask you to implement progress feedback. Let's say the progress bar, how much progress has been happened for my upload service. Then you have to do a hell lot of work. But in case of gRPC, it's really simple, because you are constantly in touch of in communication with the server. You have a communication channel. The server can stream you the data, so you don't have to do that. And if I discuss about the cons, the cons is like, again, I already told, it is a schema-based architecture, and we are forcing everyone to follow the same schema. And if, let's say, I am integrating someone is integrating outside of my organization, someone is integrating my service, it would be difficult for him to, as we are imposing the schema on him. In case of JSON, we can say that, see, we have this much data, whatever data is needed for you, you can use those data out of the JSON. But in case of this one, you have to share your proto file with them. They need to use the same proto file. That's you are just what I can say. We are going back to the same arena from where the rest came into picture. So again, another thing is gRPC is a thick client because it is meant it is language agnostic, and it is maintaining everything. And another thing is gRPC is not supported by all the proxies. I think the Nginx and HA proxies are supporting gRPC. I'm not sure about the other proxies which are on our layer 7. If you are aware about OSI models where we can have proxies on top of layer 4 or layer 7. On top of layer 7 I know Nginx and HA proxies are supporting gRPC. Not sure about Envoy if it is doing that. I need to check, but I have never saw Envoy supporting gRPC. And gRPC is still not widely adopted. If you see, most of the cloud provider is also not supported yet on all their services with gRPC. That's another problem. Another thing is error handling. In case of your HTTP protocol, you know that these status codes are, let's say 200 is my success, and 201 is your 400 is 400 404 is not found. Your 500 is internal server error, because you know these status codes. But in case of gRPC, it is not any generic error codes are not there. Whatever, you need to implement your own error codes. That's I think the major drawbacks of gRPC. I think I have covered most of the things. Thank you, guys. And for these things, I have followed Hussein Nasir from one of the guys who do the backend engineering. So, and if you have any question, you can post it on the chat window. I can answer those. Otherwise, I can take it later. Yeah, thank you.
Sure, Sanjeev. Thank you for a technical deep dive on gRPC. Though there are some constraints, but definitely it looks like a promising tech to move ahead with.
Yeah.
So, would you like to suggest any links or any resources which our attendees can actually fall back to after?
Yeah, definitely. I can give that. So that,
Perfect.
yeah.
So probably they can just get started with it and play around it with it, make something and get started, right?
Yeah.
So okay, there's one question from Lolo.
Mhm.
Um, so if I'm sorry, he or she asks that if mobile device disconnects, bad network coverage, who engages the reconnect, and is it happening quite seamlessly? Timeout or
Yeah,
number of
so
retries?
that's a good question. So in case of .NET 6, I think retry has been introduced with the timeouts also. But if you are in .NET 5, I'm not sure. Timeout was on over there. But in case of .NET 6, they have it has been added with the retries. Yeah.
Perfect. So, Lulu, I don't see your email yet. Please do share it with me because I do need to share the license with you. So, I'm looking forward to your email and just an email address. Don't drop me a mail. Just your email address. That should be enough to share the licenses. And we have one more question. So, how can we implement security in gRPS?
gRPC internally uses the HTTP2, which takes care of your HTTPS which communicates on top of HTTPS. So I just implemented HTTP because my developer machine was having some certificate issue. Normally, the security is implemented on in case of in your transport layer with the certificates with and HTTP 2 was introduced because it has the security was good, and it was the performance was really good. So that's one of the aspect where you can implement because gRPC internally implemented on top of HTTP2.
Perfect. That makes sense. I hope it answers So probably we don't have any more questions, and if they do, I'm gonna forward it to you.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
thank you, Sanjeev, for taking
Yeah,
some time out, and I know it's pretty late for you.
yeah,
You
that's
stay
fine.
across time zones. So probably I'll reach out to you for future events, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great
So
weekend too.
thank you. So let's move on to the next session that is going to be given by James Montemagno.
Hey
Hi, James.
everyone. Oh, I have a crazy background. Let me change my background. I was testing this out earlier. There we go. Much better. How are you
Looks
doing?
great. I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing well. Yeah, it's been fun to watch and actually learn. I got to like watch all of Nisha's session, which was great. And then I always love learning about gRPC because I still feel like I should know a lot more, seeing that I work at Microsoft, but I don't. So
Absolutely. There's a lot of things to learn, and probably Nisha set quite a precedent for you to, talk
always
about.
does. He always
Yeah.
does.
So, there are a lot of folks who are really interested to learn about building hybrid apps with Pleaser. So probably there can be some questions later in the Q&A.
Yeah.
So let's not take more time and probably get started. So to introduce you, so Nish is gonna talk about native cross-platform apps with .NET MAUI, and as you all know, James has been talking a lot of Blazor off late. I'm really sorry, pardon me for that. So probably the screen is all yours, and probably you can get started. I have already delayed your session by 5 minutes, and apologies for that again.
No, no worries, no worries. Well, thank you so much for having me. It's always good to be back and always fun to watch all this amazing content because there's just so much happening in the world of .NET. As more and more developers join the .NET ecosystem and just more libraries and more platforms to reach, it's always really exciting. So yeah, like you said, I've been a .NET developer for like 15 years. I was just talking with some coworkers about this, my journey when I got started, and while Nish, in the keynote, he's always been really focused now on microservices and where that is going. I've always really been focused on mobile and desktop. Nish and I worked together, I guess almost for 9 years now, at Xamarin and now at Microsoft. So we had a lot of overlap in the mobile and desktop space. And he went on to, the back end and to the microservices. And I really continued on the front end. And it's really exciting because, as .NET progresses, also so does the frameworks to build for across different platforms. So what I'm going to be talking about tonight is not only building mobile and desktop apps with just .NET MAUI, but also how to build hybrid applications with Blazor and .NET MAUI together. So I'll touch on that a little bit, and I should have plenty of time for questions. How's that sound?
Perfect. That sounds interesting, and we already have a question on Maui. So all the best, James.
Cool. Yeah, go
Thank
ahead
you
and
again.
ask them up, and we'll queue them up, and then I think I can see the comments here too. So I'll watch here as well. I think you can use gRPC and .NET MAUI as well. I wouldn't see why not. So it's all the same libraries, just like you could use Entity Framework or things like that. So, which is totally true. I will totally
Perfect.
watch the chats from YouTube, and I'll try to answer them as I go. If they're relevant, also come back at the end. Cool.
Definitely. So the screen is all yours.
Awesome. Cheers. So like I said, I'm James Montemagno. I work at Microsoft on our developer community team. And when I'm not developing mobile applications, I'm talking about mobile and desktop applications. And today I'm going to talk about .NET MAUI, which is our evolution of Xamarin Forms, which is a way of building native cross-platform applications across iOS, Android, Mac, and Windows. I'm also going to talk about hybrid applications too. So if you're a web developer, how you can take your web applications and bring them to iOS, Android, Mac, and Windows natively and access those native APIs. So you've probably seen this slide a few times, but with .NET, we truly want you to be able to build for every single platform, whether it's web, desktop, microservices, games, IoT. We want you to enable you to build libraries and share code and knowledge across all of them while using world-class tools, whether they're from us or from other companies out there building on top of .NET and making it awesome. Microsoft, we try to provide end-to-end solutions for .NET, whether you're building in VS Code on a Mac or in Visual Studio or at the command line. We have everything for you. Now, when I think about the world of individuals out there in the world, there's a lot of different people with a lot of different devices, whether it be on mobile with iOS and Android or be on desktop with Mac and Windows. This is the vast majority of devices today that are really encompassing our world. And every single day, these individuals need to get access to applications and mission critical information. But they also need, we need to make sure that the applications that we're developing for them are also accessible, can be translated into their native language that they're speaking, and is using the latest features of these devices to really bring a world-class experience. So for us, we understand that there's a lot of different ways of building applications for these different platforms, whether you're a web developer, a native language app developer, or a C++ developer too. There's ways of writing code for these platforms, but we always find it better if you could be one language, one framework, one runtime to build and deploy beautiful applications across all of them. So as .NET developers, we want to not only be able to build for these different platforms, but also leverage the vast, amazing .NET ecosystem and community for knowledge, for libraries, and a lot more. So this is really our vision, to enable developers to build cross-platform native applications for these different devices, all using .NET. And this means that we want our applications to have beautiful native user interface, no matter where you're running your application on. You need to have access to native APIs, so you have access to the power of those platforms, integrate those latest features for your users. And of course, you want it to be fast and performant as well. So what's great is that with .NET, you're able to leverage these different capabilities and compile your applications natively on each platform. So for a long time, Xamarin applications, which are ways of building iOS and Android applications with .NET, have always been natively compiled to take advantage of ahead of time compilation for both iOS and Android and enable you to really get really fast applications. And what we want to do is give you all of those different tiers of creating great applications with a single cross-platform framework that you can use to build for any platform you desire. So if it's one or all four, and that's .NET MAUI, the .NET multi-platform app UI. So build everything once in C# and .NET. You can build your user interfaces cross-platform with XAML or with C# in your code behind. You can leverage a single project system and a single code base, deploy to all these different devices. And we're launching .NET MAUI in Q2 of this year, that is 2022. So you can really build truly a native cross-platform application to go across iOS, Android, Mac, and Windows and deploy it everywhere, all from a single project. I'll talk about some of the things that really, to me, excite me about .NET MAUI is that the cross-platform part of cross-platform has gotten better than ever with .NET MAUI. So it truly is going to be the most productive way to create these native performant applications from a single code base. So here's an example of our Hello World application running natively across these different platforms. And I figure I could talk to slides or just sort of show you this here. So let's go ahead and boot it up really quick here. So I'm going to open up Visual Studio 2022, the preview version. Since .NET MAUI is in preview here, I'm going to have Visual Studio 2022 preview installed. And let me show you what that looks like with the Visual Studio installer. So you can have multiple versions of Visual Studio installed side by side. So I actually still have 2019, but I also have the 2022 preview here. And when I go to modify, you'll see that I've installed with Visual Studio 2022 this mobile.NET development. And that includes the .NET MAUI preview right there. So you get everything all in one. Of course, you still have the Xamarin tooling too. So if you're developing your existing Xamarin Forms applications, those can live side by side the .NET MAUI bits and pieces as well. So I'm going to create a new project here. And what I've done is I've simply, from the drop down, selected MAUI. There's all the different applications in here, but we have MAUI here. And we have a blank application, a .NET MAUI Blazor app that I'll talk about later, and also a class library, but I'm going to create a new app. And let's just call it Maui App 12. That sounds perfect. And what this will do is it'll give me everything I need to start building a cross-platform application with .NET Maui. This is going to differ vastly if you've ever developed any applications with Xamarin Forms at all in the past. So the first thing that I want to point out over here is that we actually have just a single, go ahead and zoom in here. There we go. A single project called Maui App 12. And we can see that I have still an app and a main page. And if I drop down, I have my Android, iOS, Mac Catalyst, and Windows dependencies right here, bringing in .NET Maui. So everything is combined into the single platform for cross-platform development. And what that means is that inside of here, I have a few different things. I have some properties like launch settings, similar to web development. I have these platforms folders, which I'll talk about in a bit. I also have resources, such as fonts and images and app icons all in a single place. And I'd also put things like resources, like resx files for translations in there too. And then I have my main application over here, which is really nice. So I'm going to do really quick. I have some tooling oddness where I have to load and unload really quick, and then it's all good to go. But what this looks like, if I just show you the CS proj, so what's actually behind here is that it's a multi-targeted application. So this is really cool. It's a really powerful feature of .NET, which means I'm able to build from one project to deploy to multiple platforms. So I don't have to have an iOS or an Android or a Windows or a Mac project. And so you'd have like 5 or 6 projects in there. You just have one, which is nice. But what I want to do is also show specifically a little bit of this project, because it integrates cross-platform pieces into the application, such as this application title. So this is the name of my application. So I don't have to go find 20 different files to update it. My app identifier. So normally your app identifier is the same across different applications. So it's all in here. Version numbers. So this makes was really nice, because this makes integrating into continuous integration a breeze. So you can just have one place to bump your version number. And then .NET Maui will handle automatically changing the version number on the natively compiled app. Down here, we can see that we have this item group, which is really cool. And what this is doing is specifying our app icon, our splash screen that will be compiled up across iOS and Android and Mac and Windows automatically for you. So you just specify an SVG for your app icon and your splash screen and a color, and it handles all of the work for you automatically, so you don't have to configure anything. And then also, it also handles here cross-platform images and fonts. So if you want to use custom fonts like Font Awesome or Ionicon or things like that, you can put it in there. I also want to note that there's SVG support built in natively. And what's great about that is that when you compile your application, the SVG will automatically be scaled up and scaled down for different resolutions on the different platforms. Just give us an SVG and it'll handle the rest for you. On here, we can see that on Windows, it's natively using the Windows App SDK to build WinUI 3 applications. And that's it. It's actually a super minimal, lightweight file here, just a few lines of code, but it packs in tons of different native capabilities right here. And the other thing I'll show you too is that in the platforms folder, we have native app code if we want to access it. So for example, on Android, we have our main activity, which is a Maui app activity, and I can write Android specific code here. We can see the Android namespaces, but it's using, modern C# 10 features like file scope namespaces, for example, right here. So that's really, really cool that you have all this available to you, built right in. The main application is just a few lines of code here, and it handles everything for you for Android. So if you need to write, if you want to come in and say using Android Bluetooth, for example, you have access to those APIs right there. Same thing is true if you were to open up the Windows application. We can see we're using Microsoft UI.xaml, and there's a Maui Win UI application here, but there's very minimal code that is needed for the different projects, which is really, really cool. So one thing that we'll note here is that the actual application should look pretty similar if you've developed any Xamarin or Xamarin Forms applications. In fact, a vast majority of Xamarin Forms applications will be easily able to upgrade. In fact, the session after this is all about upgrading your Xamarin Forms apps to .NET MAUI. So stick around for that. There's going to be a command line tool to help you upgrade. But one thing that you'll note over here, if I open the main page.xaml, is that these things should look a little familiar. There's scroll views, grids, labels, buttons, images. The difference is that this is using the .NET MAUI namespace, and it's actually using controls that have been built from the ground up to be hyper performant on the different platforms. They use a new technology that the team developed to simplify rendering native controls from cross-platform UI. The also difference here is that we have this MAUI program application, and this is very similar to the startup file on a web application in .NET 6 or a Blazor application. So it uses the same patterns. We have a builder host here. We can say it's using a MAUI app. We can configure fonts. We can configure dependency systems and a whole bunch more too, which is really, really nice. The other thing I'll talk about in a bit is actually how to not only write and access those native APIs like I showed you, but also the cross-platform APIs that are built into .NET MAUI. But let's go ahead and get this up and running, and I'll show you something that's really neat here too, is the debug menu. And the debug menu actually allows you to pick what platform you want to deploy on. So for example, I can come into the framework and I can decide to deploy to Android, iOS, Mac, or Windows. For Mac, you have to be on a Mac. For iOS, you can deploy to a remoted iOS simulator or directly to an iPhone that's plugged into your Windows machine. And of course, Android to an Android device or emulator. Or Windows is really nice because you can just hit Windows machine and automatically get it up and running right away, compiled right on your desktop. So you don't have to worry about emulators or simulators or things like that. So it'll automatically detect all of your different devices that are plugged into your machine. So it's going to compile up my app and then deploy here. So let's give it a second to deploy as it compiles up over here. Perfect. And again, like I said, this is using all of the latest Windows WinUI 3. I can resize my window here. That's a very simple button click counter. What's nice about this is that if I go ahead and let's say pin this over here, let's go ahead and do that. I can come into perhaps my XAML over here, and we can see everything is this primary color. I can make that maybe red, for example. I'm going to just hit save, and we can see that hot reload is built right in. So I'm changing resources of my application. I can say a blue, for example, here, and it'll change automatically, and everything is automatically adjusted here to these dynamic colors, which is really cool. The other thing is that I can come in to the code behind of this application where we're incrementing this counter, and we can use .NET Hot Reload too. So here, for example, it's using a count plus, and it's incrementing by 1, but I'm going to say plus equals 10, and I should just be able to hit save. Let me make sure I have the Hot Reload button over here. It's somewhere over here. Perfect. This little hot reload button here. I have it on save, but you can also hit it manually, and then I'll apply my code changes. So now you can see it update by 10 automatically. So I'm actually able to change the code behind, the C# code behind that's running, and the user interface at the same time, which is really neat. So if I was to add new controls into the application, like an entry over here, I could add that in here. I guess it's going to be up top somewhere, so that might not actually work how I want. Let's see. I guess it's going to be 0. That might override it. So it's actually not really a stack layout. So it's actually up here somewhere. So it's hidden, which is not super good. So it's got the same background color. So that's probably not what I wanted. So that's probably not the best example, but it's hidden over here on this page. And we can see it's kind of down here. So I could set the background color to red, for example, and that should hopefully pop up. Maybe let's see. Not sure why it's not going, but I think it's just overlapped right now. We can see like the native text entry that I have here coming up on my screen. So if I go ahead and remove that, it's a little bit silly going up there. Now it's gone completely. I can't click around. I'm able to automatically reload back and forth. Now, the other great part, like I was talking about, is that ability to deploy to multiple places. So here I'm going to set Android as the startup, and I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm just going to hit debug. And now what it's going to do is compile up my Android application and start to deploy it right on my Android emulator that's right here, which is pretty cool. So that's just running on my machine. You could also have a Android device plugged into your machine as well, and it will totally go ahead and do that too, and deploy it there. So this takes a few seconds, sometimes 20-30 seconds. I'm screen mirroring here and doing a bunch of stuff too, so it might take a little bit longer to compile on my machine, but it'll compile up the native Android application and then deploy it over here too. So let's give it a few seconds as it kind of compiles up here and deploys. And ideally what we should see is the same exact application, but running over on Android. So, okay, now it's compiling up, it looks like. So let's see. There we go. So it's deploying. So it goes through like this native compilation over here. And the first time it does it, it takes a little bit longer because it has to build the entire package. And then after that, it sort of does iterative compilation and deployment. So it's a lot faster the second time, thanks to that sort of more rapid updating there. So there's that splash screen that I was talking about earlier. So it says .NET, and then now we have the changes, and we can see that I'm updating here over and over and over again as I click around on this, but it's themed to my application and to my machine here, which is kind of nice right there. So I can kind of keep clicking. And if I go into my start menu, we can see that this right here is my app icon that was automatically generated for me just from that SVG, which is really nice. So if I change the launch screen icon or the app icon, that SVG, it'll automatically start for me. And this .NET bot right here is also an SVG. So we can see here, I know I'm specifying it as a PNG, but that's what's actually gets built up when your application compiles that app. So if you zoom in over here, we can see that there is no PNG, but when you compile, it takes that SVG and converts it natively into a PNG that the operating system can handle. The other thing that's really neat is you may have noticed on all of these pages that there's not really any namespaces, any using directives up there besides like, here's the namespace. But if I go to the code behind, it's very clean. And that's because it's using C# 10 and .NET 6 implicit usings, which is really a great feature that really enables you to come in. I'm just going to drop down and find the hidden file that's generated for you automatically, but it brings in all of these namespaces automatically, so you don't have to worry about it. So dependency injection, the XAML, graphics, hosting, all those things, and .NET to automatically be really productive without having to have those namespaces up top, which is cool. So that's sort of like a brief overview 101 of not only what .NET MAUI applications look like, but how you can easily deploy them to the different platforms too, which is really, really cool. Now, one of the things I mentioned was that native API access. And when you're building, your .NET MAUI applications, you want to get access to those native features like geolocation, compass, the key store. And the problem traditionally is that those APIs are different under the different platforms. So whether you want to access maybe preferences and get access to shared preferences or NS user defaults or app data, you'd have to go write that native code and then, access this via dependency service and then dependency injection and do all these things. And the problem with that is that you got to go learn a bunch of different APIs, got a bunch of interfaces, you got to maintain this. And of course, you have all of these additional assemblies and NuGets you got to bring in. And that's why the team built Maui Essentials directly into .NET Maui. So it's actually an extension of Xamarin Essentials, but it brings over like 70 different APIs natively cross-platform. So things like clipboard, email, device information, connectivity are all directly built in to .NET Maui right from the start. So for example, if I come into my code behind here, I can do something such as if connectivity dot network access equals network access dot internet. Let me test that out. And if I have internet, let's increment it by 10. Else, let's do count plus plus and just increment it by 1. So here I can go ahead and just run the application again. Let's go ahead and get this deployed now. So you can see it starts up a lot faster there. So now when I click, I have internet access. So it's incrementing by 10 every single time. Let's go ahead and put this into airplane mode. And now we see it incrementing only by 1, literally with a single line of code to automatically detect internet access of my application. And that's all using right here. We can see inside of here, Microsoft.Maui.Essentials. So that is directly brought in. So let's check that out really quick here, because I can just do Microsoft.Maui.Essentials and I have access to all of these different APIs. So geocoding, flashlight, file system, file pickers, email messages, display information. In fact, I can kind of like say only show me like data structures. So all these different things all built in here into .NET Maui Essentials. Web Authenticator. There's so much stuff built in here. SMS, for example. So really, really cool that you have access to all of these APIs from day one, built directly into .NET Maui for your applications. And of course, if I go back, turn off airplane mode, we can see I should now be incrementing by 10 right again in my application, which is really, really cool. Cool. All right, let's continue on over here because that's only the start of it, which is really, really neat. So a lot of times you might be saying, well, what can you build with .NET Maui? Well, .NET Maui is only in preview, so it's been iterating and been going for the last several months. We're on preview 11 currently. And there's already been some really great projects built from some of the team members and from the community. Javier, who always builds beautiful applications, recently cloned a travel application with .NET Maui. David from the team has been building this beautiful weather application across the different platforms. And I got to work on, with Nish, actually, the .NET podcast application, which is completely open source, built 100% with .NET Maui. You can actually just grab the code, run it locally, run all the services locally, or deploy the backend yourself. And it's all on GitHub at github.com/Microsoft/.NET-podcast. So let's take a look at that really quick. So this is more of a full application that I have right here. So the first thing that we'll note is that I still only have just a single project over here. So I have a whole bunch of models and views and pages in our podcast application, and all sorts of things, helpers and converters and custom controls and view models. So all my MVVM goodness over here. And I actually have the application running on Windows. I actually already have it deployed over here on Android. So we can see these side by side. So we got a nice custom splash screen there. So we have all of our podcasts. I can go ahead and tap on one over here. I can go ahead and listen to a podcast, and that'll start playing with some native capabilities on the device. Let's go ahead and pause that. I'm going to hit subscribe. I can come into my subscriptions and see it over here. I can unsubscribe, get some native, native integration here. Same thing. I can subscribe or unsubscribe, and notice that I get like the native user interface here when I go to unsubscribe. So I still get that native UI across iOS or Android or Windows or Mac that I'm on. So let's say subscribe there. And again, this is built 100% all with .NET MAUI across the different platforms. So I have my play, I have sharing, I can add it to my listen later and have it show up as well to listen later over here, which is quite nice. So I have all those different controls and everything ready to go. So again, this is all 100% available. So you can check it out, pull down the code, and start kind of playing around with it. So you can really do that. And yes, in the chat, someone was asking files. Yeah, you can use System.io for files. You always could. For the stuff built into Essentials, you have file pickers. You can share files. You can open files natively. Like if you need to view a PDF or something, you can do that. It's all built in. Yeah. So again, so just want to kind of give a quick overview of sort of like what the podcast app looks like and what you can build. What about web developers though? And what if web developers wanted to build these native applications for iOS and Android? Well, we have Blazor, which is our full stack web app development, and both Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly. And these are really cool pieces of technology because it enables you to build full web apps with C# instead of JavaScript that can run on the server or directly offline in the browser. And in .NET 6, it added a whole bunch of features for both of the different hosting platforms, and also integrated some things like WebAssembly ahead of time compilation, some new dynamic components and state persistence and all sorts of good stuff. So you can write all of your HTML, your Razor, your CSS, and you can obviously access JavaScript if you want to, or write everything in C#. But one of the coolest parts is that you can actually build cross-platform native applications with Blazor. You can reuse existing Razor class libraries, have access to full native device capabilities, and you can run things on Mac, iOS, Android, and Windows. And you can do that with Blazor Hybrid, which is a feature of .NET MAUI and Blazor together. And what this does is it's sort of like an extension, like a third option, if you will, between Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly, because Blazor Hybrid is built on .NET 6 and .NET MAUI. Since .NET MAUI applications run full .NET natively on the different platforms, what the team did is offers a Blazor Web View control to host and render Blazor Web UI controls directly inside of your applications. So what this means, if you're a web developer, you can build a Blazor web app and you can actually share all or some of it natively with a .NET MAUI application and reuse your controls, use it inside of a .NET MAUI application, access native controls and embed controls, and it's going to launch at the same time as .NET MAUI later this year. If we take a look at that, let's go ahead and actually pull up another Visual Studio 2022 window. And what I mentioned earlier was that when I create a new project and I have MAUI selected in the dropdown, you'll see this .NET MAUI Blazor application. So here I'm going to go ahead and just tap on that and create it. And what this is going to do is create a .NET MAUI application, but with all of the Blazor infrastructure built directly into it to create a hybrid application. So instead of writing XAML and accessing native UI, we're going to go ahead and actually create a Razor page over here. And in fact, multiple Razor pages in my application, such as this counter control, counter.razor. If you've ever built a Blazor web app, this should look very familiar to you, where you have a button, where we're using Bootstrap here, and we have this counter here. I'm going to go ahead and let it load and bring in all of our references really quick. Let's go ahead and see this boot up. Let's give it a second. And then we have other things in here. So we have still our platform folders. We have our resources over here. So our fonts and our images, everything that you'd expect over here as well. So we can still access native controls and native APIs here if I needed to. But the difference is if I open up, if it's going to load for me, let me unload this. I have some, like I said, some weird internal bits installed here. So your miles may vary since everything is still a preview. Let me go ahead and see what is going on. That's restoring packages. All right, cool. There we go. I'm going to let it do its thing. There we go. I see these little warnings go away. And come on. I'm going to do this one more time really quick. Just unload and reload. There we go. So we can see this main page.xaml. And before, where I had labels and buttons and all those things, what I have here is still some XAML, but I have this Blazor web view control. So the difference is that over here in my Maui application, my Maui program, I still have all of my Maui app, but I'm using this Blazor web view and I'm still using dependency injection, all those things. So if I wanted to, I could run this over here on Windows. So let's boot that up really quick. I have access to all that XAML and .NET Hot Reload and Razor Hot Reload as well. But this is going to build up my Blazor application being hosted in a .NET Maui native Windows application. So the advantage here over something like a progressive web app, which is also great, is that you get access to all of those native capabilities and mix and match native UI and Blazor UI as well. So let's go ahead and say deployed successful. So let's give it a second to boot up here. Should boot up. There we go. Perfect. So here we go. We have a hello world application. I have a counter over here. I can go ahead and move this around and we can see it automatically reformats for me like a sort of a Blazor application would, which is quite nice. I fetch data. So again, this is all just Razor and HTML being rendered natively here. So if I open that, well, being rendered with web UI inside of a native container. So here's that counter control again too. Same thing. If I go over to Android and select my emulator over here, we can compile it up too. And what we'll see is that we get all those great features of a native application, but leveraging that UI. So again, we'll give this a few seconds to sort of build up and compile our Android application, but it should deploy here as well onto our app. So let's go ahead and see if it boots up here. We should hopefully see another app icon pop up here once it's done compiling and then deploying. And I like to think of this, and I've created two projects here, is I like to think of it as a dial. You can go 100% Blazor into .NET Maui, or you can mix and match the pieces as well, because this main page, right, it's a content page. It's a .NET Maui page hosting this control, but you can still come in and write native controls inside of here. So buttons and labels and all of the things that are available in .NET Maui in a .NET Maui Blazor application. So let's see here as it continues to compile up. Again, it's a little bit slower because I am screen mirroring, but here we go. It's deploying. And things are happening. Things are moving, which is great. And again, that first compilation taking a little bit longer just because it's actually building and signing that full app. And in the future, it patches it to make it much faster. So, and we have another app icon on here. So it should just be finalizing it and then launching it. So I guess I could launch it manually myself, but sometimes I just like to let it do it. So there we go. Again, we get that splash screen. So it's got those native controls here. And now we have our Blazor application right over here, but running inside of an Android application. And the same thing is true if I wanted to come into even this counter page, right? I'm inside of this. I can still say if connectivity dot, and I have access to that network here. So if that equals, dot internet, then let's do it. Else don't, right? So you still get that over here. So as long as I have internet, it should be good. And I think it should hot reload. Let's actually double check it. I actually ran it without debug. So of course it's not debugging, so it's not patching it currently. So that makes sense. But you get access to those native pieces there as well. So I'm going to turn that back on so we can debug to it. So you get access to all that stuff, which is really cool. Now, one thing to be said though about this is that you can mix and match those pieces of technology. So for example, if I go to the .NET podcast application, and let's say I start listening to a podcast over here, what I can do is I can go to this listen together mode and create a new room. So this enables me to listen with friends. I'm just going to say James here, say open. And this is going to create a brand new room that will enable me to listen with friends. So I'm going to copy this code and I'm going to open up that application. And I'm actually going to go into this together mode over here. And I'm going to paste that code over here and join the room. I'll say James. There we go. James 2. There we go. That's probably better. And this view right here is actually the same exact view between iOS, Android, Mac, and Windows, all 100% Blazor. And what's cool is that this is all powered by WebAssembly. And one thing that's really neat about it, it's powered by WebAssembly on the Blazor app and native .NET on Android, all powered by SignalR. And what's cool is that you can actually start playing on Android and then see it start playing in the browser or on Windows, and we can all listen together. And it's a good question. Is there a PWA? Well, actually, funnily enough, so we have our native application podcast. And what's great about that is that this uses a Blazor listen together component, and it references the same exact code from the Blazor application. And the main difference is that if I go to my listen together page, we can see that I actually have a Blazor web view combined with a native player control. So what's cool is that if I go into my iOS or Android folders, we can see that I have native playback capabilities directly built in. Here's this audio service into the platform. So this is using AV Foundation from iOS. So you get to be able to access those native APIs and integrate deeply into the operating system. And yeah, what's cool is that you get to kind of bring .NET everywhere. You can actually see up here, I could install the Blazor app as a progressive web app if I wanted to. So if your users were there, or they could install the Windows application from the Windows store, get it on Android, get it on iOS, get it in the browser, get it in PWA, you can get it everywhere. You can run .NET everywhere. That is the motto of the story. What's cool about this is that you have access to all these bits and pieces today. It is in preview, like I said, launching later in Q2 of 2022. What's cool about this is that Preview 11 just launched. It has a Windows App SDK for WinUI 3, the GA built right in, new Fluent design systems, performance improvements, C# 10 templates, new documentation, and a whole lot more. You can just install Visual Studio 17.1 Preview 2 at visualstudio.com/preview and get everything you need. There's also a whole bunch of other things happening in the ecosystem, such as the .NET MAUI Community Toolkit to get access to a whole bunch of other controls and converters and behaviors and a whole bunch of really cool things. It's all open source, built with the community, and also the .NET MAUI Community Stand-Up that happens the first Thursday of every single month at 1 o'clock Eastern. So a little bit later if you're in India or in other places as well. But the .NET Maui team is here talking and chatting live with the community. And with that, that is how you can get up and running, building beautiful native cross-platform, high-performant applications across iOS, Android, Mac, and Windows with .NET Maui. And of course, get started today. Give it a try. Also learn how to upgrade your applications from Xamarin Forms to .NET Maui in the next session, which is really awesome. So everything that you've been building, you can upgrade seamlessly, get access to this cool stuff. And that's about it. I'll say thank you. I have if you want to learn more from me, you can check me out on my blog, on Twitter, or on my YouTube, where I have .NET Maui videos and Xamarin videos. And I also have a podcast as well over there. But that's going to do it for me and my time. So hopefully I answered most everyone's questions along the way, but I'm here if you have anything else.
Absolutely, James. It was an amazing session, and trust me, I got to learn a lot. So probably I have my my homework packed with me that I'm going to learn these things in the next month. So
Awesome.
I think there's one question. So had problems with the debugger in Placer at the right code block. No code loaded for the space. Breakpoint will not be reached. Have any clue?
Not sure. You'd have to like reach out to me on Twitter or maybe ping Daniel Roth perhaps as well. But if you ping me on Twitter, I could probably get you in the right place. It's hard to say. Yeah.
Perfect.
Cool.
So James, just one last thing before we move on to the next session. If somebody had to, get started with Maui today, where should they go?
Yeah, so the best place to get started is the documentation. So if you go to docs.microsoft.com/.net/Maui, that's the best place to go. I'll put it in the chat over here, but it's docs.microsoft.com/.net/Maui. That should do it. Just double tap on that, double check it. You can share that in the YouTube. But yep, that's it. There's a getting started. There's brand new documentation on fundamentals like the app startup, the single project, different user interface controls, things like that. So that's the best place to get started. Documentation.
Perfect. So one last question. So what we can have different devices, right, which are running on different operating system. And what if we have built-in component which is not supporting the native APIs of that particular operating system on top of which we want to run it? Can we have a custom implementation for it, or like?
Yeah, so you can always access the native controls, the native capabilities, and things like that on each platform. So the team actually spent a lot of time streamlining that process to make it easier to access those native APIs and controls and enhance them. So instead of in the previous like Xamarin Forms would be like custom renderers, now there's just a very simple handler architecture. So it makes it really easy to go and light up APIs and different UI on those platforms. But that being said, there's actually tons of great community projects already out there that are building .NET Maui compatibility. A lot of your existing Xamarin libraries will also be backwards compatible. And then also companies like Syncfusion, Telerik, DevExpress, all these companies are creating .NET Maui controls too. So you can actually start using controls from different component library vendors today.
Perfect. So thank you for providing all this information. And Maui is definitely an interesting topic to look around for .NET Fs. So
Totally.
let me pull in Louis, so who is going to help us understand how they can migrate their existing Xamarin workloads to Maui.
Awesome. Cheers.
Hello.
I'm excited. I'm
Thank
going to go
you.
watch. Cheers.
Awesome. Thank you very much, James. Yeah, that's the idea. Hopefully we will make it. We will demonstrate 2 ways to do it.
Sure. So Louis, sorry for keeping you waiting for over
No.
10 minutes.
No. It's
yeah, we get it, right? So
yes.
it happens conferences. So looking forward to your talk. I wouldn't like to take more time of yours. And Louis is an Microsoft MVP in AI as well as developer technologies, and he is also doing his PhD right now. So Louis, the screen is all yours.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, everyone, also for the invitation and for being here in this .NET Conf event. Well, in the previous session, we have everything we learned from the top expert, James Montemagno. So we already know everything about .NET MAUI. Now let's see what we can do to migrate one application, mobile application, from Xamarin Forms to .NET MAUI. So yeah, thank you everyone for attending this session. So let's get started. Also, Ashewal already introduced me to you. So here we can just maybe grab the email in case you have any further questions about these presentations. Feel free to reach out. There is also a Twitter handle in case you would like to contact me later for any questions about this presentation. All right, so yeah, as I said in the previous presentation, we already learned about Xamarin. For people who just arrived to this session, it's a technology to build mobile applications, but also there are other targets such as watchOS, tvOS, or even Universal Windows Platform applications. There are two flavors, traditional Xamarin and Xamarin Forms, of course. But yeah, the aim of this topic is Xamarin Forms. And well, we also, as I said, we already learned about .NET MAUI, which is the evolution of Xamarin Forms. So essentially, we will be working with one single project. This was demonstrated by James in the previous presentation, so I will not repeat everything. So yeah, just you get the idea. But one of the interesting things is that even though we are changing the focus to new technology, most of the things that we learn in Xamarin are essentially the same here in .NET MAUI. And one of the things that we start with is the design, that is the controls. So as you can see, if you have worked with Xamarin Forms, you know that there is a stack layout, there are labels, there are buttons. So the same classes, the same controls are there in .NET MAUI. Perhaps one or two change their name, but we can always check the documentation for that. If you work with MVVM, you still have the I command. You can create the view models and the models the very same way that you have done it earlier, and we will demonstrate that in our exercise or example. So this is also one of the most common questions that in the community or also on Twitter we have seen. Should I wait till MAUI comes out, or can I continue with Xamarin Forms? Well, essentially, you can learn Xamarin Forms right now, or you can focus on Xamarin Forms. And then when .NET MAUI is released, you can transition to that technology. Of course, you can also play with the bits, let's say right now, but don't use it for production applications. Of course, there are previews, but you know, in previous versions, things might change for the latest or the stable release. So yeah, but essentially, if you are learning Xamarin Forms, most of the knowledge you will use it in .NET MAUI. So this is one example. One of the breaking changes is about the handlers, because, well, they essentially replace the custom renderers. As you know, the custom renderers help you to write platform-specific code to handle user interface specific for Android or for iOS, or even for Windows. The idea of handlers is to map the cross-platform controls to native controls on each platform. And the code will be a bit different. You will write this on the entry class, right? So as you can see, we have an compiler directive for platform specific, let's say in this case Android. Then we also have the definition of the handler. This is the architecture of handle. So you can also use a similar thing for effects, for example, or to modify a behavior. You specify, you define the handler, and here you also add a dictionary of the properties. Also, another thing that changes is that now we have a single project, right? Previously, on Xamarin Forms, we have at least 2 projects. One is the shared project where we write all the code that we want to share, of course, as a .NET standard library. And after that, we also have the platform-specific project. We have the Android one, we have iOS, we have even UWP. Right? But now, all these 2, 3, 4 projects are replaced by just one. So that's another thing that we need to consider when we are writing a .NET MAUI application or transitioning from Xamarin Forms to .NET MAUI. Because essentially, in this platforms section, we will define specifics. For example, we will find in this platform section the manifest, Android manifest, the info list from iOS, and yeah, essentially that thing. Another thing that is super easy to handle now is the fonts, for example. Under resources, we can add our font, custom fonts, or also images, icons, assets, essentially. So everything is simplified. And well, we have our app class, which is the entry point. You already know that. It's essentially the same that you have worked with if you have written Xamarin Forms applications. And we have the MAUI program class where we will register fonts, handlers, and renderers. Another change that we need to consider is the MAUI Essentials. James demonstrated that one in the previous presentation. So we had Xamarin Essentials to play with the devices, services, with the, for example, battery, network. So now we have MAUI Essentials. So we need to also change, let's say, that namespace. Okay, so that's just the introduction. Let's say 5 minutes. Now, let's move to actual steps. How to migrate from Xamarin Forms to .NET MAUI? There are 2 ways. One is manual, and the second one is in progress, is the upgrade assistant. So let's start with the manual steps. We will convert, okay, this is wrong, of course, from .NET, just .NET standard, to .NET SDK style. We will update namespaces. We will update from C# and also from XAML. Also, we need to take into consideration NuGet packages and also fix any error that we might find in our code. For the manual part, and we are going to demonstrate that in the next minute, is, okay, we can start creating a .NET MAUI application. We will use Visual Studio 2022 for that preview version, because yeah, that one is still not in the stable version. Then we will copy everything except the app.xaml, we will manually replace Xamarin Forms to Microsoft.maui or Microsoft.maui controls. It depends. Also, Xamarin Forms XAML to Microsoft.maui.controls.xaml, and also the namespaces in our views. And that's it. The rest is just in case. But yeah, this is also true. We need to have a device, simulator, or emulator up and running. Okay, so let's start with our first demo. So please, Ashirwad, help me to switch to the other computer. Thank you very much. Right. So let's start working. First, let me tell you that there is a Xamarin Forms application right here. I will share it in the chat. So if you can help me by sharing this to the attendees. This is a Xamarin Forms application that you can just grab the code and run it in your computer. And now we are going to migrate that Xamarin Forms project into .NET MAUI. Okay, so we will start by creating a new project. .NET MAUI, of course. So this is the one. And I will use the same namespace, sorry, the same application name because I don't want to do some other modifications. I will just change the folder. All right, so here we are. Now I am going to copy all the members that I have in the Forms application. First, I will create the structure. So I have models, I have view models, I have services, and views. Okay, so let's start with models folder. So just a second, I will just, yeah, here. I have already downloaded it. So, okay, so I have two classes. This one doesn't have any reference to .NET MAUI, so those are totally fine. Now let's go to services. And let's check again. This one, okay, this one has a reference to not newtons of .json, but I am not going to use that one. So I am going to replace this to system.text.json, although I can download it, of course. And here I find my first reference. So instead of Xamarin Essentials, I will use Maui.essentials, okay? Microsoft.maui.essentials. Okay, here we are. Perfect. Now I need to also change here because I am using system text. So just a second. I will. There is also another change. Sorry about that. And here. Oh. I need to change one of the properties to string. Sorry about that. Okay. And now let's proceed to the view models. So in my view models, I have two classes. This one, no reference, and view model. Okay, so here we have Microsoft.maui.forms. Sorry, .maui. That's it. And here comment. Okay. Okay, let's this one will help me. Microsoft.MAUI controls. Yeah, I need to add that one as well. Yep. So here we have. Well, it seems that I don't use Microsoft MAUI here, so totally fine. And then the views. For the views, let's grab these two. Okay. For the C# part, again, you know it. Microsoft.MAUI and Microsoft.MAUI.controls. Then Microsoft.MAUI.SAML. Okay, it seems. Yeah, I don't need this. So this should make it. That's it. Perfect. And for the namespace, just give me a second because I have it here. Okay. Let's see. So HTTP schemas. Yeah, here it is. Schemas.microsoft.com.net 2021 MAUI. Okay. And that should make it. Now let's go to the AppSAML. Our main page will be views.gameview. And my final change is in the platform because I need to add the what's the name of it? The clear text traffic to true. Because yeah, the website where I get the information, you will see the application is HTTP. I believe that's it. So let's test this application. Hopefully it will work. Okay. So build has started. And we will check if it is if it works. It might take some time. So just let me check. If there is any question in the meantime, we can sort it out.
Sure, Luis. There's one question. It's on. It's by Manik. So he's asking, how is the industry adoption of MAUI? Are you hearing any concerns from the early adopters? What are the key things to keep in mind while migrating to MAUI?
Okay. Well, I have seen some reactions in the community. Well, yeah, some people are looking forward to the updates. I think the team, Microsoft team, is working really hard to have it every month because every month there is a new preview, and I think they are listening to the community and also to the companies. They are working with Syncfusion, with Progress, and with other. Also with what's the name? For example, the creators of some plugins or NuGet packages like a Prism or like I don't know, Shiny, because these plugins are mostly or widely used by the community. So they work for Xamarin. So the goal is to have these plugins, these packages, also working for .NET MAUI. So and we are going to mention that part also in the next slides. So I think that Microsoft or the Xamarin team is doing the right thing or the right approach. So when it is stable, you can work with the least issues. Also, of course, it is part of us. If we find any error, anything that might improve the tool, let's work on it on GitHub, for example. Let's write some issue, and the team will listen. So that is. Let's say, yeah, there are some concerns, but on the issues, they are being, let's say, handled or treated. And regarding the key things to keep in mind while migrating, well, we will discuss this through the presentation.
Perfect. I think it answers then. Since the application live now, probably I can
Yes.
leave you for the demo.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yes. So as you can see, this is an application that asks you, okay, what's the country name of this flag? And of course, we know it. Yes. And so this application was successfully migrated. As you can see, the only changes were easy. Well, of course, this is also a sample demo application that uses no plugin packages, but we will mention that, as I said, in the next slides. There was one, which was newtonsoft.json, and this is something that we will mention. Probably our NuGet package works already for .NET 6. That's totally fine. That's the ideal case. But if it doesn't, we will sort it out in another way. One way would be to find a replacement. We did that, let's say, even though, as I said, newtonsoft.json works, there is alternative, there is system text JSON. So why not use it? Or write our own plugin or NuGet package. Okay, so this one might be a bit difficult. Let's try this one. Oh, yes, perfect. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, this application is up and running. It is, of course, .NET MAUI, and you can also test it, and we will have the same results. So, okay, this is the last, and we will fail. But yeah, it works. So that's great. But of course, maybe we have, okay, so let's switch back to presentation. So Ashirwad, if you can help me to switch back to the other computers. Thank you. Okay, so what happens if we have a really large application? If there are, I don't know, 20, 30 views, probably, right? Our application has that. So there is some work in progress. So we don't have to do this manually. And one way to do it is through the .NET Upgrade Assistant. This is a tool that is not just for .NET MAUI. It actually covers other scenarios like ASP.NET Core to .NET 6, right? Or yeah, other type of projects. But of course, the focus of this application is .NET MAUI. So the first thing is to install the assistant tool. You can do it with a terminal and just run this program. I need to mention that I installed the latest version, but it was not working, at least for this demo. But I found out that if I use this specific version, which I think is just one version behind the latest one, it will work, and you will see it in a minute. So, okay, so we install it. And after that, in a terminal, we run the upgrade command, upgrade assistant, upgrade, and we can pass the location of the solution. Then you will see some steps. You need to select some choices, or you can just hit enter every time to accept the defaults. This is, again, a work in progress. So you have always to, I don't know, back up your project, even though the tool offers you a backup. Use source control. Don't use it yet in production. So that's the disclaimer. Then, also before starting to use it, okay, there is a typo here, sorry. Your application must be using Xamarin Forms 4.8 or higher, and it works for Xamarin Forms. It doesn't work for just the Android project, let's say, or just the traditional one, or iOS. So we need Xamarin Forms project. It doesn't work with binding or library projects, and this is not a solution that covers everything. You still need to do some manual changes, and we will demonstrate that. So this tool will help you to, for example, change the .NET project into into SDK style, which is used by .NET 6, and it will also replace this. We did it manually, but we can also do it by using this assistant. Let's demonstrate it. So again, please, Ashirwat, help me to switch to my other computer. Thank you. All right. So here I'm going to close this project. Okay. And for this part, I'm going to use Visual Studio Code. But first, okay, so I have the project here. I have the Xamarin Forms one. Yes. I'm going to copy or extract. Sorry, I'm going to extract the Xamarin Forms project into the upgrade folder. Okay, so here it is. And yeah, it's the same one that you can find on GitHub. And just to demonstrate, yeah, this is using Xamarin Forms and so on. Okay, so I already have the tool installed, and I can check the version here, 0.3.2427 and so on. Okay, so let's use that one. And now on Visual Studio Code, let's open this project. Okay, so here the folder. Here we are. And now let's work with the terminal. So here, okay, just let me close this part. And I already have the command here. So as you can see, upgrade assistant, upgrade. And I pass the solution file, which is right here. So let's do it. And the assistant will analyze your project, and it will present you some steps for the upgrade. So first of all, you need to choose the entry point. That is, what is the project that you want to upgrade? It can be the Android or the iOS one. So I will hit 1 to apply that step, the yellow one. Let me just zoom in a bit. Okay, I think it is a bit better. Now, in this case, it asks you to select the project that you will run. So I will choose number 2, of course, the Android one. Okay, so it was applied successfully. Let's press enter. We will hit 1 to apply the next step. And you will see that it will tell you that there are 2 projects. The .NET Standard one, where you have all the share code, and the Android one. First, it needs to convert, upgrade the first one. And after that, it will work with the Android one. So we will pick the first one, right? So we will hit enter. And you can see the steps. It will tell you, okay, we can back up your project, or we can skip that part. I will back it up, because why not? Then we can choose a path where we want our backup to be created. I will just hit 1 again to accept that default path. Then hit enter. Next step is to add target framework for the .NET MAUI project. We will do it. Okay, so it was completed. And as you can see, it goes through several steps. Now, it will remove, the next step, it will remove the package references. Okay, everything that you don't need, everything that is summary forms will be removed. Okay, and Visual Studio code will complain a bit, but don't mind it. Hit enter. Then it will update the target framework. Now it will add project properties for the .NET MAUI project. Yes, we want that. Yeah, so basically, next step, it will add template files for .NET MAUI, such as the startup. Right. Again, we accept. After that, it will apply. It will remove summary forms namespaces references for .NET MAUI, Microsoft.MAUI, of course. So enter. Right. Again. Also, if there are summary essentials references, they will be upgraded. Okay, so we hit enter, continue, and it has finished. And we can very quickly, for example, go back to game view, or we can also open it from here, right? Well, I was already there, so let's open it. And you see that now it has changed to Microsoft.MAUI and Microsoft.MAUI controls automatically. I didn't do any change. And the same applies, except in the view. Because in the view, we still need to change that. We still have summary.com, but we can change it, right? But it has not finished, because now it should upgrade the next project, which is the Android one. So we hit enter, we select the project, which of course is the Android one, we say 1, and so, okay. It will ask you if you want to create a backup, we will say yes. So this tool helps you, right? But it will not help you 100%. You still need to do some work, right? And okay, so we convert the file to SDK style. Yes, we will do it, and so, right? So essentially the same steps, but now for this project, right? Okay. so let's continue. Next step, target framework. And we say yes. It will clean up references if there are any. For example, that version of Newtons of .json 13 didn't target .NET MAUI, and it will update it to a new one. Because in the Sounding Forms project, I had a reference to Newtons of JSON. It will also change the main application. It will not convert, this is important. The upgrade assistant will not convert your project into the single project, right? But you will still have multiple projects, but now it's for, it is compatible to run still in .NET 6, okay? And I think that's it, because there is no other project. We will not convert the iOS one, okay? So hit continue, finalize upgrade. And that's it. We have finished. But as I said, now let's open this solution, which is now converted, of course. So let's open solution here. And we just need to change the SAML. Oh, not here, sorry. Well, I will remove this main page SAML because I don't need it, actually. Yeah. I will change this part. So, HTTP. Yeah, here it is. And that should make it. Now let's change Android. And okay, well, it doesn't recognize the emulator yet. So let's give it some time. There are some errors about the UWP and iOS because, well, of course, I don't have them. I might even remove them. So yeah, I will not use UWP and also the iOS one just to remove any references to them. Right. So let's try to compile it to build the solution. And okay, well, it will still say, yeah. And okay, let's probably clean it. But yeah, it will eventually work, okay? And well, it still says clean fail. Perhaps, okay, let me close this part just in case. Okay, still some errors, it seems. Well, it might also be that the path is a bit long. So, okay, I will do something very quickly. I am going to move this project to here, for example. Okay. I will just, yeah, okay, that's totally fine. Because sometimes Xamarin complains if the path is too long. But yeah, also it might take some time, but I can also finish the presenting some slides in the meantime. Okay, so I will just try once. Otherwise, I will continue, and hopefully at the end of the presentation, I will demonstrate it running. Okay. So, okay, yeah, so sometimes I get this error. Oh, no, yeah. So just give me a second. I might need to close it. then manually open Visual Studio, and then the file itself. Okay, so open brainstorm solution. Okay, so let's try. Yes. Yeah, it's totally fine. Okay, it will, yeah, perfect. So let's try to build it. And still some errors. Okay. Well, I will check what is happening. So, but yeah, this helps you, or this should help you, and you just need to work a bit on fixing some issues that might happen. So the upgrade assistant is helpful, especially with large projects. But there are some considerations, and I will explain that. So can we go back to the other? Yeah, thank you. Perfect. Okay, so some considerations. First, if you are migrating to .NET 6, it is recommended to upgrade if you are using PCL project to .NET Standard. You are using some forms, preferably work with version 5.0 at minimum. And if you have packages config, which is from very old Xamarin, use package reference, right? So yeah, don't use 2.8 or something. This is something we mentioned earlier. If you have NuGet packages, okay, if these NuGet references don't have any dependency to Xamarin Forms, they will likely work as they are. But if they do, then the maintainer, or even you, if the plugin or if the package is open source, update all the references from Xamarin Forms to Microsoft.Maui controls and republish it or just build it. So you will have the reference for the .NET 6 project. It is not necessary that the project is migrated to single project. You don't have to rewrite your application as I just did, let's say in the first demo. Of course, you can if you want. It is actually recommended, but it is not mandatory because, as I said, for example, with the assistant, you can still work with it, but you need to do some changes, right? Change to SDK style or use the assistant. Of course, there will be also documentation on how to do it manually. We are still working with preview versions, but eventually we will reach the stable version. Custom renderers will continue working, although it is recommended to transition to the handlers, okay? But if you want to keep the code with custom renderers, you can. Also, you can keep your effects, right? Or you can add them in the Maui program, as we saw earlier, right? In the code, you just register the effect in the. It's not the startup. It's well, the startup, yeah, or Maui program, right? Configure effects or configure Maui handler, but you can still keep them. You don't have to change anything in your SAML. You can continue working with SAML. Sorry, you don't have to change any code in SAML regarding the effects or the renderers. Okay, they will work as they are. And as I said earlier, third-party UI libraries, they will continue working. If they add the target for .NET 6, Microsoft is working hand-to-hand with these companies, such as Syncfusion, Telerik, DevExpress, and others, and also open source maintainers, right? .NET MAUI will use the same, let's say, flavor of SAML that you know from today. So you saw there is label, there is a stack layout, there is button. They will continue. If there is a change, you will see it in the documentation, or it will be, there might be some minor changes. And yeah, we already demonstrated this. And yeah, essentially, that's it for the migration. As you can see, it is not hard. It might depend on the complexity of our application. If we, as I said, maybe the biggest problem would be if we really depend on a specific NuGet package. We need to ask the maintainer or the community if there will be a .NET MAUI, let's say, version. But if it is open source, we can also recompile it by adding the .NET 6 target framework and use it for our own application. So I think that might be the biggest issue for the migration, but yeah, it might also depend on how complex is your application. So please, if there is any question, let me know, and I will do my best to try to answer them.
Thank you, Luis, for such an amazing session. The upgraded system was totally cool, and probably we can also move our, normal ASP.NET applications, MVC4, MVC3 applications to core as well. Sorry, .NET 6 as well with that. So it's just not limited to Xamarin apps. So there are a lot of things that we can cover in. So there's one question that we haven't covered as of yet. So let me just quickly flash it on the screen. So what's the future of .NET for real-time games like Poker, Jackpot, etc.? Because React and Vue are already on it. So any thoughts?
To be honest, I don't know because
I know.
I work with mobile applications, so not sure about it. But I can just tell that the Microsoft team is working really to get really, let's say, nice, cool technology, which is .NET 6, also with the improvements of C#. Every year, every huge event like the .NET Conf or also the Microsoft Build that is coming in the next month. So they really want us or developers to use this technology. I have been working with .NET maybe for more than 15 years. And for me, there is no better technology than this one, but this is, of course, personal opinion. I have seen a lot of progress. Maybe if we go back in time 10, 15 years, this technology, or especially the language, was close. But I think the success is that it was opened to the community in the latest years. So the growth was exponential. I mean, Microsoft or .NET is learning a lot from the community. So if we present the issues, or if we say, okay, what about this, or we can contribute this way, we will together build a really cool technology. So yeah, of course, the responsibility is on Microsoft, but also we can play a key role on the development and growth of this technology.
Totally agreed. So, Louis, if somebody had to get started with Upgrade Assistant, would you like to share some resources where they can, just go around and explore things and play around the tool a bit?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, on GitHub, there is the Upgrade Assistant. There are some, let's say, some tutorials for it. Also, of course, there is Xamarin, there is .NET MAUI. Also, actually, on the documentation of in Microsoft, there is already MAUI getting started. There are some tutorials for the migration. Actually, some of the I grabbed some of the bits, some parts for this demo. And as I said, most of the knowledge that you already have from Xamarin, you can use it for .NET MAUI. There might be some minor changes. Even in the pattern MVVM, you can continue using MVVM. I just did for this demo. There is a new proposal, which is MVU, Model View Update, which is, let's say, for modern applications. That will be supported as well. So yeah, essentially, you can continue with the knowledge that you already have for Xamarin, from the documentation, from courses. Also, for example, Gerald from Microsoft also creates content for it. He has a YouTube channel. I think he's also a great source of information about Xamarin Forms, about .NET MAUI. Javier, all the guys from Xamarin team, they are really awesome and working on.
Perfect. So thank you, Luis, for your time and for the demos, for the amazing demos actually. And you showed us how to do it both ways, how you can manually do it as well as use the assistant to do it. So it was really exciting, and probably folks would reach out to you since you have already mentioned the link. I'd like to invite the next speaker of the event, Leila Potter. So let's move on to the next session. Welcome, Leila.
Good morning, everybody. Well, I should say good afternoon. So
it happens. We have been going across time zones today. So yeah. So let me introduce Leila first. So Leila is a developer advocate at VMware, and she has been also a part of the .NET Foundation and the .NET communities for a very long time now. And she's a live coder on Twitch as well as a Microsoft MVP and GitHub star. So I can miss out on things when I say it's a huge list. So today Leila is with us to talk about microservices, and the theme is moreover going to be as a guide for monolithic developers so that they can ramp up and quickly start building microservices after attending the session. So over to you, Leila.
Thank you very much. So it's lovely to be here today. So thank you very much for that introduction. I was really nervous because it's, I had to get up early this morning and I was so nervous that I would oversleep. I mean, it's not that early, but you know what it's like when you have the nerves and you're like, well, will I wake up? What if I don't wake up? But I'm here and I'm ready. So it's good.
And we are glad to have you.
Alrighty. So as
the stage is all yours.
Oh, thank you. We're going to have a look at understanding microservices from the point of view of a monolithic developer. I have always been a monolithic developer. Before I went into developer advocacy, when I worked in engineering, I only worked on monoliths. So when I joined VMware and started to look into distributed systems, I was like, ooh. So that's why I'm going to try and help everyone else who's gone, oh, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing. So let's move on with it. Okay, so we don't really need to talk about that because we've already had that. So let's go on and get on with it. So you're here because you have decided that you need microservices. You've seen the talks, you've read all the literature, and you're like, yes, let's do microservices. And you're thinking, yeah, where do we start? Now, the first thing you need to ask yourself is, are you sure? I mean, really, are you sure that you need microservices and distributed systems? Make sure that it's not just because your CTO is going, we need microservices, we need distributed systems. I hear all the cool things are done on, distributed systems. Don't do it because you want to experiment. Don't do it because you want to put microservices on your CV or resume. Do it because you actually really need to do it. There are so many considerations about why you want to go into distributed systems, and you are adding so much complexity that you have to be really sure. If you can't definitively say, yes, I am sure I need microservices, then think again. Only when you are completely sure and you are like, yes, we need it because of X, Y, and Z, then you can go and start doing some microservices. Now, we're going to assume that you have done all of that and you are, yes, Layla, I need a distributed system. Okay, so we're on the same page. You definitely need it. Now, if you're like me, you're like, what are all of these names? I started to research it. I actually have my notebook here for when I started studying it. And all it consists of is pages of like what this means and all the tools that you can use to do it. The things I've got in here, which is under, say, monitoring and dashboards. There's health checks, log aggregation, exception tracking, metrics, auditing, rate limiting, alerting, distributed tracing. And then you don't even get into deployment and all these other things in here and all the tools. I think developers ran out of names for their tools. And if you've ever tried to Google what is Prometheus and you get a whole load of alien movies back, that's kind of the things that happens. I was like, Prometheus, and then I love alien movies. So, I was like, lost down the rabbit hole of alien trivia when I'm like, oh, no, wait, I'm supposed to be finding out what Prometheus is in relations to microservices. So there's a lot of gobbledygook. And then where do you start? This is a huge undertaking. There's so much to think about with your teams and all of that. So, it's really hard. And how do you go about creating a proof of concept even to start testing some of these things that you want to do? You don't want to just break up your monolith and go, that's the way we're doing it. You probably want to have some proofs of concept. You need the team to experiment, to understand these technologies. So it's really difficult. So that leads us on to where to begin. And I think this is one of the hardest parts. It really is. Do you do it in stages? Do you refactor? Do you just have a blank project, file new solution, and off you go? But there's more cultural things that you need to think about as well. You need to break your teams up. You need to have enough teams that you can have different teams working on different services. You don't want just like a team of one. You need to have different teams, but we're not going to go into sort of agile teams or scrum teams or how you have an architect, SRE, and a developer and tester and all of these different things on teams. But these are all considerations that you need to have when you start looking at how you're going to break up your monolith and move it into a distributed system. And how do you go about planning and project managing all of that? Because there's a lot of moving parts now. This is why I said it's a lot of complexity that you're going to add. But let's have a look at some of these terms that I've come across, and I think I know what that is, but I'm not sure. So the first one, and we'll go into these in more detail as well, but just as a quick overview, service registry, and this is how applications and services locate each other. If you've got loads of different services, how do they talk to each other? How do they know where the other one is living so it can send a message to it? So you use something called a service registry. Load balancers you're probably familiar with because they're quite common, and this is how a system will efficiently distribute network traffic across group of backend services. But you may have several instances of your monolith, and you're using a load balancer to distribute traffic across those instances. Circuit breaker. Now, I was like, what? I didn't really get this one, but let me give a quick overview of what this is. So the official understanding of it is stops an application from performing an operation that is likely to fail. And what that means is, let's say we have service A and service B. Service A is sending messages to service B, and service B is like, I can't cope. I can't take any more messages. Stop sending them to me. Service A has no idea about this, and it keeps sending messages. And service B is like, oh, okay, I'm just going to grind to a halt. Now, if you have a circuit breaker in the middle, it's monitoring the health of service B. And it's like, hang on, service B is grinding to a halt. And what it does is it takes all the messages that service A is sending over and it stores them here, and then slowly starts sending them through to service B as service B can take them. And as service B comes back online, now that may be that new instances have been cycled, depending on how your infrastructure is set up. Maybe, it's got past its slow job or whatever it was, it's back online and it's able to take it. So you start feeding slowly in all of the messages from service A, and you gradually feed more until normal service resumes. So that's my best way of explaining what a circuit breaker does. API gateway, again, this is something that you may have come across, and this is a server that is a single entry point into the system. So you've got all of your backend services here, all of your front-end stuff over here, like your client apps and external facing APIs, and then you have this little gatekeeper here, and all traffic must go through that. And that's quite good from a security point of view, and your load balancer can be in there, your service registry can be in there, everything can be sort of in there. So it's quite a good thing to have. External configuration. I had no idea about this, and this is really cool. If you have lots of backend services and lots of instances of these services, you don't want them to all maybe be hard coded. If you have essential external configuration, they can all just go and fetch their configuration from it, which I think is pretty cool. So that was a cool thing to learn about. And then bounded context, this gets thrown around and people go, oh yeah, the bounded context, but they don't really know what it means. Now, each system will have its own model of a certain thing. I don't know, say a user will have its own user model. And the bounded contexts are the sort of parallels, those relationships between the service A user model and service B user model, and those rules for communicating. So hopefully that is a broad overview of those basics. So I'm going to use an example of this make-believe company called Taki Tacos. And I developed a lot of code for Taki Tacos live on stream whilst I was learning about microservices, but there's more to come this year, which is exciting. So on the face of it, Taki Tacos is an e-commerce food ordering site. Things go crazy on a Tuesday for Taco Tuesdays, and the owners want to scale to meet business demand. They also want to easily add in new services like order tracking. Think of today across the globe, there's a lot of gig working, so things like Uber Eats. In the UK, we have Deliveroo and Just Eat, all of these like food services. So maybe they want to add in like a service that deals with these external delivery services, for example. Okay, so our monolith as it stands at the moment, pretty standard. We have user interfaces, data access, ordering, payment, identity, notifications, admin, catalog management. And we've done a little bit of breaking it up. And I think I quite like this approach when you have a monolith. You've taken your customer client out now, and perhaps that's in Blazor or some other single page application, and has shifted the workload onto your clients, onto the browser. And now we've also taken the notification service out. This is quite a nice service to stick into, say, an Azure function. You've got built-in queuing and all of that, this sort of process that you can do in Azure functions. So we've taken that out. So we've kind of got this modular monolith broken up a little bit. Now, the first thing I want to talk about when we start looking at how we're going to break up our system is scope. And this is really, really important to remember. Let's have a think about our food truck. Okay, so we have a food truck and it's selling tacos at the moment. But hey, I've had this great idea. I want to sell hot dogs. I want to sell burgers. Pizza, yes, let's sell pizza, and noodles and rice, sushi next to the pizza oven. I don't know, maybe that's good. And now I'm going to do cake. But how good do you think that sushi is going to be? How tasty is that pizza going to be? I don't know. I think they should have stuck with tacos. And this is what you need to think about. A service should do one thing and do that one thing really well. So when you are thinking about how you're going to break up your system, you want to think about units of work, and not like units of work in a repository, but what does this service need to do? It needs to send notifications. It needs to serve up all the food we have in our business. You want to think about the scope of it and then create your CRUD or business logic around that single purpose. And I often get asked about how small is a microservice or how big is too big where it's no longer a microservice. It's nothing to do with lines of code. You don't measure your system in lines of code. It is all about scope. If your service is like a couple of lines of code and it's completely within scope and it serves its purpose, great. If it's the same size as on a regular application, but everything is in scope, that's fine too. Okay, it's all about keeping it in the scope and making sure it serves everything it needs to. So let's think about how we've broken our monolith up into some big chunks. I'm going to ignore admin and like catalog management portals for now. So we have the customer UI. We already broke that up. In my application, it's a Blazor WASM, so like a single page application. We have a food service, and this is going to serve up all the available food and drink options. So this is the catalog. An order service, this is going to accept orders and process orders. Payment service is going to take payment and update its database. And then we have the notification service. So we can now scale all of these services independently of each other. Okay, but how are all these services going to communicate with each other? And the first way we're going to look at is synchronous. And you may be surprised about what synchronous communication is. HTTP, gRPC, SignalR, TCP. And you're like, no, Layla, wait, when I write my HTTP clients in my code, I go async away. It's asynchronous. Yes, it is. But in the big picture, it is not. It's synchronous. I send a request. I'm waiting for a response. That means it's synchronous. All of these things are firing off a request. and I'm getting that response back. And this is because if you have a customer and they want to browse your products, you want them to get them then. You don't want to fire off a request and be like, oh, it will get here eventually. You are like, nope, this needs to be synchronous. I'm going to send a request for products. I'm going to get my products back and I'm going to show them to my customer. So this is why this type of communication is considered synchronous. Asynchronous is considered to be like queues and buses, fire and forget. So if I send off a message, I don't really care about the response. Whatever, I've just told some other service that this thing has happened, go do what you need to do. And so we have queues, which is good for one-to-one communications, and then buses, which are good for one-to-many communications. So they're very flexible. You can have, this is like a pub sub, a publish and subscribe model. And it's really good for big systems. So let's have a look at our service and how we break it down into these different things. We have our customer client. It talks to the food service and the order service. This needs to be synchronous communication, probably by HTTP. Now we also have our backend services. We have our order service, and that's going to publish updates to the pub sub. We have our payment service and notification service. So all of these backend services are all going to communicate asynchronously via a pub sub. So this makes it very flexible and really easy to scale. Alrighty. So now you can see our whole system is in here. And if we want to add other bits in, thinking about the bigger bit, we'll have our admin site. That's probably going to be HTTP, making requests to the food service like a traditional site. And then maybe we have a kitchen service. Again, that can just be on the pub sub, and that comes in. And then if we have a kitchen client, so people cooking in the kitchen, they'll see the orders come through on a screen. That could even be something like Signal R, because that could be real time. As they're coming in, they're seeing them in there, and as the kitchen service is getting them, they're being updated. Now let's think about data. This is always a big sticking point with distributed systems. What do you do with it? So here is our services as we just looked at, and we probably have a big old bucket of data, don't we? But this is our monolithic way. We maybe have one, at most two databases, but now we need to get rid of that bucket of data, and we're going to have distributed databases. Each service will have its own database. And I get so much pushback about this. When I was streaming this, people were like, but why, Layla? Why? You've just got all this duplication. Okay, so let me see. Services must be loosely coupled so that they can be developed and scaled independently. You have Team A working on order service, Team B working on payment service. If Team A makes a migration to their database, do you really want Team B to have to go and update all of their stuff to migrate their database? You're now coupling Service A and Service B. That's not really very good, because you've just undone some of the work we've done by making the system distributed. Also, you want to think about the different types of database that suit the service, and how you want to duplicate them or shard them. And different services have these different data requirements. So, for example, the food service could just be table storage. It's really cheap. It doesn't need to be a big relational database. It's just going to be, it could be a text document. It could be just JSON somewhere, hosted for free on GitHub. Who knows? Okay. And then your order service, that may be a traditional relational database, because you're going to have user data. So it could be SQL. You want redundancy. And then the payment service, you may want that to be highly scalable. You want it to be NoSQL. It could be a document DB. So they've all got their own requirements. Each team can work on their service without fear that someone else is going to fiddle with their data and break their system. So, this is really important that things are separate. And this brings up the question of how do you synchronize all of these databases? Well, we use the eventual consistency model. And this means that eventually all of these data stores will be the same. And we do this by publishing events and messages out and subscribing to those and updating our data around the system. So again, you can sort of see where all of the complexity is being layered on. Okay, so security, and I can hear you groaning. I can. Don't worry, it won't be a security talk. Alrighty, so the first thing we need to think about is machine to machine. And this is ensuring that only approved apps like the client app can access the data that doesn't require a user sign-in. And you're like, wait, what? So I have my backend services here behind an API gateway, and I have my Blazor application here, my client app. Now it needs to make requests here, but do I want my user to have to sign in to see what food they can order? No, I want it open so they can view it, so Google can index it, whatever we need. But I don't want anybody, any old app, being able to access my backend data. So this is where we have machine to machine. So only my application can talk to my backend. So we have that. And then we have our traditional user authentication and authorizing via a sign-in. So this is, oh, I can view my orders. This is my personal information. I can order. You have my address. You have my credit card, etc. So we have our options, which is cookie-based, and the client web app stores the cookie. Token and claim. So this is when you have no way of storing the cookie. And then we have IAMS, which is identity access management, and you use a system to manage all of your security, which I would recommend. So OpenID, OAuth, Okta, Azure ID, all of these systems can be very useful here, and you can use them all in conjunction. Just don't roll your own. Please don't. Use something that's approved, tested, and that you can rely on, and that you don't need to reinvent the wheel here. You can be very rely on the shoulders of others. Now, an API gateway, and we sort of spoke about this at the beginning, how it's that sort of little gatekeeper for front and back communication. So it sits behind those, the front and the back. It can be called a reverse proxy. It is that single entry point. So this is where you can put all your services, your identity on it. It makes everything easier to secure. But this doesn't mean that you should leave your backend services on HTTP. Keep those on HTTPS. Make sure that you're not neglecting your security there. You don't want a free for all back there. So you want to make sure that all of your identity is coming through, but everything can be handled at this gateway. And it makes it really much easier to manage. You're going to have less security loopholes. So I definitely recommend this. You can also use the BFF model, which is back end for front end, but we won't go into that. Now, service discovery, and this is sometimes called a service registry. And this is, remember I said, where you can tell all your applications where the other bit is. And there are so many services out there, and they also offer things like load balancing and centralized configuration. There's lots of things, do lots of things. They don't get this do one thing, do it well mantra. So we have Eureka from Netflix. It's a AWS service registry. We've got Zookeeper. We've got Console from HashiCorp. So there's quite a lot there. I mean, there's so many. These are just a couple. And people seem to, from my experience, struggle with the concept of service discovery. So I thought we could do a demo. And then we get away from slides and we do a bit of a demo. So let's come out here. I have an instance of Eureka running in a container. So this is in Docker. And if we zoom in here, you can see it says no instances available. So we're going to change that. I have a nice little app over here. And basically, we have two applications. I have a dad joke API, and this is going to go and get a joke. So if I just run that API, I can start that. Give that a moment. Let's come up on a different screen. And you can see we've got our joke. A police officer caught two kids playing with a firework in a car battery. He charged one and let the other one off. Boom, boom. Okay, so we can see that that's working. And now I have my little Eureka down here. Now this is just a console application, and we're going to get that to read some data from Eureka. Okay, so what we need now is to add some things in, and I'm going to use a set of libraries called SteelToe, and this makes all of this really easy. It's all designed for distributed systems. So the first thing we're going to do is update the dad joke API. You can see I don't have it in here, and I'm just going to copy and paste it. I am going to do copy and pasting because I struggle with typing well on demand. I fudge keys, and you don't need to see that. So you can see I've brought in the latest versions of SteelToe.common.hosting and SteelToe.discovery.eureka. So let's save that. And now we just need to add a few things in here. This kind of works like middleware, and we're going to add it into our startup. And this is going to be in our services. So we're going to add something to our container. This is services.add discovery client. And this will handle all of that bit for us. We don't need to worry. I'm also going to add a little bit into the program, just telling it where I want my hosting to be. Let me add in control dot and tie that up. Oh my goodness, it's not. Come on, you can put that in line. And this is just saying, this is my unsecured port, this is my secure port. So we're just telling it which ports to do. And then all we need is everything is handled in our settings in there. So I'm going to add a chunk of code first. And let me just tell you then what it is. I'm telling it the URLs we're using. I'm going to use our HTTPS port, and then Eureka is going to look at this. Now, my local instance is running on 8761, and I'm telling this app, yes, go and register with Eureka. Do I want you to fetch the registry? True, but we probably don't need to because we're not going to do anything with the registry in this side of the application. So that side is done. Now we're going to go down into our demo here. And I think I've already got it added. Yeah, and we didn't need to see that again. I've added an app settings here as well. So let's go and have a look. I have nothing in here. So what I'm going to do is add in a little bit of configuration again, just like we had on the other one. And oh, we're missing a closing brace. There we go. And this one should register with Eureka. No, because we don't want to be discoverable. We want to just take the information from there. And then we have a little service that I've got in here, which is going to read it. Let's go and see. So I want this to work from an I-hosted service. So it's going to run when we start. So let's go and add that on. It's going to complain because we need to do some implementation. We're going to implement that interface. And I've got some things injected here. So I've got the logger and I've got the client, but I also need the discovery client. So let's add that. And we're going to need to bring that in, control dot, and that come in. And then I also need to add that in here. And we also need it in here. So if we go discovery client and then discovery client, that should all, oh, let me copy and paste that. Okay, there we go. So now we've got that all injected. So that's a good thing. We have our start async and our stop async. Let's just start with our stop async. So when the application closes, we stop this service. And now inside our start async, what we're going to do is go and query the discovery client and get all the apps registered with it. So what we do is we go and get the client. Did I just delete my, there we go, no. There. Okay, so we've got our apps. I actually need to make, why is that? Okay. And now we also need to go and get some information. So what I'm going to do is create an account, and we're going to log the information to say there are 0 apps here. I don't know why I've done it like that. That seems stupid, but I'll just ignore that. I need to revisit that. Someone needs to remind me to go and revisit that. And we're going to loop over this. Oh, I see. I'm going to stick this in the middle. That's it. We're going to do, oh, look, it's already telling me for each. So we're going to go over all of these apps, and for each one, we're going to go and get the very first instance, because there might be multiple instances of those. And then we're going to go and print the name and the port to it, and we're going to add some more to the count. And then we're going to do, we're going to see if we can get a dad joke. So we know that the app is called Dad Joke API. So we're going to see if it matches that, we're going to do that. And I think this is probably, oh, we just need to make this an async. All happy now? Why are you not happy? Do we need to, oh, x.message. There we go. Okay, Control KD, make it look pretty. So what we do is, if there is an application in the discovery client called Dad Joke API, we are going to make a request to it. We have no idea where it lives or anything. There's no connection. These could be in different solutions. I just dumped them in the same solution for ease. We're going to go and make a request to it. So the only thing we need to do is add this to our IOC container. So if we come in here, I've got my services. I'm going to add that Eureka fetch service. So when we start, it's going to run. Okay. So now the first thing I need to do is set multiple startup projects. So we'll just come down here. We're going to start, apply. Okay. And in here, I'm just going to put a breakpoint. I bet I didn't set this one here. Yep, no, that's right. I like the API to start first. Sometimes I put a timer in here just because, you know, it might not be there, and I don't have this running. You would have this maybe running on a timer or something like that. So let's start and see what happens. I've got a backup if it all fails. Okay, like this. What's your problem? Why has it failed immediately? Oh dear, oh dear. Let's go and restore. Surely that should have done it all. Oh, okay, we haven't got our discovery client in here. Whoopsies. There we go. So if I come back here, all we need to do is have our discovery client. Make sure you have your things in your, all of your dependencies available. Alrighty, now it should work. Let's go. Oh, it's going to be a pain, isn't it? Okay, so let's stop this. And what I'll do is I'll flip over to our completed one. Demos, gods didn't want to get up today. So if we come over to here, and now I'm in the completed, and I don't think this one will look any different. There's probably something I did wrong here. We've got the timeout on this one, as you can see. But this should all be more or less the same. Let's start. this one didn't exception, so I obviously did something wrong. I have my app over here. What concerts only cost 45 cents? I don't know, we'll come back to that. So, okay, let's have a look in here. And that's interesting that it says 0. So we've got 0 apps. My demo is not going very well, is it? Let's go and have a look in here. I'm going to stop that. I reckon it is a... No. You know, I tested this all yesterday and the day before, but it's because all of you are watching. Let's go and have a look. I know another thing that we can check. If we come and see, are things... Well, we have got... So it's talking rubbish, because if we look at Eureka, Eureka says, yeah, hey, Dad Joke API has registered with me. Look, there it is. So we've registered it. Let's see, have we got... We've got an app. I don't know what... It was having a slow start. So now we've got an app. You can see our Dad Joke API is registered. And now we're going to loop over those. And it goes and gets the name based on the name of your project, okay? So if we let that go, and if I go in here and have a look... Oh, yes, there we go. And I've just put it under a warning so it's easier to go. I'm so good at sleeping, I can do it with my eyes closed. Okay, so that went, and this project has no idea about that. If we were to look at the host name in here, it doesn't know. It goes and gets it all from the service registry. You see it can go, there's a Dad Joke API project, host name is localhost, and it sits on port 44361, which then enables us to build an HTTP request and query it. So hopefully that's explained it. With my terrible demo that didn't work, but we had a backup, so it was all ready to go. So let us go back over and continue. I'm going to get that to go presenter view. Alrighty. So we had our demo, and all of the code is on GitHub. And now when you think about actually writing code, what do you actually need to consider? Things to bear in mind are plan the scope of each project. I cannot stress planning your scope more. Plan the right solution for each project. Maybe you don't even want to use .NET. Maybe you want to use Go. I don't know. Use what suits. Layer in your complexity. So don't go and put all of your identity and lock everything down before you tested that the underlying code, you know, for how to send a notification can all talk to each other. Layer it all in a sensible order and be flexible. If something doesn't work, go and try something else. Just keep an open mind, keep going with everything. And let me just F11 that. And then there's some other stuff. This topic is really vast, so we can't go into complete depth here. Things we haven't covered is deployment. How do you deploy all of this stuff? It's way beyond the scope of this talk. Docker, Kubernetes, Azure, Kubernetes, all the things. Monitoring is a huge thing. You could use Stilto, that has a lot of observability stuff in there. And then availability, scaling and load balancing, setting all of that up. I mean, there's so many considerations. So some good resources. You can go check out Stilto. I will share the link for this, folks, so you can go, and all of these are clickable links in here. Dapper, which helps developers build event-driven, resilient, distributed applications. It's very popular. I personally don't get on with Dapper, but lots of people do. Project Tie, I hear lots of good things about that. I haven't looked at it. And Yarp, I have used this. I've written some content around it. I've got some projects that use Yarp and Eureka together. This went GA at .NET Conf in November. So that is a reverse proxy from some folks at Microsoft. Really nice proxy. And then with that, I'm going to open up for any questions if anyone has that. All of this stuff is here. I'm going to drop you the link in chat, or at least ask Ashimad to do that. Let's see. All right. So do we have some questions?
Nothing as of now, but
Okay.
let's wait for a couple of minutes and see if we do get a few questions. So in the meanwhile, I'll just take the link once it's here and put it in
Yeah,
the chat window.
that is the link for this, and then all of the GitHub repos are on there, and all of the information. So if I was to go to GitHub, you can see the whole Tacky Tacos project is here. I do build it on Twitch. And if I go back, I do have some smaller repos. I have got blogs waiting to go out on the Tansy website, which is we've got an API gateway with Yarp, we've got API gateway with Yarp and Eureka. So these are interesting things that you may want to go and have a look at. They will work, they're tested, even though my demo today was tested. Developer life.
Live coding is always tricky.
Oh yeah, always have a backup.
Totally agreed. So since we don't have much questions around, probably I can ask one to you. So let's
Sure.
say a .NET developer had to build an application using VMware Cloud. What would be the getting started place where he can just jump around and get some resources to play around with stuff and build things?
In VMware Cloud?
Yeah.
Well, I would start on the Tansy website. So the Tansy Developer Center is a really good place to get loads of information. There's loads of stuff on here for building everything, managing, deploying. We have got more .NET content coming. We're waiting for that to build up. There's only me on the advocacy team that does .NET. So, and I'm the first .NET advocate there. So we've been slowly building up things, learning and improving all of the .NET stuff. You can totally email me, and if I can't help you, I can connect you with the people who can help you. My email is here on those slides, laylap@vmware.com. You can feel free to email me. I'm very happy to help and chat to people. But yeah, here would be a good place to start. There's a whole, there's learning paths, workshops, all sorts of stuff in here. And we're always improving the site. So I would suggest coming and checking out here. If I drop the link, we can share that.
Definitely.
There we go. So yeah, check that out. We've got YouTube channel as well with tutorials. We have our Twitch channel as well. I'll drop you a link to that too. Oh my goodness. Where myself and my teammates do live coding. There's a lot of information on there on VMware Tansy. And yeah, so I'd say that's the best place to start.
Perfect. And with you being there, I am really sure that a lot of .NET content is gonna come around.
Fingers crossed. I have it sitting, waiting. We're just trying to build a .NET landing page on here, and there's some really exciting things to come at VMware for .NET. I can't say anything about it now, but we're really embracing the .NET community. Yes. So watch this space in maybe for some announcements in February. Okay, so I can't say anymore.
So we do understand that. So we just have one question in the chat.
Sure.
So it's from Manik. So what do you suggest for microservices which are polyglot? So anything to keep in mind, such as reusing and cross-cutting concerns?
This is the thing with microservices. There's a lot of duplication. And if they are polyglot, I guess it's no different than if they're not polyglot, because there shouldn't be, when you go and build different services, you're not sharing any resources. I guess you could have a NuGet package that has some models in it, but really you should try and avoid that, because now you're coupling things again. So I think from a polyglot, whether it's polyglot or one tech stack, it doesn't really change. The mantra of don't repeat yourself goes out the window with distributed systems. You've got to think of them as, complete standalone applications. Why would I use any code from an application from another company that does a similar thing in my code? And you've got to have that mindset that we don't really share across anything. Yeah. And that's where you get into problems if you start like having, I don't know, a referenced class library that to use it. There are some places where you might want to do that. So for example, for messaging, if you have like an abstracted messaging or an interface that your messaging system uses, that's about the only place where I would have a reference to it, because you want some coding contract across all of your projects that uses the same messaging system, if you know what I mean.
Right, that makes sense. So probably it answers your question, Manik. Let's wait for 1 or 2 more minutes to see if there are some last moment questions. If there are not, probably we'll be good to go with the next session.
Yay!
In the meanwhile, feel free to tell something about your journey to developer advocacy and what made you go into this field. Probably it can be helpful for the attendees.
Well, I had a non-traditional path into development. I used to be a horse rider and Pilates teacher, and then I taught myself to code, and then just started working as a full stack developer. And then because I sort of learned later in life, I was very involved in the community, the local meetups, and I started to give talks at meetups because we didn't have anyone to give talks. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll give a talk then. And that's how I started speaking at services. Like, we don't have anyone to talk at. Okay, I'll give one. So that's how I started speaking. And then I started at Twilio 4 years ago. Now, such a long time ago, and I got into it around I moved into that and haven't looked back. I love it because I get to do code and I get to do speaking and community work, and it's just really enjoyable. I see we have another question from Arpit. So a lot of discussion around on modular monolith as well. What are your thoughts on it over microservices? I like it because I think it's that a nice little balance of being able to scale what you need without the huge complexity given by distributed systems. So I think if you can go that route, probably go that route, because you can see it's a very complex web that you have to weave with a distributed system. So you need to have a pretty massive team to be able to do it and do it well. If you've got like 20 developers, don't even consider it. I mean, we're talking of teams of like 80 developers here, because you need you need a team per service and then other teams for doing other bits. So yeah, I think it's definitely a way to go.
Yes, for simple application, it can be an overkill, like probably re-engineering it a lot.
Yeah, and it's the maintainability of it as well, because because you don't have this sort of centralized thing. If you update something on here, that really changes the way the system works. Technically, because they're all isolated, it shouldn't change it, but we're all developers. We know that isn't really true. It's something, you change something big over here, you can really guarantee that something's going to break over here. So, this is where the project management comes in, the liaising with different teams. It's a minefield. So you have to have like good oversight from a team of architects as well. I think, it's not something that just like a bunch of developers going, yeah, we're going to do this. You need some real specialist knowledge. And that's not to say that you can't do it, but it's going to be really uphill the whole way.
Totally agreed with that. So probably with that, I think we have answered all the questions.
Wonderful.
And thank you, Leila, for your time. And
thank you so much for having me. And everybody enjoy the rest of your day. And I will see you. Bye.
Bye. Thank you. So, guys, that was Lela, and let's welcome the next speaker of the day, Rishabh Verma. So, welcome, Rishabh.
Hey Ashirvad, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing great as well. Very excited about this next session.
Likewise, I'm looking forward to it too. Like, I haven't really give it a thought, like how we can build extensions using Visual Studio, but after our conversation, I did give it a look, and it was really interesting how how we can extend the Visual Studio and increase our productivity as a developer. So, super interested for your talk, and looking forward to it. So, guys, just to give a small introduction about Rishabh. So, Rishabh is a Microsoft certified professional, and he currently works at Google India as a senior developer relations engineer. I'm sorry for that. So, prior to this, he was a senior consultant at Microsoft. So, uh, all to you, Rishabh. The screen is all yours.
Thanks, Ashirvad. Yep. Let me get started. So is my screen visible? I just want to double check with you,
Yes,
Ashirvad, before I get jump in.
yes, Rishabh is visible.
Perfect. Perfect. So, hey friends, good afternoon. Hope you all are doing fine and safe. And I am Rishabh, as Ashirvad just introduced. And warm welcome to this talk on extending Visual Studio. Oops, it's 30. So let me just, we have about 45 minutes. So I'll take 40 minutes for this. So a slight correction there. So extending this Visual Studio in 40 minutes. So before we jump in, a bit about myself, just to add to what Ashirvad already said in brief. So uh, this is me, the one you see on the right. That's me. I have about 13 years of experience, of which last 11 years have been at Microsoft. Currently, I'm working with Google, and my areas of interest include .NET Core, .NET Compiler Platform, Visual Studio Extensibility Development, and tools and utilities to enhance developer productivity and quality. Right. So over the years, I got opportunities to write few books, and I've written 3 books in the process. So on my areas of interest. So the first is this .NET Core 2.0 by example. Then I wrote a parallel programming book with C# and .NET Core. And the last one, which is also the topic for this talk, is the Visual Studio Extensibility Development. Right. I occasionally blog at this site. This is rishabverma.net. I'll work with Ashirvad post this session, but I'll definitely be posting the slides as well as the code for this. Links here in this site as well, apart from sharing it with Ashirvad. That's my LinkedIn profile. That's my Twitter. And I just wish to call out that I'm speaking in my personal capacity and not on behalf of my employer. So with that said, let's see our agenda for the next 40 minutes or so. So we'll quickly start with our introduction, because directly jumping into the code would not make much sense. Let us first see what a Visual Studio extensibility is, how we can do it, and why I should even worry about doing it. So these are the 3 things we'll first see, and then we'll see how does the anatomy of a Visual Studio extension looks like. So we will dissect an extension and see what are the different parts of it. And I hope to do this in next 10 to 12 minutes approximately, because I want to spend much more time in hands-on coding and seeing the taste of demo gods today. I might want to keep some time as the backup. So I'll try to finish it up pretty quickly. And then we'll get ready for extensibility development. So what we are doing essentially is we are using Visual Studio for extending Visual Studio. So we need to do some basic steps so that we can start extending Visual Studio. So we'll quickly try to do that. And then we will jump into our hands-on demo, which is going to be developing a Visual Studio extension for performing a Google search. And as I promised, we only need to know is C# and awareness of Visual Studio to write this extension. We shouldn't be needing anything more for this basic extension, though writing the detailed extension need much more understanding of the Visual Studio SDK. But for this one, I'll try and ensure that the basic knowledge of C# and Visual Studio is good enough to write this extension. Post that, we can have question and answers if we have time remaining. But I would just request all of you to please keep posting your questions, and I'll attempt to answer them even post session, right? So with that, let's get started. So right now, what you are seeing is the screenshot of our beloved Visual Studio IDE. This is from Visual Studio 2019. And I don't hesitate one bit in saying that Visual Studio is a great place to spend your 8 hours. I do it, I've done it for a major part of my life, and I hope to continue doing so for few more. So we all love this IDE. And even great thing about Visual Studio is that it is highly, highly extensible. Okay, here if you see in the screen, what I have done is I have bulleted the different sections, different parts of Visual Studio IDE in 1, 2, 3, right? So what the intention is that to show that these are the different parts of Visual Studio, and all of them are highly extensible. So the top thing where we see the file, edit, view, project, build, these are a menu bar, where you see the different menus. Below that is our toolbar where you see the save all, and the debugging buttons, right? That is the toolbar, that is extensible. Number 3 represents our code window where we actually write the code, for our programs and applications. So that is the code window, that is extensible. If we right click on this code window, we see the code context menu. That is what is shown by number 4, that is extensible. And likewise, number 5 is error list, output window, the status bar, the solution explorer. If we right click on the solution explorer on a project, solution, or a file, we get different context menus. Even those are extensible. Okay, and we have few property. We have a property window. We have the team explorer. We have server explorer. All of them are extensible. So this is why I wanted to begin this talk, that the IDE that we are using for development is highly, highly extensible. Okay. So just to say, what is an extension? As Ashirwad said, that it's interesting. So extension is just a way, as the name suggests, in simple words, it's just a way to add or modify Visual Studio functionality, right? So suppose you want a new command. For example, today I want to search any code in my code window in Google search. I want a Google search command. That can be an extension. So that is what we are going to develop today. But likewise, if you think that there should be a way to change the Visual Studio functionality or add to a Visual Studio functionality, that is what an extension is, right? And what can be extended? I just showed the screenshot, and this is just a quick summary of it. The project templates, the item templates, the tool windows, the snippets, the editor. We can do refactorings and code analyzers. We can create debugger visualizers. We can create profilers. We can enforce the coding standards. In fact, if you want to introduce tomorrow a new language, you can write a new language service as well, and much, much more. So it's highly extensible. Okay. And after that, another question which might come to your mind is that why should I even worry about it? Okay, Visual Studio is extensible. What is extension? I know, but why should I extend Visual Studio? So yeah, I mean, I'll just help you with few cases here that why you should extend Visual Studio or look for extending Visual Studio. Mostly the IDE is pretty good, and most of the things are out of the box available to you. But there are times, at least that I have encountered in my developer journey, that I wanted certain things to be done a certain way, and out of the box Visual Studio did not support it, and that called me to write extensions. So you may want to customize Visual Studio to suit your needs. That has happened with me. That's the first point I'm trying to say. If you have to do anything which is repetitive, or you have to do it multiple times, or it is very tedious to do it, you can think of writing an extension for that. If you want to increase your productivity, because automation would always do things faster than what a human can do, so you can again create an extension to do things faster. If you want to adhere to good qualities, we have code analyzers and everything that would ensure that you are sticking to the coding standards or to the standards that your team is following. So if you write an extension for that, enforcing that this follows certain coding principles, you can lead to write a higher quality code. So even that is a possibility. If you want to enforce policies that unless all the style cops or FX cops are 0, you can't check in the code. Those kinds of policies, if you want to enforce, that can be done by extension. And another thing which I've put is fame and fortune. So a lot of extensions that you would see in the marketplace are paid as well. That you could so you can create some great extension which can be loved and liked by many, and then you can monetize it and you can make money out of it as well. So that's also an incentive for creating an extension. And as my extensibility guru Mats Christensen used to say, it would be cool if. So for the coolness factor, it would be cool if I could do this with Visual Studio, and that is generally how new Visual Studio extensions came up. Just to set the context, why should I extend Visual Studio? These are the different categories and the extensive extensions which you probably might have seen or worked with in the past without knowing or knowingly. So for example, if you have you worked on mobile development using Xamarin, then you have used some sort of extension. If you have worked on Node.js, tools are there, Java tools are there, PHP tools are there for development in Visual Studio. Those are all extensions. If you have worked in any third-party custom controls like Telerik or some other controls, there are extensions for it. GitHub, I think, is a perfect example. GitHub is also exposed as an extension, and there are many other for productivity and cloud services as well. So just to set the context that there are many things which are done by a means of extensions in Visual Studio. Okay, so now I know the extensions. I know why should I extend it. Next up, let me see where can I get the extension. So that's the place where you get the extension, the marketplace.visualstudio.com. Okay, so here you will see at the top the three categories. One, right now it's selected Visual Studio, but the same site also has the extensions for Visual Studio Code, Azure DevOps, and other stuff. And there you can also, it also has links for build your own and publish extensions, which I'll try to show towards the end of the demo, right? And here for Visual Studio, you can already see that we have more than 11.5K extensions available, right? And that is for all across all the versions, like 2019, 2022, and all the other previous ones. So if you would select, right now I've chosen a very, very general filter. If you click on the specific filter, these numbers might change, but that is the place. So you can go here and you can just download the extension, right? Or other way is that you can go to the IDE itself. It has the extensions section at the top, which I will show. And there also you can directly from the Visual Studio IDE itself, you can download the extension. Okay. So as I said, more than 11.5K extensions exist as of yesterday. That's the data as of yesterday. And we have more than 35 million plus downloads of extension. So that's a good enough incentive for you to start creating extensions. With that, let's turn into the anatomy of a Visual Studio extension. So suppose I went to that marketplace and I download an extension from here. So a file that I will get will have an extension of .vsix. So that vsix is the extension of the file that would be downloaded, and that stands for Visual Studio Installer Extension. Okay, so it's the basic unit of deployment for Visual Studio. Once you run it, your Visual Studio installer knows that it's an extension. It would start installing it. And then Visual Studio, when it loads the next time, it would know to load that extension from that location. So important thing about the extension is that it follows an open package convention. That is an OPC package. You can read about the OPC specs offline or via internet, because it's just it's just a technology used to design a file format. It is just a file format, and it was created by Microsoft for storing XML and non-XML files in a compressed format. So that's the crux of this OPC format. The important thing about OPC format is that any file that is based on this OPC format is nothing else but just a regular zip file. So essentially, if you just change that extension to zip, you have a zip archive and you can see the contents of it inside it. So that's what we are going to use to see the contents of a Visual Studio extension. As I said, that Visual Studio installer recognizes this extension and installs it to the location where it can be discovered and loaded by Visual Studio when it starts and loads. Not just the Visual Studio extension. In fact, if you see any of the Microsoft products that we use in common life, like DocX, that's the Word, PPTX, that's the PowerPoint, XLSX, that's the Excel file, or the XPS, the image, right, image format, and the VSX, that's the Visio. Any of these files, they are all adhering to the OPC standard. So you can take any of these files, first take a backup. Okay, take a backup of this file so that you don't mess up with the original file, and then just change the file extension from docx to .zip. And once you extract it, you can see what all is contained inside that. So that's the beauty of this OPC format. So I've already done this for one of the extensions. I've downloaded an extension from Marketplace, and I just renamed it to .vsix.zip and extracted it. So these are the files that you will see, and I'll just go through it in just a quick while. But here is the image, and I'll also show it live so that it resonates with everyone as to what I'm trying to do. So this is what I have. So I got this demo anatomy.vsix created today. Then what I did is I renamed this extension from .vsix to .zip. Okay, and then I extracted it. So I got a folder called demo anatomy. And here I see these files. So first is the content types.xml. So this is nothing else, but it just contains the metadata it just contains the information about the file types that exist. So it will tell you that it has a package def file, it has a JSON file, and it has a binary file. So that is all this contains actually the different types of files that exist in the package. After that is a catalog.json that is created while building. Okay, while building the extension, this JSON file comes up. Demo anatomy.dll is actually your code where your entire extension logic and stuff resides in. This is the actual executable, the DLL, dynamic link library. The pkg.def is the package definition file or the registry. Actually, this is the thing which will register your extension in the registry Hive. And next time when Visual Studio loads, it would then see at that the path where this package definition has put up the binaries, and it would. So if I just show you quickly, I think I did not want to show it in the want of time, but if I just try to show it with Notepad quickly, right? If you see, it looks more like a registry file, and you see it defines the class as well as the code base where it is going to be. So next time when Visual Studio starts, it knows where to load this DLL from. Okay. VSIX manifest is nothing else but the metadata about the extension. It will contain information like the name, version, description, identifier. All the metadata about the extension would be in this XML file. It is nothing else but an XML file. And the same information in the JSON format is called as manifest.json. So this is a high-level anatomy of our Visual Studio extension, right? So now what we'll do is we will quickly jump back to the slide. Okay, and let's move on to the next slide. So I think we have already taken 15 minutes, and I just want to concentrate more on the coding part. So let's get started for the Visual Studio extensibility development. So one thing that we need to see here is that we are using Visual Studio for extending Visual Studio. So we need to do certain things before our Visual Studio is ready to start developing extensions for itself. So to do that is pretty simple. What we need to do is, first of all, you should have a Visual Studio installed in your machine. It can be Visual Studio 2019. It can be Visual Studio 2022. Right now, I'm using Visual Studio 2022 17.0, as you can see from the screenshot. And just press the Windows key and type in Windows Visual Studio installer. So what that will do is, it will bring in your Visual Studio installer. I'll just show it. I'm trying to bring it here in my second screen. Okay. And this is the Visual Studio installer that comes up, right? It says updates available, but you don't, right now I won't worry about it. I'll just click on modify, right? So what it will do is, it will show me the workloads. So in this workload, what I need to do is, I need to come down to the other tool sets and ensure that Visual Studio extension development checkbox is checked. I've already done it, so it is already showing checked in my case, but anyone who wants to get started with extension development needs to check this, okay? And then apart from this, what I have also done is, and I highly recommend any extensibility developers to do so as well, is to install a few other extensions like Extensibility Essentials 2022. So what this does is, what this extension does is that it will provide you a great developer experience while writing the extension. It will provide you IntelliSense. It will provide you not just the IntelliSense of your C# code, but also your Visual Studio command table, which is an XML. Getting IntelliSense in XML is very important. Otherwise, you would not know how to fill up that XML. So this is a must install extension for any extension writer. And Visual Studio ships up with more than 3,500 images. Like the images like save button and all the other things that you see. Those are all images that Visual Studio ships with. We can leverage them. So if you want to leverage them, there's an extension called Known Monikers Explorer. This also, I would highly recommend that you install it, right? And then a clear MEF cache and all these essentially comes with Extensibility Essentials, but I would highly recommend that you install this. Now, once you install this workload, what happens is your SDK would get installed. Visual Studio, to extend Visual Studio, you need Visual Studio SDK. So your SDK will be available, and it will also add the project template as well as the item templates, which we can leverage to create an extension for Visual Studio. So this is what that will do. So let me just close this. After you have done it, you are essentially ready to start the development of a Visual Studio extension. And we will now move to that part as well. But before I go into that, I just want to tell out 4 important things which I just wanted to cover before I jump into the hands-on coding. So first and foremost is this Visual Studio extensibility model. So I have done the workload installation. That workload has installed the VS SDK. It has installed the item and the project templates for me. Now I will create a project out of that template. So what will I have in that? I will have these things. So if I create a project out of any of the templates that are inserted, this we will see live, but I just want it to be in the back of your mind before we go there. So that's why I'm just bringing it up front. So we'll have Microsoft.visualstudio.sdk and Microsoft.vsSDK.build These will be the 2 NuGet packages that we'll see. And then Visual Studio packages. So package is actually a container for common extensibility objects. Any extension for Visual Studio has a bunch of services, and package is the way of getting those services and manipulating them. So there's a language service, there is a output window that is exposed as a service. So if you have worked on ASP.NET core, right, everything is dependency injected in our container. And how do we do is we call the service provider and say .get service async, right, and we get that service, and then we work on top of it. Pretty similar is how the Visual Studio, I'm oversimplifying it, but the same thing is applicable in Visual Studio as well, that there is a package class, and in that package class you can get access to the service which are there, and then you can start manipulating it. So we'll always have a package there. So package as well as the SDK are the 2 things that we have covered. Then once your extension or the package is built, right, how would people discover it? How would they know that what it is, what it does, what is the version, who is the author, what are the dependencies, in what all versions of Visual Studio I can install it? So all that is contained in this manifest file called VSIX package manifest. This is nothing else but just an XML file. I'll show it in just a while in the form of editor, but this contains important information like identity, versioning, that what's the identity of this extension, what is the version of this extension, what all version of Visual Studios is it compatible with, what are the different dependencies I need to have for this extension to work. So that all is contained in this VSIX package manifest. And finally, just make a note that we are using Visual Studio to extend Visual Studio. I mean, we could have used other IDE as well, but I'm just telling you here, since we are using Visual Studio to extend Visual Studio, so what if I accidentally write some bad code or I inject some bug into the code, and eventually what happens is I get my Visual Studio into a bad state. I'm not able to open my Visual Studio. So that can very well happen because I'm trying to extend the tool I'm using to develop, that I'm trying to extend. I'm using the same tool to develop it, right? So what the team has come up with is, the Visual Studio extensibility team has come up with something called as an experimental instance. So these things, what it does is the experimental instance is isolated at the file system. So the folders would be different for this instance of Visual Studio, as well as at the registry level also, the registry entries would be different. So even if we write some bad code or accidentally inject any bug, it would only be impacting this experimental instance of Visual Studio. Our original instance of Visual Studio will continue to work normally. And that is said by means of root suffix. I will show it in just a short while. So I think with this, we are done with the theory part, and I'm now ready to move towards the hands-on coding part of it. So what will we build today? So as I said earlier, we will be building an extension which would be performing Google search of the text which is there in the code window. So if you see on the right here, this is actually a code window on which I have selected iWeb host environment. I've done a right click on it, and then I'm trying to do search, and I expect that it will do a search of this and tell me the results. So this is what I'm going to develop. And with that, let me just switch over to Visual Studio and first show you that what we are trying to develop, and then we will develop it from scratch. So for example, right now I just select, this is Visual Studio IDE. I just have a async package right here. I'll do a right click here. And if you see here at the bottom, there is a command called search, which you will not see unless you have this extension installed. But I have it installed, so I'll see it. I'll just press search on it. And if you see here, it will do, just did a Bing search here, and it is telling me that this is, what this is and where it is actually existing. Same way, if I just go to, some other stuff, for example, if I go to, process and just do a search on it, it will do it on that process, and it is just doing a literal search on it. Okay, so what we are going to develop here in this is the same thing, to do a Google search. Okay, so to get started, this is what we are going to develop. And let me just now open an instance of Visual Studio. I hope my Visual Studio instance is visible. I'll just create a new project right here. And if we have installed the workload correctly, and if we select the C# language and the project type as extensions, we should start seeing a VSIX project. So VSIX project, as I stated a little while back, is going to be a Visual Studio installer extension. So I'm going to select this and I'm going to click next. So this will give me that specify a project name. Let me just name it as .NET Conf demo, right? And just say create. So this will create, a project. Let me just bring the window here because the window has gone to my next screen, right? So it has just created a project from the template that was just installed. Now let us first examine what is there in this project template. So it's a regular project file, right? Right now. And if I go to the properties, it has an assembly info, which is there in all the .NET projects that we normally work with. But if I go to references, as I said earlier, you will see the two NuGet packages, Microsoft.visualstudio.sdk and Microsoft.vsSDK.buildtools. So these are the two things which it has added because it's a .NET Visual Studio extension, right? So because it needs, it builds on top of Visual Studio SDK. So these two are added. And then we have reference to system. If we go to the analyzers part, you would see that we have a bunch of analyzers in it. And if you see, 3 of them are for Microsoft.Visual Studio. So what it is telling me is that if I have to use the SDK correctly, it will help me in doing that. It has a bunch of rules which I can see here, but I'll not go into that right now. But it has a bunch of rules that will ensure that I use the Visual Studio SDK the right way. If I don't do it, it will show me a squiggly, or it may be an error or a warning, depending upon the severity of error I commit. Same way, Visual Studio being a graphical user interface application, I need to ensure that I use the threads really well, threading correctly. If I use threading in the incorrect way, I might end up hanging the system altogether. So there are a couple of analyzers for helping me using the right, make the right use of threading. So there are a couple of analyzers which ensure that I am not using like async void. I'm not using all those stuff. So there are a few analyzers for this as well. So that's a great part of this project template. And then if I go here, there is a package. As I said, that package is the thing that you will see very often whenever you go into developing extension. So this is that package. It derives from an abstract class called async package, right? And if I see here in the package members, there is just initialize async method, right? This is just initialize async method where there is a method which is just saying switch to main thread. Now that's needed because the UI can only be accessed in the main thread. I'll not go into that, but it is already in the template code. Okay, and the next file that is there is the VSIX manifest, which I told you that right now if I see it is just there's a product name in it, who has authored it, what's the ID, what's the version, what's the description. And let me just take a moment and say that please take out good time in filling it up really thoughtfully, because this is the metadata that will go into the marketplace, and based on this description, users would understand what your extension is, and that is where they would decide if they want to download it or not. So please take good time in filling it. Here we are doing it for demo, so I'll not take that much time to do it. So right now, just have a look. What I need to do is I need to select a text, then do a right click. And here I'm already seeing a search stuff here, but I need to create a new command, and via which I should be able to get the selected text and then search that stuff on the internet to get the result, right? This is what I need to do. But right now I just see a package and a manifest file, right? How would I do it? So I need to add a command. So to add a command, I'll come and do say add, and I'll say new item, right? Add new item. And when I do that, I'll get this new item dialog. And if I have installed the workload correctly and I come to the extensibility stuff, I will start seeing few item templates. So if I see this one, there is one which is named as command. So command, if you see the description, it says custom command in tools menu hosted in a Visual Studio package. So I'll just pick this one and I'll just rename it to search. And I'll just say add. right? Once I do that, you see a bunch of magic has already happened in my Solution Explorer. What all has happened? Let's see. So if I go to the references, you see a number of references have increased. A bunch of system.data and other references have got added, right? Then analyzers, we don't need to do anything. References is added. Then in the resource, if you see, you would see search.png, right, which is nothing else but just a PNG file, image file, right? And then we have this demo package. We saw it earlier, but now if you would see, there is additional line to it where it is saying search.initialize async, okay? And then we have a new file called .NET Conf demo package.vsct. Now, if I see this VSCT, what does this VSCT mean? Now, VSCT, let me tell you, VSCT stands for Visual Studio Command Table. So this is the table which contains all the commands that are, Visual Studio commands are stored. So we need to add a command here so that, a user can click on it and then act on it. So if I come down below, I see that there is a group section, and in the group section, it is saying that it is VS menu tools. So this sounds like in the top menu bar, it will appear in the tools menu. So let us just hold our horses here and then just come down. If I see the button text, it is saying as invoke search, okay? And the image is it is taking an icon from a GUID images, and the pick ID is BMP pick 1. Okay, so that's there in the Visual Studio command table. And then if I come to the search file, if I see, I can read the things that it's a command set, and a package. So essentially, I can see that it is creating a command for search, which is great, which is all I wanted to do. And here, if I see, as I said, I just expand the view. As I said that in ASP.NET Core, what we do is that we take the service provider and do get service async. Here also, you see, inside the initialize async, it seems to be doing the same thing. It is just getting a service from the package. So package is our stuff which will give us access to the services that are there. So that is one thing to note here. And if I see, there's another method called execute, and in the execute, I see they are creating a message called inside blah, some item which is getting the type.full name, which is going to be search, and inside menu item callback. So this is what, and then it is then showing a message box. So at this point of time, we have a completely working extension in place. And hopefully, if I run it, it should show up in the tools menu, and we should be able to see an extension. And if I click on it, it should show me a dialog showing inside menu item callback, right? So let us see if I can debug it. So to see if I can debug it, let me go to the properties window, and let's see what will happen if I try to debug it. So if I try to debug it, it says that start an external program. And if I see the complete path, oh, this is dev.env.exe. So dev.env.exe is nothing else but your Visual Studio itself. So it is launching a new instance of Visual Studio, and you see the command line argument. The command line argument is root suffix exp. So this exp tells it that it is an experimental instance. So I think this should be good. Right now, if you see, there is no exp or anything showing up. It is just a normal write header, live share, and then a send feedback button showing up here. Let me just start debugging it. If I start debugging it, right, it will open a new instance of Visual Studio, and it should be an experimental instance. Okay, so let us see that. It's loading right now. As soon as it's taking time to build. I think we are on track. I think we should be done in about 10-11 minutes. Right, so it opened in my first window. So you see the color right now. You see I am not using a dark theme color, but the new instance that has opened is a dark theme color. And that is because I have chosen dark theme for my experimental instance. And if I just go to this demo app, I just opening a solution here, right? So here, if you see explicitly, you see an exp showing up, right? You see exp here. That is a complete identifier that is telling me that it is an experimental instance of Visual Studio and not the normal instance of Visual Studio. Perfect. So now it has launched Visual Studio, an experimental instance. And let us see if I'm able to go to the tools menu and click on it. If I go here, you see, if I go to tools, here I do see invoke search, which is what we saw earlier. And if I click on it, it does show a dialog box saying inside .NET Conf demo .search .menu item callback. Okay, so we already have a command in place and we have showing a dialog. We now just need to change it so that we can start doing a search. Okay, so let us get started. So we'll first go into Visual Studio command table. And the first thing that I need to do is I do not want this command text to be invoke search. I want this to be .NET Conf search. We'll internally do a Google search, but since we are doing it in .NET Conference, let's just put it as .NET Conf. Now, another thing is right now it is coming in the tools menu. I want to show it in the right click of my code window. So let me just get rid of this completely, and let me just try if there is anything related to code win. Hey, a bunch of stuff comes up with code win. So code window, I want to see the context. So if I see this one at the bottom appears like a code window context. Now this, I know it by my previous knowledge because I've worked on it, but there is a documentation around it in the, where we can find out that what command is for what toolbar, menu bar, right click context menu of the project, solution, or code. So right now I know, so I've just used it, but I just wanted to demonstrate that using IntelliSense, it becomes really easy. So those extensions are helping us here. Okay. Next thing is, as I said, that Visual Studio ships up with more than 3,500, more than 3,500 images. We can use an external image, but those images, if I use, they would appear out of place. But if you would see, like if you see a save button here or a folder button, those buttons are like, very, very, seamless. It appears as if they belong to Visual Studio. So why not use something which is already in Visual Studio? So what I'll do is, let me see if we have something related to search. And I see a bunch of images there in search, right? So let me just use this search image. To use this known monikers, I need to include a new file. And that file is called as include. I'll do an href with it. And I'll say known image IDs. Again, IntelliSense helps me in identifying. I don't need to remember the file name. I just do href and it shows me the file to be used. So now what I need to do is I first need to change this image. I'll change it to, so if you see this I've changed this GUID to image catalog GUID, right? Because that is what is present in known image. And the ID of the image that I have to use is search, we just saw. And you see, as soon as I type search, you see a preview of that image here. So this is how the image would look like. If I use another one, search contract, this is how it would look like. So I want to use search. So I'll use the search here. And so now what has happened is my location of my command has changed from tools menu to right click context menu. The text has changed to .NET Conference search and the image is changed to search. Now I don't need any of these things, but for the time being, I'll just let it be here, right? And now I just need to handle the execute part. Now in the execute part right now, we are not doing anything interesting, just showing the dialog box. So what I need to do is I need to get handle of the selected text. To get selected text, I need to use something called as DTE. Now DTE, also known as Document Tools Extensibility, exposes the properties and APIs. Now all these things you will get once you read the VS SDK. Since I already know it, so I am directly using DTE. And to get the DTE, I am just going to use simply await package, right? Dot get service async and type of DTE, right? And once I do that, I have to resolve the using. So it would say using env DTE, and I will use it as DTE2. Now DTE has lots of interesting things like getting access to the current document, current project, events, even navigation. A lot of stuff you can get in from there. I'm now resolving DTE2. So now with that, my right side is ready. And now I'll assign it to a DTE instance. DTE instance, okay? And let me just do a control dot. Let's use the refactoring provided. And it says that, I'll use a refactoring to generate a property. So I've generated a property for DTE instance. And if you go up, Visual Studio has already generated a static property DTE instance of type DTE2. So now I have got the DTE, and with that DTE, I should be able to get the selected text. So let me first write the code quickly, and then I'll quickly explain it. So what we'll do is we'll take DTE instance right? DTE instance dot, it has something called as active. It has a bunch of things, like, it has active window, it has active document. Let me just quickly show. So it has debugger, it has addition, it has events, it has a method to execute command. So if you have any command that you want to execute, like view dot something or edit dot copy, edit dot paste, to do copy paste, you can do all of things literally from this thing. If you want to find something, you want to run a find via code automation. If you want to find something using DTE, you can just do find, and it will help you in finding the stuff. So it has a bunch of stuff. Here I'm just going to use the active document, and it has a property called selection. I'll use that selection, and then I will cast it as text selection. Okay. So with that, I will get the text selection. So this will give me an access to text selection. Okay. Here, if you see right now, I told you that there are few analyzers. Right now, if you see, it is showing me a light bulb. So let me just see why it is so. Oh, it says that you should add assumes.present after assignment. So I am just doing it. So what it does is, there is a Microsoft namespace that has been added, and it will ensure that DTE instance is present at the time of initialize. If it is not, then it will. This is all coming by virtue of your analyzers. Now, what I can do is I can use the question mark here to ensure that if it is null, I do not proceed it. So I'll just do a quick code, and you see the intelligence, such great intelligence Visual Studio 22 have. It has already suggested at what I'm trying to do. It identifies that I'm trying to check if it is null or not. If it is not null, only then I want to proceed, right? Then it has a property called text, which I will get. And again, you see, Visual Studio is so smart. It is telling me that, I'm trying to get the text. I'll just press tab to accept it. So I get the text as well. Okay. Now, again, it is telling me if the text is not equal to null, ideally, I would want to do string dot is null or white space, just to ensure that nobody tests white space. But I'll just go with Visual Studio here as well. And now I have the text which user has selected. All I need to do now is search. Now, if I want to search, right, let me just show you. If I do a Google search of .NET Conference Bhubaneswar, you see the URL is like this. Search, and then Q equals to, and then you see .NET plus Conf plus Bhubaneswar. That's because it is URL encoded. So I will need to pass the string and then do a URL encoding of it. So these are the two steps that I need to do. So what I'll do now is, I will, if text is not equal to null, I will do the URL encoding. So first, let me do a URL encoded text, and that would be via system.net. It has a class called tab utility, I believe. Yeah. And it's again telling me that do a URL encode of text. So I got a URL encode. Okay. So this is encoded. And then my search URL is going to be, I hope I copied it. Yeah. So this is my search URL, right? And I'll just paste my selected text there using the string interpolation. I'm just going to pass on my URL encoded text, right? That's it. Right now my URL is ready. All I need to do is do a search on it. So easiest way to do would be system.diagnostics.process.start. Again, Visual Studio is too smart since it has seen me do it earlier. So it has recommended it. But that's what process.start will do is it will find the default way or default program by which this application should be running, and it would just launch it. So that will actually open the default browser. It may be Edge, Chrome, or Firefox, depending upon what is configured in your machine. But I just want to show one more thing, that what we can do is we can use DTE instance and then do, it has something called as item operations, and it has something called as navigate. And there also, if I do the same thing, it will try to open it in the internal Visual Studio browser, which unfortunately happens to be Internet Explorer, and it is no longer supported. It shouldn't be used, but I am just showing that you can still do it. And one last thing I want to do is I just want to update the status bar as well. So I will just do dot status bar. It has a property called status bar, and I'll set the text to what I am searching. So I am searching for text, and that text has to be within the braces. This is again string interpolation. So yeah, with this, I think our extension should be ready to go, and let's just get started. I'll just do a debugging, and we should have if things go well, I mean, if demo gods are with us, we should be able to get, we should be able to search that selected text using our extension on Google. The demo earlier I showed was from Bing, so that's why I did it in Bing, so that we know that this is coming from this new demo. So now my new instance of Visual Studio has opened. Okay, let me just click on. So this is the new instance of Visual Studio that's opened by virtue of me debugging it, right? And I've just clicked. So it is again loading in my screen 1. I'm getting that to my screen 2. All right, just give it a moment. We are almost there. We are almost there. Just getting it to load. Fingers crossed. Oh, it again came back to. Right. I hope my screen is visible. Okay, perfect. So now if I just try and do right click, let me just see what is going on. Awesome. So if you see, I do see a .NET Conf search. Unfortunately, I missed one step, which is icon is moniker. I did not specify the command flag, so I did not see the icon. But which I, so that's why you are not seeing the icon here, because I used the inbuilt icon of Visual Studio. Then I have to use a command flag. Icon is moniker, which I did not do. And now if I do this search, you see it has opened .NET Conf Bhubaneswar 2022, and these are the results for it, right? And now if I come down, the another thing that it should have done already is that it should have tried to open it in this instance as well, but here it ran into one sort of manage debugging assistant error. But if I just do F5 here, you see here itself in the Visual Studio, we have the browser opened, and in the browser we see .NET Conference 2022, and it's being searched, right? So that's how now that shows that our extension is working, and we were able to perform Google search on the command that I just used. So yeah, so that's how easy it is to develop extensions for Visual Studio. In the interest and want of time, I would just quickly want to move to the slide we have, and I hope it made sense that how easy it is to extend Visual Studio. And to get started, I'll be, if you have any questions, and if we are run out of time, you can definitely post it or share it with Ashirwad, and I would be happy to answer them offline as well. Otherwise, one thing which I had posted on my LinkedIn, I just want to reiterate here, that if you have, it's this event is for us to socialize, network, and learn from each other. So if you have any tips, hacks, or extensions that you use and you find really useful, please share it with the .NET community, with all of us, right? So you can tweet, comment, or post your favorite Visual Studio tips, hacks, or extensions, and just tag .NET Conf BBSR, that is the .NET Conference Bhubaneswar. And you can keep doing it for next 1 or 2 days. I had earlier kept thing. So what I'm doing is I got 5 copies of my author copies of my book. 2 of them I'll be giving away to the 2 best tips I get. So with that, I'll just say any questions, or otherwise, thank you so much. Over to you, Ashirwad.
Thank you, Rishabh, for such a resourceful and insightful session. I think we do have 2 questions from Manik. So let's go through other question one by one. So the first question is it possible to localize the VS extensions? And I think it's a yes, just like how you showed it to us. And yeah, please.
Yes. Right. So thanks, Manik, for asking this question. So the answer to that is yes, it's possible to localize the VS extension. See, 45 minutes is not enough time for us to go through all the details. But generally I take this as a 2-day session covering the basics, and then going till developing the extension. And then I also explain Visual Studio SDK in detail. But yes, the simple answer to your question is that localization is very much possible in Visual Studio SDK. Second part is, will VS Marketplace scan the extension package that is published for vulnerabilities, or is it just the responsibility? Okay, so that's a great question. I could not reach till the marketplace. So the marketplace URL that I showed earlier, you can go and upload the extension. I wanted to do it, but 30 minutes became too less, and I couldn't do it. But there, if you go and upload it, first thing is that it will fetch all the metadata from the VSIX itself, and then it will do some scanning on its own, right? And It can't do everything, but it still does a lot of stuff. I don't think it will be able to detect vulnerabilities because I have not tried that. But what I would say is that if there are any issues with the extension, there is a way to report it. So if you find any extension that is doing something which it shouldn't, you can always go and report that extension, and then the team would definitely look into it. So I'm not 100% sure about this answer, but yes, there is some sort of scanning that happens, but I'm not sure if it is very foolproof, or you can do virtually, it will not let anything go by. I can't be 100% confident about that.
Perfect. So there's one more question that Manik actually has. So will VS extension work for VS Code as well? No.
Absolutely no. So the thing is that they are two different products, and the two different extensibility model is there. So VS Code extensibility model is there, but it's completely different. So none of this would work on Visual Studio Code.
Perfect. I think we have answered all the questions. And Manik, please share your email address with us. We have something for you. Since you have been with us since morning, since the first session, so we have some swags for you to give it to you. So please reach out to us and share your email address. If it's not possible over in the chat window, because there are restrictions, I understand. You cannot write anything with @ over there. So probably you can drop me a message over LinkedIn or Twitter, and we'll be happy to help you out with the swags. And finally, thank you, Rishabh, for your time and taking some time. Taking some time on a Sunday and coming here and hosting a talk on Visual Studio extensions.
Absolutely my pleasure, and thank you so much for inviting me. It was a complete honor to be here. Thank you so much, and keep doing the great work that you are doing. And everybody else, have a great afternoon and a great Sunday ahead. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Rishabh. And guys, do share your tips to stand a chance to win a copy of Rishabh's book.
Perfect. Thanks, Ashirwad. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you, Rishabh. Have a great day.
You too.
Okay, with that, let's move on to the next session for the evening. For the afternoon, wherever you are. Okay, it's morning, evening, afternoon. So let's move on to the next session of the conference. This is going to be given by Stacy Cashmore.
Hello there.
Hi, Stacy. Sorry, I didn't butcher your name, right?
Yeah, you got the name right.
Perfect. So she's going to talk about authenticating in Azure Static Web Apps. So Azure Static Web Apps is actually something really, trending these days, and I have personally used it a lot, and I really like it, to be honest. You have a one-stop solution to build and deploy your front-end, back-end application and deploy it at one go. So that's really interesting. And authentication is one part which I didn't find a lot of resources when I was looking into it. So looking forward to this session.
Okay, well, I hope it fulfills what you want from it.
Definitely.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Well, good morning for me. I guess good afternoon for the people in India, and just hello if you're anywhere else. It's always so much fun in an online talk trying to actually say hello for all of the different time zones at the same time. It's I love C# Fritz's. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I think he nails it totally there.
We'll get there one day.
We'll get there one day. It's all good fun. It's learning this new world.
Agreed.
Okay, well, thank you so much for spending some time with me this morning. And as I said, I want to talk about authentication in static web apps. And I love them. I've been using them since they're in preview, and it's what my personal website is built upon. And as Ashwad was saying, what's really cool is that inside of that one single resource, inside of Azure, we have our front-end application, we have Azure Functions for our backend API, and then we have a load of glue, which we don't need to care about, which joins it all together into one cohesive application for us. Part of that code, part of that glue that we don't have to worry about is the authentication process. Now, I'm going to be talking today about the free tier in Azure Static Web Apps, and for that, there are I believe 3 providers in general availability, 1 provider in preview, and 1 provider, and I think it's a private preview right now. You can access it, but it says, nope, you're not allowed to use this. And they're available out of the box for us. And the way that they're made available to us, it just makes it so simple to implement authentication into our applications. Now, I do want to just mention that if you have the standard tier of the static web apps, that is the static web apps that you pay for, a whopping $7 a month, I believe, something like that, you have more options available to you. You can even write your own authentication provider so that you're not just limited to the ones that Microsoft allows you to use. Not going to be looking into that today. There's not really enough time, but I do think it's worth knowing that this ability exists should you want to do something which isn't available just out of the box. So, hi, I'm Stacey Cashmore. I am Tech Explorer DevOps at Omniplan, and we create financial advice software, and we're based in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. I've been writing software since the middle of the 1990s, and I am really honored to say that for the last 2 years, I've been able to call myself a Microsoft MVP in developer technologies. So today, it's not going to be a coding-based talk, but it is going to be a demo-heavy talk because I want to show you how we can actually use authentication rather than just talking about it. And to do that, I have this application which you can currently see on your screen. And if you have ever scaffolded a Blazor application, I'm sure you recognize most of it. There's just a couple of slight changes on the screen. The first one is that at the top, we have this auth provider information, which at the moment just simply says not logged in because, well, I'm not. And then down here underneath fetch data, we have this login button. And that's where all of the magic's gonna happen today. So if I click on this login button, I come to a page that I've written, which gives us the different out-of-the-box authentication providers that we have available to us. We can sign in with Microsoft using AAD, Azure Active Directory. We can sign in using GitHub handles. We can sign in using Twitter handles. And we can sign in using Google. So let's just sign in with Twitter here. And what you will hopefully see very quickly is my page goes to Twitter, and then it comes back to my page. It reloads, and my login button is changed to say super user, and my authentication provider has changed to say Twitter. The bit that I really love about this, you saw it go to Twitter, you saw it do that whole authentication process. I have done nothing to make that work. That just comes directly out of the box, and we can just use it. Now, let's log out a second, and I just want to log in with GitHub. Come on, log out. Thank you. So the page is going to reload. We come back to my login providers, and let's log in with GitHub. And here, you can see what happens the first time we log in on a page with a provider that we've not used before. And we have to provide consent. So our users have to say, yep, you can use my email address, you can use my username, you can pass it on to the other application, and everything's going to work from that point. Now, I'm not going to do this because I use this one in all the demos, so I don't particularly want to click consent to that just yet. We're going to be using the Twitter authentication provider from now on. So let's log back in with Twitter again. And again, we go to Twitter, we come back, and we have the data. So I said that I've not done anything to make the authentication process work, but how do I actually get that data inside of my app? Well, inside of a static web app, there are a few folders which are provided for you by the Azure Static Web App themselves. And one of them is the .auth folder. This is where we do all of our logging on. So you can see down here, we have an auth login Twitter. That will take me to that Twitter login flow. And we also have an auth me. If we click here, we get a JSON object given back to us with a client principal. And this gives us the data that we need in order to work with our user. So we have an identity provider, which is Twitter. We have a user ID, which is made for us by the Azure Static Web App. If I log in to 2 different Azure Static Web Apps using the same Twitter handle, I will get 2 different user IDs. I have my user details. Now, this is all dependent on the provider that you have. The authentication inside of a static web app, it doesn't care about this. All it cares is that it gets something back for user details. For the Microsoft AAD and for Google, and I believe for Facebook, when it comes, you're going to get an email address returned there. For GitHub and for Twitter, you get your user handle back. So my user handle on Twitter is @Stacy_Cash. My user details come back as @StacyCash. And then the last object that we have back, that array of user roles. This is the important one to know how a user can do inside of our application. Now, if you log in just with any user account, you're going to get these 2. You're going to get an anonymous, authenticated user. You can also set up roles. We're going to come to that later on in the talk. And when you do, you get those extra roles returned back so we can use them in the application. Let's get back to our website and have a look at the next point. Now, when we do this, inside of that single Azure Static Web App resource, where we have all of that wonderful glue to join things together, we get all of this out of the box. But I'm developing software. I don't want to have to put a load of logging information into my application and do lots of different deploys in order to be able to see what's going on. So how can I actually do this locally? How can I make sure my application is going to work with these providers, is going to work with the different roles that I want without having access to that resource? And to do that, I want to quickly introduce you to a fantastic resource available to static web apps, and that is the Static Web Apps CLI. So if I change to a terminal screen here, I hope that that's visible for everybody. Let's zoom in just a little bit, just to make it that little bit better. Inside of this command line, we can run a command to start the Static Web Apps CLI. Now, we install this from npm, and it has, at the moment, one command available to it, and that is start. Start me a local static web app. And the first parameter that we see is where your client app is going to run. Now, at the moment, I'm going to be running it against a debug version of a site, but you can also just point this to a folder with static content, and it will run that as well. Then we're going to run our API, which is from this API location. I have it pointed to a folder, and what that means is the Static Web App CLI is going to go into that folder. It's going to try and run function start for the Azure Function Core tools and give me all of my APIs available to me. You can also point this to a URL if you want to run your functions separately. Finally, I've said I want to run this against a debug version of my site, so I'm going to run a command with my static web app to run .NET Watch Run, and because I'm in the base of my solution, I need to point it to the actual project I want to run, which is in /client. Now, there is a whole lot more that you can do with a static web app, but that is quite literally a different talk. So that's all I'm going to go into for now. But let's run this command. Let's hope that my machine actually plays ball and starts to run things. Otherwise, it's going to make this a really interesting demo. There we go. So it is trying to build things. It's Sunday morning. My machine doesn't like Sunday mornings. It's like me. We're restoring stuff. It is generally quicker than this, though. We're going to wait for localhost 5000 to be ready. Come on, you can do it, little machine. I know it's Sunday morning, but it's fine. And here we have our local application. So I'm just going to copy that URL, and I'm going to bring that back into my browser. Open this up in a separate screen. And we should have, if everything has worked as it's supposed to, a site which looks amazingly similar to the deployed version, which you'd kind of hope, wouldn't you? So let's have a look what happens when we try and log in now. So let's log in with GitHub. And we have quite a different screen. So we're no longer actually going out to those different authentication providers. We can now fake those different authentication providers. And I absolutely love this one. I think that this makes the SWA CLI so useful for this, because it means I no longer need to set up all of my different accounts with all of my different providers in order to check my application works. I can come in here, I can fake everything, and I can make sure it works that way. It also means not only do I not need an account with every different provider, I don't need an account with all sorts of roles associated with it, so I can test all the different permutations of roles that a user can have, because every time I log in, I can just change the roles that the users have. If you happen to be working in a team, it's even better, because the amount of overhead that I've seen in projects where you're sharing test account credentials so that everybody can do the right thing, or trying to get your personal account added with different roles, it can make everything so slow. This just allows you to go in there and do whatever you need to do. So we're going to log in with the username of .NET Conf, because why not? We're not going to have the super user right now. We're just going to log in. And that is quite literally it. That is how we can develop locally using the provided authentication process. If I go back to that auth.me screen, we can see that that is also available to us inside of the static web app CLI. It's giving us an emulated page, and we get our client principal, we get our identity provider, our user details, and our user roles. So exactly the same as we would have it in production, which means we can now code against this and do stuff. So how do we code against this? Well, obviously, depending on the different frameworks that you're using for your front end, this is going to change. But this is coded in Blazor. We are on a .NET Day, so let's have a look at the Blazor code behind there and see how we can use it. So I have the application here. I hope that it's visible for everybody. I hope it's zoomed in enough. It's pretty, I can say, basic application, just as it comes out of the box with a little bit added. And in order to get the authentication, it starts in the program.cs folder. And we add this static web apps authentication. Now, I got this code from Anthony Chu's GitHub repo that he uses as a demo on how to get this information working inside of a Blazor app. I'm going to be sharing a link to that GitHub repo in the chat and on Twitter at the end of this talk. And if we have a look inside of here, come on, you can do it. We add two things. We add the authorization call that you would normally add in a Blazor application if you're doing this. And then we add our scoped authentication state provider. And we have this static web apps authentication state provider that we want to use. Inside of here, we actually make a call out to that auth.me call. This is running inside of the browser. When we make the call to auth.me, it's going to be using the same cookies and information that the page would, so we can actually get the data back from that screen in order to see who we are. Now, if you're using a standard tier and you've got your own authentication process, then you can set up your own authentication data URL, because you're going to need to. We're not going to be doing that today, but just be aware that it's there. From that, we get back that client principal that we saw in that JSON object. And what we want to do when we are creating our authentication information inside of our application is to remove the anonymous token, because we don't care if somebody's anonymous. That's kind of just our base state. If that anonymous role is removed and we have no other roles left, then we just assume this person's not logged in, and we just return an empty authentication state. If we do have roles left, then we start to actually make our identity. So we make our claims identity using the identity provider. We add the name identifier and the name from the user ID and the user details that we get back in that claims principal. And then after that, we add each of the roles that are left over after that anonymous role has been removed. From this point on, we now just have our authentication process available to us, and we can use it in the normal way. Inside of this application, I'm using it in two places. The first one that I'm going to show you is on the main layout. And this is just how we're getting our authentication provider out of the system. So if my machine actually lets me do something, come on, I should have a scroll bar here. When we are inside an authorized view, we have two options. We can either be authorized or not authorized. When we're authorized, we have an authorization context available to us. From there, we can get out the identity and the authentication type. That's how I'm doing that auth provider in the top corner of the screen. And if we're not authorized, then I'm just simply saying not logged in. The other one that we have is in the navigation menu. You may notice that when I logged in, I changed that login button to a logout button and also gave a little bit of information there again. Again, we're using this authorized view with the authorized and the not authorized version. If we're not authorized, then we just say go to the login providers. If we are authorized, then we're having the logout URL. And I'm checking whether or not the user has the claim of super user. If they do have super user, I'm returning them there. If not, I'm saying super user. Otherwise, I'm just saying standard user. And so this is it. This is how we use that authentication in the front end. In the back end, we may also need that authentication data. If I am logged in and I'm accessing my own data, then I only want to have access to my own data. More to the point, I don't want anybody else to have access to my own data. So we need to be able to get this information there. Obviously, that auth/me page is not how we're going to be doing this, because this is going to be called from the back end. We're not going to have that data available to us. Thankfully, it's all taken care of for us, again, by this Azure Static Web App itself. And we can see that with this code here. I have an Azure function, which basically just returns the roles that I have available to me. It's a completely pointless function, but it just allows me to show you this code. And when you do a request to the backend, the Azure Static Web App will add this XMS client principal header to the request. Inside of that header, we have a base 64 string, which if you deserialize it, you get a claims principal, exactly the same as we had in the front end, and it contains exactly the same code that we had in the front end. So we can do the same thing below. We can remove the anonymous role. We can check to see if we have any roles left over. And outside of that, we can add our different claims, our identity provider, and our roles, so that we can then use that inside of the API. This is fine for actually using that authentication and authorization data. But there's also times when you don't even want people to be able to access this data before they start. And for that one, we can use the Azure Static Web App config file to make sure that people can't even access these API calls if they shouldn't be able to. Now, the Static Web App config JSON, which is in the www root folder, it is a very important file in the world of Azure Static Web Apps anyway, but it's also kind of spurious to this talk. So we're just going to focus on a few things right now. First of all, we're going to focus on allowing routes depending on the role of the user. So say I have two API calls. One, you're only allowed to access if you're a super user. One, you're allowed to access if you are just simply authenticated. And then the counter page, I decided the counter page, that's too important. I only want people who are logged in to access that counter page. So we're going to put that one into the SWA config as well to stop access to that. So let's go back to our page and see what this actually does in reality. So this is my localhost version of it. Let's log out and go from the beginning. So if I'm logged out, I shouldn't have access to any of those things that we've just talked about. So if I go to authentication test, I get a 401 unauthorized. Good start. This is what I was hoping to see. If I go to 2, I still get an unauthorized. This is also good. This is also what I wanted to see. And if I go directly to that counter page, again, I get a 401 unauthorized. This is exactly what I wanted. But as I say in Dutch, there's an addertje onder het gras here. There is a problem that we still need to cope with. I don't have it set up in this application because I want to show you what can happen as opposed to what should happen. When you go directly to a page, you go to the Azure Static Web App resource and you try and get access to something. When you've loaded the page, this is a single page application. We are no longer going to that backend page. And if I click on this counter, I can still get to the counter page perfectly well. So please remember when you are implementing this to make sure that you not only block the root, but you also make sure that your application doesn't give you a way to bypass that when you run it locally. Now, let's log in with our user again. We'll go back to GitHub. And if we log in now, thank you. And then go to that API authentication test. This one should still give us a 401. And this is different than you will get in production. When you run this against production, you're going to get a 403 rather than a 401 error. I don't know why it's different to the static web app CLI in production, but it's always good to remember this static web app CLI. It is replicating that as your resource. It is not giving you access to one of those resources locally. If we go to test 2, we get access to our information as we wanted. And of course, we can now go directly to counter as well, and everything works as we're supposed to. Last test, just to show you that these roles do actually work. Let's log in using that super user and see what happens there. So super user, load the page. And now we should just be able to go to authentication test. Woo! Everything works as we wanted it to. There's one other thing that you can do using this static web app CLI that is important to talk about. And that is access to all the different providers. Out of the box, Microsoft just gives you access to all of these providers. Absolutely. You don't have to do anything. They are just there for you. It might be that your application doesn't actually want access to all of these providers. Say that you're trying to do something which integrates with Twitter, then the only one that you're going to want to be able to use is that Twitter authentication. You're not going to want people to log in using Microsoft. So how can we change this? Well, again, using that static web app, what we can do is capture that root, and I'm doing this for the Microsoft root right now. So we capture login/AAD, and we're just going to make that return a 404. That means that if we go to our website and we log out again, always fun when the computer goes slow. Let's log in, go to Microsoft, and we should see that we now have this 404 page not found. So this is how you can limit the providers that you have available to you. If you are only running on your own implemented authentication providers, so you're running on a standard tier, you have your own authentication process, obviously you're going to want to do this for all of the different providers. Do be aware that if you have a redirect inside of your application going to one of the authentication providers and you accidentally block that using the static web app, this is what the users are going to see. So make sure that you have everything set up as you want it to. So that's what we have when we are running locally. All of this available to us so that we can debug our application, we can run it locally, we can try lots of different things without having to deploy constantly and without having to have all of those different providers available to us. When we are running in production, I've said that we can have those different roles, and I just want to give you a quick tour of how we can manage these different roles. So to do that, we are going to flip to the Azure portal. And I am going to zoom out a little bit because I've got it zoomed in just a little bit too much so you can see code easier. We can come down to this role management. Now, I already have a role set up for StacyCast Twitter. That's why you could see that on the page. I'm a super user. You can see that I have access to my authentication tester. Don't delete too much. So this is already set up using that super user role. I've had to preset this up because if you change this on the fly, it can sometimes take a few minutes for it to work its way through the system. By using this role management, we can invite up to 25 people that need specific roles inside of our application and give them those roles that they need. You do have a hard limitation on 25 roles inside of this page. And don't get confused there to think you can only have 25 users logged into your application. It's only users that need a specific role. So you can have hundreds of users. As long as they don't need anything from this page, you don't have an issue. If you do need more than 25 users, then you're going to have to go to a standard app. I'm afraid you're going to have to pay the money. And then in this page, you can have a whopping 25 users, exactly the same as normal. I don't know why that limitation's in place. But by using your own role providing mechanism using Azure Functions, obviously you can go unlimited and have as many different people as you need. How do we invite people? It's actually really easy. When you create an invitation link, you can only do it in the portal at the moment, I'm afraid, as far as I remember. You pick the different provider that you want. So as say, Azure Active Directory, GitHub, Facebook, which is in preview, Twitter and Google, which is in preview. Depending on what you pick, depends on the information you need to provide. So for Azure Active Directory, we want an email address. For GitHub, we want a user handle. For Twitter, we want a user handle. Now, my GitHub user handle is Stacy Cash. And here I don't want to give a particular role, so I'm just going to say user because you have to give a role. When we generate the link, we get this invite link, which if we copy and go to a new page, that should now, I have to give this consent, which I've said I'm not going to do because of not wanting to do it repeatedly in different demos. But that's how you invite people. Once they accept the invite, they have that role and they can continue. So that is, in a little under half an hour, that lightning tour of the authentication in static web apps that I wanted to give. We've had a quick look at the different authentication providers that are available to us out of the box without us having to do any code, which seriously, I get so excited at that because I think that is just truly awesome. It's a really low step to get into adding authentication to your application. We've had a look at how to implement that in Blazor. We've had a quick look at how to implement that inside of an API, how to set up the roles inside of the portal, and how to limit access to different resources depending on the roles that you want your users to have. As I say, this has been an absolute whirlwind tour, but I hope that it's piqued your interest. If it has, I would really recommend taking a look at the documentation that's available. In the beginning, this was a little bit hard to find. It's now much, much better. I'm going to put a link to the chat, and I'm going to put a link in Twitter when I finish my talk. And like I say, I'm also going to put a link to that GitHub repo from Anthony Chu, because that is where I got my information from for how to implement this inside of the Blazor application, and it's only fair to let you see this from the source. Well, I've been Stacey Cashmore. I hope that you have enjoyed this talk. I hope you've enjoyed the conference, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. If there's any questions, then I'm happy to try and answer them.
Thank you, Stacey. It was an amazing session, and trust me, it really helped a lot. To get some more insights on how authentication can be done easily in Azure Static Web Apps. Earlier, when I was trying to find around some resources in this particular context, it was getting difficult, but now it's pretty simple, to be honest. Your session helped a lot.
When I first started looking at this sometime last year, I think it was, to actually get the data back inside of the API, I could find nothing on MS-Learn, the documentation. I don't know if I was just looking in the wrong place, but I could find nothing. And I had to do this manually and find this information manually just by debugging the API and seeing what was there. And that can be really dangerous. In the talk, I said you've got to remember that when you run the static web app locally, it is like you're running inside an Azure resource, but it's not the same as running inside. One of those is you have a bearer token passed to your API calls. And that bearer token, when you debug it locally, contains that claims principal available to you. I thought, well, okay, that's cool. So I can just get this, I can decode it the same as normal, I can use it. I did a test, and then I deployed that to production in my application to see what happens. The bearer token in production bears no resemblance to the bearer production token that you have on that static web app. And I was right back to square one again after spending like an hour trying to get this thing to work. It was a nightmare. I'm so pleased the documentation's been improved for people looking at it now.
Totally. Since it's in GA right now, I reckon Azure Static Web Apps is in GA now. So that's why the documentation is getting better. But yeah,
Yes.
trying things out when they're in preview can be dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all good for them. I think the static web app CLI, that's still in preview. I know that changes, it gets updated fairly regularly, and sometimes it does get updated with breaking changes. So you've always got to stay on top of that one. But it is such an important resource if you're going to be working with static web apps to be able to try and emulate what's going to happen when you go to production. It's not perfect, but it's fairly cool.
Yeah, it does give us a picture how the end product would look like when it goes to GA. So it's interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there has been no questions as of now. Probably the session was really good, I guess. That's why we're not getting any questions. But let's wait for a minute if there are any last minute questions. If not, probably we can call it a day for you. And thank you for your session. And
yeah, you're more than welcome. It's my first session of the year, brand new session. It's the first time I've given this one, so I hope that I didn't fall over my own tongue too much. And if there's any questions which do come up later, then please ping me on Twitter. It's I'm on Twitter far too much, so you can always ping me or DM me there, and I'll be happy to try and help you if I can.
Thank you, Stacey, for being so helpful and being so reachable. And I hope folks who have any queries who were unable to type it in the chat window while she was there on screen, you can always reach out to her over Twitter and get your queries on this topic resolved. Okay. Thank you, Stacey. Have a great weekend.
Thank you so much for having me, and have fun for the rest of the day.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to have you, and we look forward to having you in our future events.
I look forward to it.
Perfect. So let's move on to the next session for the talk. That would be by Anuraj. So let me quickly pull in Anuraj. So hi, Anuraj. How are you?
Hi. Hi, Ashraf. I'm good. I'm good.
I hope you really get well soon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let
So
me share this.
Definitely. In the meanwhile, I'll just give a quick introduction about yourself. So Anuraj is a Microsoft MVP. Apart from that, he is a product architect at Soxco, and he has been, an active community contributor. He has been blogging since last 14 odd years. And correct me if I understate the numbers. So it can be more. Apart from that, he has been an amazing colleague at Azure Developer Communities. So he manages an Azure Developer Community too. So welcome, Anuraj.
Thank you, Asirvad. Uh, I hope,
Okay.
I think you can,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. So, hello everyone. Like, welcome to my session on feature tool for .NET Core apps with Azure App Configuration, Feature Management. Myself, Anuraj, as Roth told, I work as a product architect at Soxo Solutions. We are building brand advocacy solutions. You can find me in Twitter or GitHub at Anuraj, and I blog at .NET. So here is the agenda. Like what is we'll explore what is feature toggle or feature flag. Then we'll look into why we need to use that feature flag concept. Then we'll look into uh, the Microsoft Feature Management.ASP.NET Core NuGet package, and we'll look into introduction to Azure App Configuration Service, which is a cloud uh, service which help you to manage app configuration as well as feature flags. And if there is a questions, I will look into. Okay. So what is feature flag? It's called feature flags, feature toggles, feature switch. It's a software development technique that turns a certain functionality on or off during runtime. So you don't need to, for example, if you are building a feature and you deployed it and you don't want to, like due to some reason you want to like reverse the deployment, or you want to fix it, or you don't want that feature in the production. The usual step, we'll deploy, we'll revert the pull request, or we'll revert the code and we'll redeploy it again. But if you're using feature flag, you don't need to do that. You can turn certain features on and off based on your uh, based on some configuration. So you don't need to deploy a new code to fix or solve an issue in production. Okay. So how it works? It is simple. Like if basically uh, how it works is checking whether some configuration value is on, and we'll in the code we will write something like, okay, if this configuration value is on, continue. If not, skip that code. That's a simple idea behind feature flags. uh, that can be more like complicated when, for example, if you want to roll it out one feature to a certain demographic or geolocation, or to a certain role, or uh, like certain browsers. So that kind of if you want to do something like that, it becomes little bit complicated. Okay, it's also referred as release toggles. It's a best practice in DevOps. Uh, okay, I came to like I started exploring feature toggle when we had a like even in Bangalore, Microsoft. There was a session from Azure DevOps team. They said they are extensively using feature flag for rolling out new builds, new features, all those things. So then I came to know about this kind of a technique which helps you to deploy uh, code without worrying about, okay, something, if what happens if I want to roll back a feature, should I redeploy again, all those things. Okay, so why we use feature flags? Let me tell you a story. I am building a SaaS application. So what happens? everyone will be working on some feature, and we use feature branch in our feature branch workflow. So that means for each feature a developer or a set of developers is working, we will create a feature branch, and they will be building a feature on that branch, and once they complete it, they will raise a pull request to the main branch or dev branch or release branch, and someone reviews it and merges the code. But the challenge is you will end up in if you have built big team like Azure DevOps, you will end up having n number of branches. But in our case, it's slightly less because number of developers and teams are very less. So we can accommodate that. That's one thing. Second challenge is, for example, I am building a feature A, and my colleague is developing another feature B, and my due to some reason the feature I am building takes more time than the feature developed by that other guy, and he completes the feature and committed the code. Me also, like I also committed the code. So now the whole release is depend on my feature, because without my feature is completed, we cannot release the build. Uh, yeah, we used to have a solution for that. It's something like we will commit the code only once we complete the whole feature. The drawback of that is one, there could be a lot of merge conflicts. Second, it will be a nightmare for the guy who is reviewing the code, because in a pull request, you will get say uh, 50 or 75 files changed, and reviewing that will be a nightmare. So as a best practice, source control best practice, it's often like we need to commit often. So these kind of issues we can be solved with feature toggles. So one advantage of using feature toggles is reduce branching in the source control. So in that scenario, what happens when we are building a feature, we will put a feature flag, and we will say, okay, if this feature is enabled, only then execute this code. And we don't have any different branches. Whatever code we are committing, it will be part. It will be like we are raising a pull request, and we are merging that code into the main branch. And if that feature is not completed yet, we'll simply turn off that feature so that it won't be available in the system. And same thing applies to increment rollout. For example, if you are building a dashboard and you are providing, say, some feature like export, printing, and you are just completed the dashboard, not the printing and export options, you can simply put a feature toggle around that buttons or feature UA, and it's just won't show that unless we complete that in the next release cycle, and then we can turn on that feature and it will be applied like available to the user. There is another concept called A/B testing. So we will be releasing a feature, and we will be not like that feature won't be available to everyone. It will be to a certain set of users, and we will measure, okay, how it is, how user is interacting with the uh, feature, and based on that we will roll out. Or if the user interaction is very less, we may need to improve some areas, so we will measure that and we'll change it, and accordingly we will deploy it. So it's A/B testing. For that also we can use feature. It's testing in production. And another feature is we deployed something, and with a feature toggle, and something goes wrong, we can simply turn that feature off so that it won't be available in the production. And last is selective activation of features. For example, you are rolling out a feature like and you have plans like paid, pro, free, enterprise, some, and based on these things also you can okay, for this plan roll out these features, and if user is in free plan, don't expose these features. So these are the few use cases we use feature flags. uh, so like as I mentioned earlier, you can simply create a feature flag with if else condition, but there is a like a lot of issues with that. If what happens if you are putting the code in a distributed environment, like scalable environment, how do you read that? All those things matter. So Microsoft is came up with a library called Microsoft Feature Management.asp.co. It's built on top of Microsoft Feature Management with some extra ASP.NET components. It's created by Azure team. It supports feature flag lifetime management. It can support simple on-off feature as well as complex conditional flags. Something like, okay, if the user is coming from this region, enable this feature. That kind of logic also we can include, and it supports custom feature filters. That means by default Microsoft offers three feature filters. I'll come to that later. And it support ASP.NET Core MVC apps, and it can extend, like you can put extension points, or you can put feature toggles on routing, filters, action, middleware, and razor views. So I'll be explaining action, razor views, and code behind, basically. Let's jump into a demo. So I'm using a simple MVC app. I just created a Hello World application. It's on .NET 6. And to get started, as I mentioned, I need Microsoft.featuremanagement.asp.co. This is the latest version. Okay. Then you can start by just adding builder.services. Since it's a minimal, like there is no startup class, you can just put startup class, configure services, or configure methods are not there. You can just put build the services, add feature management. So once you put this, you can access the feature manager class in controller like this, and you can check whether a feature is enabled or not using feature manager dot is enabled async. So you need to pass a feature name. I'm I'm running it, so you won't see anything different. So in this, it's a normal ASP.NET MVC app, but if you look into the console, you will see few errors. It's not errors, some warnings, like declaration of feature, custom implementation was not found, feature declaration of new year banner not found. So by default, this feature manager will be looking into app settings.json. So you just need to create a feature management tag, and you just need to add, I'm just enabling one feature. Run. you don't see anything different. But excuse me. But if you look into this one, you won't see that welcome message declaration error was not there. And here we are saying, okay, whether we are checking welcome message. Actually, it's a string. You just need to say welcome message. And if this feature is enabled, we will say, welcome, you are part of beta program. And otherwise, we will show just welcome. Okay, that's the toggle. And I'm checking whether that welcome message feature flag is enabled. So if you look into it, I created a feature management element, and it has a welcome message object and with the value false. It can be with string or anything, it's fine. If I run it again, here is again, it is not enabled because we are disabled that feature. Let's go here and change it to true. And if I run it again, that message is changed. Welcome, you are part of beta program. We didn't deploy any change. We just modified the config file. Okay, and we are actually that code is changed in the action index method. This is okay, but sometimes we just like we don't want to roll out new features altogether. So I am just changing another. I'm adding another feature. It's privacy. So what I'm doing here, I'm this privacy feature I'm disabling, and to disable it in the UA, you can use the feature tag helper. So to use feature tag helper, you need to modify the view imports, and you need to add this tag helper support from ASP.NET Core. Then in the views, you can go, sorry, in the layout, you can put something like this. And you need to restart. Let me check whether it is enabled. It's not enabled. So that privacy link is gone. But one issue is I can always go to this location and I can browse it. One sec. I think I did remove some code around that. Yeah, sorry. So what I can do, I can just go there. Even though menu is not there, I can always go with the root. So to disable this, you need another attribute, feature gate. Basically, it is also part of feature management. You can say this privacy. And if I try to browse it again, you'll see a 404. You can apply this attribute in controller as well as action. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah. Next. Uh, yeah. So if you look into this, you'll see another issue. So if you look into it, i- that privacy link is removed. But if I home slash privacy, it is going for a 404 page. But if I want to remove this and I want to use a custom page, you can do that. For that, you need to implement a disable feature handler in interface. So in this, what I'm doing, I'm just putting a message saying following features are disabled, and this feature is an enumerable string, and I'm just converting it into a string, and I'm putting a message. And this context is the action context, so that I can basically return a message to the user. So, and you need to wire this in here. I'm removing this command, attaching it. Okay. And if I try to browse it again, it will show the following features are disabled: privacy. That's actually it is calling this class. So if I run, it is coming here, and it is showing a message. Uh, Probably you can log this information, and if it's an authenticated application, you can check, okay, why like user is trying this, and you can this is actually a action context, so you can probably redirect them to a interest, like nice page or something. That also possible. Okay. Next, uh, this one, okay, uh, you want, for example, if that feature is enabled, you want to something, and if that feature is disabled, like here we have enabled that privacy feature. And what happens if I want to, if that privacy is disabled, and I want to show something like, okay, that is not available, you can put a element attribute negate equal to true. So if privacy is like not enabled, it will be executed. So I am just disabling the flag. Okay, privacy is okay. So it's already disabled. So if I run the application again, you will see privacy is not available. Privacy is not available. Okay, that's one thing. You can use combination of features also. For example, if you want to show a like menu item, if like for example, I have an item called beta. I want to make sure this is available if both of these feature flags is enabled. So requirement can be all. And there is another any, that means it's a logical or. All is logical and any is logical or. So if any of these permission or flag is enabled, you will see that beta element. So just running that. So beta is available because welcome message is enabled. So let me disable that welcome message also. Welcome message is gone. Also beta is also gone, because even though it is OR condition, none of this both privacy and welcome message features are disabled. Okay. Next, you can use feature management for middlewares and action filters as well. So for middlewares, you just need to put use middleware for feature, and you need to specify the middleware, and you can specify the feature flag name. Also, it can be applied for action filters also. Okay, and one issue with this thing, if you go to controller, and everywhere I am saying privacy as a hard-coded string. Here also, you can fix this by putting or reading the values from a new. So here I got a new feature flags, and I'm putting a welcome message, beta, all those things as feature flags. So here, what I can do, I can say name of operator, feature flags dot welcome message. It can be applied to here also. And as we tried in tag helper, here also you can put multiple feature flags. And for that requirements, you can say, so first parameter, if I'm not wrong. One sec. Right. And the reference. All and any, you can specify here also. Think this way, you can specify any or that requirement type also. Okay. And you can apply this for action filters also. You just need to specify this in the program code. Add control here, can specify options. Yeah. Since I don't have action filter, it's like little advanced. I thought I would do an introduction session. That's why I didn't add it, these two features. So far, we looked into like normal, simple on-off workflow. But what it may not be always a simple workflows. You may want some complex things like, for example, of certain period of time, you want to show a feature. So you need for such requirements, you need to use time window filter. The Microsoft like it's part of Microsoft Feature Management Library. It actually help you to roll out a feature for a particular period of time, and it may not be you don't need end date. You just need a start date or end date. Either one of them is required, and you can in the app settings you can do something like you can specify the date. Here is an example. And New Year banner, and I need to specify this is the element. I need to specify enabled for which period. Then I need to specify what is the type. So that is Microsoft time window. That is the time window filter we are using. And I need to specify when it should be displayed. So 31st December 2021 to 5th Jan. So it won't be available now. And if I run it, this will be UST. So if you look into it, there is nothing. And if you look into the code home index, you will be able to see a New Year banner feature, and it's showing some. So let me take it to 15 Jan, and if I refresh, it's okay. Check out our New Year off. Okay, this is the way time window works. So if you want to roll a feature to a certain period, you can do time window. Similar way, you want to roll out a feature for a particular set of requests. You can use percentage filter. So these are called feature filters. Okay. This is Microsoft percentage filter. What it does, if you specify a value to that extent or that percentage of request, that feature will be available. For example, export to Excel, I added a button like that, export to Excel, and it does nothing. But I added, you will see this button only 50% of time. It's not time, it's request. So I just specified the value as 50, and just I need to put that pipe thing into pipeline also. So you can add feature filter and percentage filter. It is also part of Microsoft feature management class NuGet package, and just run it. So if I refresh, it is gone and it came back. Run. I'm refreshing, but if you notice, it is not coming in always. It is coming only for few requests. Okay, that's percentage filter. Similar way, the filters are help you to build features based on like some uh, your custom logic. For example, if you want to roll out a feature for say uh, if the browser or user language is this, then only do this. For example, if you are building a website and you want to show a translator to a different language only for people coming from this culture. So you can do something like that using filters. But if you look into the existing Microsoft filters, it's actually three they are offering. One, time window, second, percentage, and third is targeting. Targeting filter is little complex, so I'm not talking in this. And there is a custom filter implementation. So if you want to build your own, for example, like if there is a cookie, do this, that kind of logic you can implement using custom filters. So here is a custom, very minimal, basic custom filter. What I just need to do, implement I feature filter interface. It got a evaluate async method, and and what I'm doing, I'm doing a random, and if the random number is more than 50, I'm returning true, otherwise false. So you can using ASP.NET dependency injection handler, you can access the HTTP context or any other thing, and based on that you can take decision and return true or false. Okay, so here I added okay, custom implementation. We'll go to app settings, and if you look into app settings, you'll be able to see something like this. Okay, here custom implementation, that is a feature, and it is enabled for random feature. So if you look into it, it's same. Since I don't have any parameters, I'm not passing anything. But if say I want to do something like this, I can just put it here, and I will be able to access that in random feature filters. In the context dot parameters, you will be able to access the value. It is actually I configuration. So if you are using a I options implementation, you will be able to access it from that section. I just want to make it simple. That's why I'm just putting a feature filter. That's it. And that's also I need to attach that into the feature management pipeline. So I am adding like this random feature filter. But if you notice, I am putting a random feature. I'm not putting random feature filter here. It is because if you put random feature filter, it will throw an error. So just we'll check first. We'll look into the happy path scenario. Yeah, you'll see this button randomly. Sometimes you'll get two buttons. Yeah. So this is the way random filter works. And let me change it to, instead of random feature, I'm putting random feature filter. Then it will say it couldn't find that. You get a runtime error. That feature filter runtime couldn't find feature filter. Okay. So you don't need to put the filter fix here. So that is custom filter. Yeah, I think I covered most of the thing. Let's just look into. We'll look into the. We'll look into the Azure App Configuration Service. So, what is Azure App Configuration Service? And we'll look how we can integrate Azure App Configuration Service to our application so that we can manage these things globally. So in a distributed environment, or if you are deploying your application into a Kubernetes or your app service or Azure functions, whatever, it will be deployed to a app service, Azure app service, multiple instances. It is scaling multiple instances, you can use Azure App Configuration Service. It's a service which helps you to centrally manage application settings and feature flags. It's a like relatively new service in Azure, so you can follow this step. It's like normal stuff, and these are the benefits of Azure App Configuration Service. It's fully managed service which can be set up in a few minutes. Its key representations and mappings are flexible. You can tag. You got a dedicated UI for feature flag management. You enhance security through Azure Manager entities. That means if your app service or function is running on Azure, and you don't need to put the connection string of your app service into your code. You can use Azure Manager entity service to access this service, and encryption of sensitive information, trust and transit, native integration with popular frameworks. So, app configuration service is by default supported in C#. You can use it for Spring Boot and all. So far we were looking into the app configuration service.
Hi, Anuraj.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Can we do the demo quickly?
Okay. So here is the Asra, give me 2 minutes. I'll finish it.
Sure. Thank you.
So I already created a Azure App Configuration service. You can go to, once you created it, you will be able to see something like this, and you can always add feature implementation, feature flags here, and you can turn it off on here. Okay, I already created whatever implementations I used in the app settings here. And to configure it, you just need to do something like this and this and here. Okay, now we are interacting with Azure App Configuration Service, and in the app settings I created a connection string here, which you will be able to access from access keys. Just copy this and paste it here. Now our service is interacting with apps, Azure App Service. So if you look into it, you will be able to see that New Year thing is on. And if I go to feature flag, yeah, unfortunately I don't have a here. If I'm enabling welcome message, I didn't have New Year offer flag here. I have welcome message here, and for refreshing I just added a entry here, and I'm applying. And if I refresh, it might take, now it's updated. That flag is applied here. So why we are doing that? Because for refreshing I am using a configuration. This feature flag configuration I am using from here. If I updated this, then only it will be refreshed in the client side. I can give put the source code in GitHub. Feel free to ask. Is there any questions?
Sure, Anuraj. Let's wait for a minute and check if there are any questions in the chat window. For the time being, there aren't any, but let's wait for a minute and see if there are any questions coming in from the attendees. And probably we can call it a day for you if we don't have any questions by then. And
sure.
And with that, we have completed 8 hours of streaming already. And thank you, folks, who have been with us since morning. So thank you for being patient and staying with us for such a long time. And please bear us because we have two more sessions, and the next session is going to be on AWS because we already had two sessions from Azure and one from VMware Cloud. I hope you also like the next one. So drop in your questions, and if you don't have any in the next 10 seconds, then probably we are going to move on for the next session. In the meanwhile, thank you, Anuraj, for your time. I know you haven't been well of late, but thank you for putting in the effort and making it to the conference.
Thank you, Asirwan. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Anuraj. Have a great day, and stay safe and take care.
Thank you.
And with that, let's welcome the next speaker of the day. So, bonjour,
Hello.
friends. Sorry.
Bonjour.
Hello. How are you? Uh,
Fine, and you?
I'm doing good. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I did try to, spell your name properly. So, is it Francois?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you, thank you. And I did get to know that it used to be one of the most popular names back in the days, and it has also been the name of many kings in France.
Yes.
So, guys, Francois is going to talk us about how to build cloud-native application with .NET and AWS, and this is one area on which I'm pretty interested because getting documentations on this particular side of things was getting a bit trickier when I was exploring this area a year back. But I don't know, things might have changed. A lot of things changed in just 1 or 2 months over in the tech world. So, the stage is all yours, and feel free to let me know whenever you need any help.
Okay. I'm good to go. So, hello everyone, and thanks for welcoming me today. I hope you're all doing well. First, I wish you all the best for 2022. In this session, I've decided to discuss how to build a cloud-native application with .NET and AWS, not a very common topic. I guess if I ask you what cloud-native means, I guess I would get many different answers. So I will start this session by taking the time to review the Cloud Native Computing Foundation definition of Cloud Native, and then I will present the business case we will cover with the application we will build. And finally, we will build a Cloud Native application with .NET and AWS. Before going further, let me introduce myself. I'm François Bouteruche. I'm based in Paris. You may have spotted this thanks to my French accent. I'm a senior developer advocate at AWS. I focus on enterprise developer and especially .NET and Java developer. I'm a .NET developer for more than 15 years now. I'm a former Microsoft MVP, and I joined AWS because when I've discovered what they have to offer to .NET developer, it really blew my mind. So I decided to join them. But enough about me. Let's jump into the topic. So here it is the definition of cloud native. So let's take the time to review it together. So cloud native technologies empower organizations to build and run scalable applications in modern dynamic environments such as public, private, and hybrid cloud. Container, service meshes, microservices, immutable infrastructure, and declarative API exemplify this approach. These techniques enable loosely coupled systems that are resilient, manageable, and observable. Combined with robust automation, they allow engineers to make high-impact changes frequently and predictably with minimal toil. So based on this definition, a cloud-native application is an application that leverages cloud services to be resilient, manageable, observable, and loosely coupled to other services and applications. And this application will require very few work. So now that we've reviewed this definition, let's see how we can apply those techniques to our business use case. So our business use case is based on the story of I Love My Local Farmer. It's a fictional online marketplace that lets people buy fruit and vegetable to local farmers. This company has started a journey from their corporate data center to the cloud, and you can find more on their journey on ilovemylocalfarmer.io. So just a few seconds there, it's a story, it's a fictional story that we craft to share some deep dive knowledge that we can share with real customer use case, because that's their secret sauce and they don't want to share the details. Okay, so here with this fictional company, we can share the details with you. So today we will focus on a process they want to modernize. When new farmers want to start selling their product on the platform, they have to register. During the registration process, they have to submit a proof of address. Currently, they send by mail the documents to the company, and human operators manually process them and store the proof in a database. They want to automate this process to accelerate the overall registration process and reallocate their workforce on more valuable tasks. To do so, they want to build an application that will allow farmers to upload their document and that will automatically extract information from them. So let's see how we can build this application with cloud native technologies. First, farmer will log in into a standard .NET web app. This .NET web application will be packaged as a container and hosted on AWS App Runner, a fully managed container service. It automatically deploys our container, load balances the traffic with encryption, and scale up or down automatically. The web app will leverage the ASP.NET identity model, but rather than managing our own user database, we will use Amazon Cognito as our user store. Amazon Cognito can scale to millions of users without requiring to manage our infrastructure. Once the app has validated the user credential and retrieved their permission, it will get a pre-signed URL from Amazon S3 and send it back to farmers so that they can directly upload their document to Amazon S3. Amazon S3 is an object storage service offering 11 nines data durability. Once the file is uploaded, Amazon S3 will send a message to a queue for decoupling our application. We will leverage Amazon SQS as our queue services. It's a fully managed queuing service that prevent you to have the overhead of operating message-oriented middleware. When messages arrive in the queue, it will trigger a background worker process. This worker process will be implemented as the AWS Lambda function. AWS Lambda is a serverless event-driven compute service that allows you to run code without provisioning or managing servers. The function will first request a document analysis to Amazon TextRact. It is a machine learning services that automatically extracts text and writing and data from scanned document. Once TextRact has returned the results, the function stores them into a NoSQL database. We will use Amazon DynamoDB, a fully managed server key-value NoSQL database. With this architecture, our application will rely on highly available and reliable services and won't require us to manage any servers. So now it's time to build the first iteration of this application. Let's switch to Visual Studio. So here I've already pre-built .NET Web App. It's with the standard template. So let's run the application just to show you it's really the standard .NET Web App template. And I've already scaffolded the login page for the sake of time. Of course, it's opening my browser on the wrong screen. So that's the standard. That's a completely standard .NET web app with the login button. Just I will copy paste my localhost URL with the port because I need to set up this to the callback URL in Amazon Cognito, and I will size the opportunity to show you the Amazon Cognito console. So here is the Amazon Cognito console in the AWS console. Here I have my user pool already pre-created. So I've called it my local farmer dev. In my user pool, I've already registered one user here. And I've already created a client app for my application. So proof of address. So I click here and I will add here my callback URL. Okay. Save my changes. That's perfect. So before going back to Visual Studio, I want to show you that I've created a group, a user group in my user pool named authenticated user. My user is part of this group, and I've associated an IAM role. IAM stands for Identity and Access Management role to my group. An IAM role is a set of permission to interact with other AWS services. So once my user will be logged into Amazon Cognito, it will be able to request a temporary credential based on this role to interact with other AWS services. And it will be important because we will generate the pre-signed URL from Amazon S3 based on this role. Okay, so now let's go back to Visual Studio and let's start to add Amazon Cognito. So here you can see that by default, scaffolding my login page has created entity framework database context, and I will remove this because I don't want to use this. I want to use Amazon Cognito as my user store. So let's delete this. Oh. Okay. And now let's add the required NuGet packages. So the required package is amazon.aspnetcore.identity.cognito. Thanks to this, I'm adding a bunch of useful extension to be able to replace the entity framework user store by Amazon Cognito. So first, in the startup, let's remove all things related to entity framework context, and let's add Cognito identity in the dependency injection mechanism. Okay. In the app setting file, we can remove also the connection string, and I will add a few information. So what I'm doing here is just setting up in which region I've deployed my Amazon Cognito services, the user pool ID from the user pool I've showed you, the client ID from my application, proof of address, and its client secret. So now everything is set up. First thing, I want to change my login partial here and add a few add a using statement. Sorry, I will add a using statement here and change switch from identity user to Cognito user in the sign-in manager and the user manager. I don't have to do more here, as our extension implements the identity ASP.NET Core identity model. So I can save here, and now I will also made a few changes here in my login page, just by adding Amazon extensions and changing here to Cognito user. And here, no, sorry, a mistake, it's not, okay. So let's build this, and now let's try to see if I can connect with my user. Okay. to remove this namespace. So now my app is building, it will launch, and I should be able to connect with my Amazon Cognito user. Let's see how it goes. And it won't work, and it is expected. You see here, it's telling me that the .NET SDK is unable to get IAM security credential to connect to Amazon Cognito. Because yes, by default, you can't. My application is running inside a container, and the .NET SDK doesn't know how to get some AWS credential to interact with Amazon Cognito before my user is logged in. So what I need to do is just add in my launch setting in the additional command here. In my home directory on my laptop, I have a .aws folder containing my credential file with my different profile to interact with AWS services. And thanks to this command, I will mount this folder as the .aws folder of the root user of inside my container. I will also add another environment variable, the AWS profile here, instructing the AWS.NET SDK which AWS profile it should use in my credential folder. Okay, so now it should be okay. So we're waiting for the application to start. Here it is. Let's log in. What? Oh my God, I may have mixed up. Did I miss something? Let's rebuild this. I hope the demo gods are with me today. Hopefully, if they are not, I have a backup solution. Okay, so I should be missing something here. Okay. Give me a second to see what's going on. Okay. Let me check. Okay, Cognito user. I'm good in my program file. Let me check. I'm good here too. Don't want to spend too much time on this. I may miss something. Let's do this. Let's try once more, and otherwise I will fall back on my backup solution. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Unfortunately, it will be less interactive. Okay, so okay, what's okay, so I must have an issue somewhere that I didn't get. I don't know why. So never mind. Let's fall back to my backup solution. So here it is. So it will be less interactive because everything is already pre-created. So I will show you. So let's start with this one. And I will explain you. Okay, so I really have a big issue because even my... What the hell going on here? So, okay, so... Okay. Everything is... What the hell is going on here? I'm really sorry for this. I rehearsed this morning several times and everything ran well. I don't know what's going on right now. If even my backup solution is it doesn't works well, I'm really got into trouble. Okay, so my backup solution seems to agree to work again. I'm really sorry for this. Okay, so I would like just to check if my the solution I wanted to build with you can work once again if I restart Visual Studio. I don't know what's going on. I suspect some IT update while I was waiting for starting the session. Sorry about this. It already happened once to me, so and it's not fun when background update occurs just before a session. Okay, let's try once again. I really would like to have this to work. Okay, let's see if it's work. Okay, it works again. So thanks for the background update. Need to restart Visual Studio, and it works. As you can see, I didn't change anything. Really sorry about this. So let's resume the demonstration. So now I'm able to log in. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Now I want to get my temporary credential to interact with Amazon S3 to get a pre-signed URL with the identity of my logged in user. So how can I do this? So I will go into the backend code of my index HTML file, and I will add some code on the get method, especially here. So first I will add some property here, some attributes, and I will inject sign-in manager because I will need it, and also the configuration object. Let's do this. Sorry, to win back some time, I do a lot of copy paste to speed up. So let's fix the okay, and let's add a bind property so that I can interact with the pre-signed URL in my HTML code, my Razor code, sorry. So in my get method, I will test if my user, so the user given by the in the property of the page model, is signed in or not thanks to the sign-in manager. If it's signed, I will retrieve in my environment variable in which bucket I want to allow the user to upload his or her documents. So let's create this bucket. Okay, as you can see here, I have an AWS Explorer inside my Visual Studio. It's thanks to the AWS toolkit, and the AWS Explorer allow me to interact with the AWS services you are most likely to use from Visual Studio. So let's call it my local farmer proof of address live. Okay. So my bucket is created. So just a few clicks and it's created. And let's add this to as an environment variable here. Okay, perfect. Let's go back to the code behind of my index page. Okay, so now I'm just retrieving the bucket name where I want to upload my file. I'm just generating a key for the file name based on the name of my of the logged in user plus a timestamp. Then I'm retrieving from the claims. I'm retrieving the name identifier claims in which the Cognito user ID will be stored. And thanks to this, I will use the signing manager and the user manager to retrieve the Cognito user. And here I have an issue because it's just telling me your method is not async. So let's change this. And here we've added a handy method on the Cognito user to retrieve the temporary credential. So remember, I've told you about the IAM role linked to the group. So here I will retrieve a temporary credential for my logged in user, retrieving from the configuration the identity pool ID. So the identity pool in Amazon Cognito is the feature that allow me to retrieve temporary credential from my user so that it can the user can interact with AWS services. So let's fix here the missing, and I will add the missing get pre-sign method. Add this. Okay. And now I need to add a NuGet package to interact with Amazon S3, and that's pretty easy. It's basically for each AWS services, you have a package for it. So here I need to interact with S3. I install the S3 NuGet package. And let's fix here the using statement. Okay, perfect. So now here I'm creating an Amazon S3 client object, giving it the logged in user temporary credential to interact with AWS services. Here I'm just preparing my get pre-sign URL request, saying, okay, this is the bucket I want to be able to upload in. This is the key of the object. This is the HTTP verb that you can use with this pre-sign URL. So here I want just to allow put, not get, the duration of the pre-sign URL and the content time. So I will be able to use this pre-sign URL only to upload a JPEG file. Okay, and that's it. Then I call the get pre-sign URL from the Amazon S3 client object, and I get my pre-sign URL. That's pretty easy. So now I should be able to upload my file to my Amazon S3 bucket. Oh no, I have something more to check. Let's go into the Amazon S3 console, and let's go to my bucket. Let's go to the permission tab, and we need to set up cross origin resource sharing, of course. So let's set up this to allow. Okay, here it's very permissive settings. In real production scenario, you won't allow all origins. So, but for the sake of time, yeah, I'm just adding this, and now I should be good. So my web app is launched, always on the wrong screen. I'm logged in. Let's refresh this page. Oh, of course, made a mistake. I've updated my my code behind, but I didn't updated my front page, my Razor page. So please, if you are a front-end developer, forgive what I'm doing. I'm definitely not a front-end developer, so it's awful, it's bad, but it works, and I should work with a front-end developer to do this. So basically, here in my Razor page, my Razor code, what I'm doing is I'm testing that my user is signing. If the user is signing, I'm just displaying an input and element and a button to submit, and I will just add some vanilla JavaScript code where I register event listener for the change on the input and on an event listener on the upload button and for the event click. And when I will click on the button, I will use my here my pre-signed URL property and put my file to the pre-signed URL. So let's run my application once again. Sorry. Okay, so now I'm still logging. Now I have my full HTML. So let's choose a file. I will use a real energy provider form. I won't show you the detail because it's it's a real one. It's mine. So I won't use the detail of this of this part. And I should be good. And you see here I get OK status. So my file is loaded. Let's check this into my S3 bucket. Here I can explore the content of my S3 bucket directly from Visual Studio. Here you can see my upload folder and my file is here. So I'm done with this part. So now I'm done with building the .NET web app. Okay, so let's close all this. And now I want to work on the backend processing. Okay, so first I need to create an Amazon SQS queue. Okay, let's create a queue. Here, Amazon SQS is embedded inside Visual Studio. I can create a queue. Let's create it. Local from proof of address live. And that's it. I have a queue to work with. It's ready. It's ready to work. So now I will configure my bucket here and say, okay, let's add some notification. So please, each time an object is created, send a notification to Amazon SQS only when it's uploaded in the upload folder. And okay, got a refresh issue. Let's refresh this. SQS. Okay, I got it. So, and let's notify the queue I've just created. Okay. And that's it. That's it. The part of the diagram where I've told you that my S3 bucket will send a message to my Amazon SQS queue is already configured. I don't have to do more than this. So now I want to create the Lambda function that will that will consume the message in the queue and process the document. So let's do this. Let's add a new project to my. Sorry, let's first stop the application. Let's add a new project. So here, as I have the AWS Toolkit for Visual Studio installed, in addition to the AWS Explorer, I've also a bunch of dedicated templates to AWS and especially the AWS Lambda project template. So let's select this one. Let's call it my local farmer dot proof of address. Task. Let's create it. And let's select the .NET 6 container image because yes, I can package my AWS Lambda function as a container and AWS Lambda which will just pull my container from my private container registry and launch my container and run my code. So that's pretty awesome. So now I will need to interact with 3 AWS services. First with Amazon S3 because I will need to retrieve the file, with Amazon SQS because I will need to consume the message from Amazon SQS, and also I told you 3, it's 4. I will need to interact with Amazon Textract to request the document analysis and Amazon DynamoDB to store. So let's add all the required package in once to speed up. So first, for SQS, I will use amazon.lambda.sqs package. Okay. And then for extract, we'll install the extract package. Then DynamoDB. I don't need to install the F3 package because I want my Lambda function won't directly interact with Amazon S3. It's rather the Amazon Texttrack service that will interact with my F3 bucket. So I don't need in my code some code of the Amazon the F3 package. Okay, so now let's build this and let's change this code. So here I have a method in my class function called function handler. This method will be called each time my function will be triggered. So each time a message arrives in the queue, my Lambda function will be triggered and this function will be called. So that's my entry point, okay? So now let's add some code here. So I will copy paste the code that will do the job, and I will explain you. So here first, I will use SQS event rather just a string, because by default you receive as an input a string which contains a JSON object, and you need to parse this JSON object. Here, what we provide is some already pre-baked C# objects that do the deserialization for you. Okay. Here I will say that it will be an async task. Okay. And here I'm iterating each record in my SQS event, because sometimes I can batch a message, so I will consume several messages in one. So I want to iterate on each message. Here, let's just fix. So for each record, I got the body of the message, and I retrieve the bucket name and the key name, okay, from the JSON property inside the body. I do a bit of logging here, and then I've prepared two methods, one called analyze document that will contain the code to interact with Amazon Texttrack, and the other one, the store analysis result, which will interact with DynamoDB. So let's start first by the code that interact with Texttrack, okay? Let's copy paste it here. Let's fix all the using issue. Okay, it should be good. So what I'm doing in this analyze document, basically I'm creating an Amazon Texttrack client. So the same pattern that with Amazon S3. So basically, whatever service you will use, it will be always the same pattern. Create an object client, prepare your request with an object request, and call the method on your client object. So here I'm creating an Amazon Texttrack client, and I prepare my request. So here I'm just providing where is the file to analyze, so the bucket name and the key of the file, and which type of analysis I want to run. So it's here I want to run a forms analysis. Okay, and I just call analyze document async. Then I'm parsing the analyze document response with an algorithm that is provided in the Amazon Texttrack documentation. So I won't go deep here. So basically what you need to know is that I'm just returning in the Amazon text track is able to spot, okay, in the document there is the key first name, and then there is the value François, and it's just able to spot this, and it gives me this in the result. So that's what I'm retrieving here, and I'm returning as a result all the key value pair it has detected in the document. Okay, so now let's give it a look at the store method. Let's copy paste it there. Again, let's fix. And I'm all good. So what I'm doing here I've already created a DynamoDB table. So here I can click on my table, I can scan in, it is empty right now. So here, I'm just loading the metadata of my table just to be able to interact. I'm creating a document object. In this object, I'm just putting my key value pair, and I'm just calling the put item method passing my document object. And that's it. My data will be stored in my DynamoDB table, and that's it. So let's build this, okay? And let's publish it to AWS. I should be, I will be closing soon. Sorry for the delay. So here I'm just giving which container registry to use. So it's a private registry inside my AWS account. So next. And here is asking me which IAML I want to use and to link to my AWS Lambda function. And I will use a pre-baked role that have all the permission required to interact with all the services I need in my function. Okay, and let's click on upload. So now it will build my application, my function, upload it to my Docker registry. It should be pretty quick. Sorry. And then I will be able to do the final configuration, because right now, so that's already okay. So now I need to create the event source to define which source will trigger my function. So here I will just set up, okay, it's Amazon SQS, it's the live queue, and that's it. It's configured. It's ready to work. The creation is pending. Let's wait. It's already active. So now I can relaunch my my app. Okay, I will upload my document once again, and the workflow should go from end to end, from uploading my file to Amazon S3 to being processed by Amazon Textract and store into DynamoDB. So let's open here the dev tools. Let's select, let's upload. You get, it's okay. And now let's see if it's already, and it's already there. It's already there. It's already analyzed by Amazon Textract. It has already triggered my AWS Lambda function. It's already stored in my proof of address. I know the last step I would like to show you, but I don't have time. It's how I can publish my my .NET Web App to Appreneur. So here I can right click and publish, and it will analyze and say, okay, you should deploy this to AWS Appreneur. And just to show you quickly, I've already deployed this application because it takes a few minutes. So here I can click on this URL, and that's my container hosted on Appreneur, and it works. And I can log in to the same application already deployed. So let's wrap up quickly. So what we've seen is that it's really easy to build and host a .NET application using AWS services. In 30 minutes, I've built in front of you all workflow. No need to manage servers. I don't need any servers for hosting this application. I've just leveraged serverless and container services, and I'm happy to be able to interact with AWS services directly from my favorite IDE, Visual Studio. So what we haven't seen, because it would have been too long, we need to fine-tune permission to apply least privilege policy. Remember, it's a very important best practice. We need to add monitoring to our application, leveraging services like CloudWatch or X-Ray. X-Ray, it's a distributed tracing services. And we need to automate deployment and update of our infrastructure, leveraging infrastructure as code with service like CloudFormation and with framework like the AWS Cloud Development Kit that allow you to build your infrastructure as C# code. So basically, you define your infrastructure in C#. That's pretty awesome, but it's another discussion. So key takeaway, leverage the AWS Toolkit for Visual Studio, leverage the AWS SDK for .NET and extension libraries, and leverage AWS serverless and container services. You have the URL here, and try it out. Explore .NET on AWS on the Dev Center. Try .NET on AWS. We have 3 awesome workshops that you can run by yourself at self-pace, and the code of this session will be soon available on GitHub. I will announce it on Twitter and LinkedIn when it will be ready for publication. So thank you all. Thanks for your time. You can contact me on Twitter or LinkedIn to ask questions. Feel free to reach out to me.
That was indeed a great session. Thank you for hosting such an insightful session, Francois. So let's quickly have a look at the chat window and see whether we have any questions or not. Probably we can wait for 2 minutes. Will it be okay?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. So in the meanwhile, would you like to share any insights? Like if somebody is, there's a .NET developer who just wants to get started with .NET. Apart from the links, are there any video series or tutorials that the AWS team has which they can have a look at and play around stuff and build some things out of it?
Yes, we have some video series there, and you will find. So I've shown the previous slide. So let me go to the previous slide. Here you have the URL of the .NET Developer Center, and you will find the link to all these resources on the Developer Center. So basically, it's your one-stop shop if you want to find resources related to .NET development on AWS. You will find links to our blogs, our videos. So that's a one-stop shop.
Perfect. That makes sense. So I don't see any questions as of now. But guys, there's an competition that's still going on. So probably you might have already submitted your submissions or you haven't, but it's still on. Apart from that, there is also a feedback that we are taking from you folks. So just share your honest feedback with us so that we can work on the things that we didn't do it well this time, or maybe about the things that we did well this time, and we can have or what we say reality check and work better and then get a better .NET Conf in the coming year. So do submit your feedback over here, and 5 lucky winners will actually stand a chance to get some swags from our sponsors. So do submit in your feedbacks. There's nothing to be shy about, and please do. So thank you for your time, and probably we can move into the next session for the evening. That is going to be the final session for the day. So let me quickly welcome
Bye.
the speaker. Bye, Francois. Have a great day. Thank you for your time. So let's welcome the next speaker for the evening. That's Abhishek Mishra. So welcome, Abhishek.
Hey, hi Asirvad. How are
How
you?
are you doing? I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing superb.
Perfect. So let me give a short introduction about Abhishek. So Abhishek is a C Sharp Corner MVP as well as a Microsoft certified trainer. Apart from that, he has a rich experience of working with Microsoft Azure and other public clouds and builds scalable workloads, he uh, and he has a lot of contribution to the C Sharp developer community, and that's how actually we came to get in touch. And we have also co-authored a book on Azure Function, the hands-on Azure Function with C Sharp. So it's you can find it in Amazon, Appress, anywhere, and probably share a feedback if you got a copy of it. So today Abhishek is here with us to talk about logging. So specifically, he's going to talk about a particular topic, which is on structured logging in .NET 6 using Serilog. So Abhishek, over to you.
Thank you. So let me share my screen. Let me know once my screen is visible and we are good to start.
Sure.
So is my deck visible?
Yes. So Abhishek, the screen is all yours. I'm going to the background. Let me know if you need anything.
Yep, super. Thank you. Hey,
All
hi
good.
all. Thank you. Hey, hi all. We'll be seeing a very lighter topic, not exactly lighter topic. It's a very important topic like logging. So how we do logging in our .NET applications. So here we'll leverage Serilog and we see the benefits of logging using Serilog and how simplified your logging task is when you are using Serilog. So before we start off, so let me introduce myself. I work as a cloud solution architect. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer. I'm a research scholar researching in digital transformation with a Swiss School of Business Management, Geneva. So I speak at different conferences. I published Azure books, two with BPB publications and one with Appraise. And there are a few upcoming books in pipeline, both with BPB and Appraise. I've been awarded C Sharp Corner MVP 4 times in a row. And most importantly, I bring in with me a rich 16 plus years of work experience working across leading IT organizations. And I help my customers to bring in digital transformation for large enterprises using cloud and AI. So the agenda I have for you today is we'll first try to explore what structure logging is or what is basically the problem or why there is a need for Serilog in the first place. Then we will see how to use Serilog or how our Serilog will address all these logging problems. First, we will figure out what the logging problems are. Then we will unlock how Serilog as a logger will solve this problem. Then we will explore the various things which all places we can ingest the logs. We can generate the logs and ingest too using Serilog. Then we are going to have a demo like how to use Serilog to bring in or do logging for our application. Okay, so let's get started. The very first thing that we normally face when we build any kind of a logger, right? So it's like, what is the format of the logger? So how readable it is? Normally you will find at least I have seen a lot of applications. What they do is they simply write some text, okay, and put it in some SQL server database or put it in some files and keep it somewhere. And when something breaks and we get into those files, and literally we don't make much sense out of it because the logging is not proper. And I understand logging is not much of an important concern when we start the development activity. But when we are in the operation phase, logging plays a very important role. So that's why we must have a very proper readable logging format that can easily be understood. When we are trying to debug something or trying to figure out, or we are, even nowadays, there are a lot of audits happening, right? So your application audit can happen smoothly if you have the right logs in place. Okay, an example is for example your application works on some NPI or some personal informations PII data of your customer. Okay, and those there is a strict requirement from the government that all these um, uh, like identification information should be like masked, or like they should not be like be there or processed in any kind of a human interpretable format. So here actually you need to have a very proper logging there, and you need to make sure that whatever data you are processing, they should not have any like user information printed in there. Okay, so that is the nature of the seriousness of the logging thing. So like while auditing, an auditor can read through your log and say that your application is fine. And also as a debugger, I can get into into the logs, like suppose I'm debugging the application, I have got a production issue. So, and in production, definitely we can't put a debugger and hit the debugger and figure out what is happening. So your logger should be sufficient enough to like tell you what the issue is with the application and where it is breaking and what the exception you are getting and what are the anomalies in the runtime that is happening. And using that information, you should be able to like debug it further. Okay. And the second most important point, apart from the readable format, is the ease of use. Okay. Like for example, I have worked in projects like maybe like I'll go back a bit earlier, like to around 2006 or 2007 when I was building an application. So I have seen applications then where like we used to build a logger all by ourselves. Okay. We used to write a lot of code and to make the logging happen. And we used to invoke those log functions or whatever you have built in our application to log it. And technically speaking, logging is not a functional requirement of the application, or like it's not going to attend any kind of a functionality use case or a functional use case for your application, right? Rather, it should be, it's just like it's helping you to like debug the things, to get your application audited, so like to understand what is happening in the application. Okay, so it is used for those purposes. So why to put so much of effort in building a logger itself? What if we have a generic component? Normally that's what we used to do in the enterprises. What they used to have is there used to be a team that used to build the logger component and maintain it, and we used to use it across different applications. So the logger should be pluggable to the existing code without needing the developer to invest time in building and managing a logger. Okay, if there are some issue in the logger, then again like you'll get a defect and you'll see that the logger is not working properly. You'll go back and you'll spend time in fixing the logger, and it itself will take a lot of time in doing it, right? So you spend a lot of development hours in fixing those things and making your logger useful, right? So it should be easily pluggable, and should not the developer should not be putting a lot of effort in making it work. It should be just a plug and play kind of thing for you. Okay. And one more important concept or a concern while doing logging is like multiple syncs. So syncs are nothing but where your logging resides, right? So suppose I'm generating some logs and I'm putting it in a Azure Blob Storage. In that case, the Azure Blob Storage is a sink for me. Okay, the sink is nothing but your log store. So normally all the modern applications today we have, they can ingest the logs into multiple log sinks, correct? For example, I can have a logger that can actually put logs inside, maybe like for example, hey, just give me one sec. Am I audible, right, Ashirwad?
Yes, Abhishek, you're audible.
Hello.
Yes, Abhishek, you're audible.
Okay. Yeah, sorry for the interruption. So like we need to have multiple syncs, right? All the modern applications, for example, you're generating a log and your log should be getting into like say like it's a data intensive applications, and the application needs to keep all the data that is generated as logs and later do some kind of analytics on it. For that you need to put the logs or those kind of data extractions into your maybe some like big data storage, or like or rather like You may have a use case like you just need to use the logs just for the debugging purpose. In that case, you can generate simple files and keep it in blob storage or AWS S3. So there can be different syncs an application can have, and the same application can have multiple syncs. Like if it has like it needs to analyze the logging data in the future, then it can put it to a sync that is capable of doing it. And if it is just needed for the debugging purpose, it can put it in your storage. Okay, so that is how like your syncs will help you, and you should be able to like interact with multiple syncs or ingest your logs across multiple log stores. And switching across the logs or the log stores or the sync should be easy. That means like you can have a scenario like the version 1.0 of my application is logging data on console only, and also say like it's generating some files. Okay, tomorrow you are moving your application to cloud. In the cloud, I don't want to like and it's a platform as a service of like best application, and in the cloud, and you are not going to put the logs in the file system of your PaaS service. So you need to ingest those logs into some a PaaS based storage services, like maybe a storage account or a AWS S3. So in those cases, what you are going to do is like you may have to do a lot of code changes if you have written a custom logger. But what if like we have a sync, like we have such kind of switches to for the syncs. Like for example, like I have a sync earlier, like in this current scenario, a file store, and when I'm migrating my application to the cloud, I'm switching the sync to be your AWS S3. So it should be easy to make that switch. I should not be ending up in writing so much of code so that it can be like it will take a lot of time to make the system ready. So in a nutshell, so we should not be spending much time in reinventing the wheel for the logs or the logger. So rather, like it should be easy enough to like make the switches across the syncs, or like making any format changes, or making it just as a plug and play component. Remove the sync you are not interested in and plug in the new sync that you have with you. And the next problem that we have in hand is like debugging. So your log should be valuable enough. So it should have all the necessary information so that you'll be able to easily debug it and figure it out in the production. So what is exactly is happening with your application? Okay. And also your underlying logger should also be easily debuggable. So it won't help like some, for example, you are consuming a third party logger. Okay. And you don't have any access to the source code of the logger. But at the same time, though you don't have the access to the source code of the logger, you should be able to debug that logger by reading through the self-generated logs that are getting generated by the logger, right? The logger will also generate some self logs, right? You should be able to read those self logs, and you should be able to debug if there is some issues that is happening with the logger itself. So these are few of the concerns, but the problems can be many. Okay, now let's see what as a Serilog, or how Serilog as a logger can help us. Okay, so the very first thing is the feature that we get is templates and formats. Okay, so what are the four areas of these templates and formats, or how a Serilog or the Serilog logger helps us using the templates and formats? So basically the answer to this is stringification, destruction, scalas, and template driven. The entire Serilog framework is template driven. That means you can have a template created, and you can and you just need, and the logger will fill in that template. For example, let's look into this three one by one, and I will be able to explain you what I'm trying to or I'll be demonstrating in a few minutes. So stringification. For example, you have a complex objects like a student. Okay, a student object. The student object will have a roll number. Okay, age, name of the student, and the marks secured, and they will be either int or string values. Okay, so now this specific, I want to log this specific object, saying that this object is getting processed. Okay, the student data is getting processed, and I need to log whatever data that I have in that student object. Okay, So I need a template, a well-defined template to represent each of the data in the student object. Okay. So how Serilog helps us here is using the stringification process. So what I mean by the stringification process, using stringification, what you can do is you can actually expand your student object, okay, as strings, and you can actually print directly the value of the object. Like for example, student ID student is stored in like in a field in the object, like student ID field or student name field. So all the values of the fields will get printed, or you can read those values as strings, and you can actually print it in the log. Okay, we'll see this demo in a while how it does. Then the destruction process. So using the destruction process, complex objects like for example student, okay, the student object, it has 4 fields. So I should be able to like convert that object into just JSON array or in an XML format. Okay, and the values can be represented as strings. Okay, that level of destruction is possible using Serilog. Okay, we can destruct the object into readable formats that can be either JSON or XML. Then is the scalars. Scalars means like Serilog understands very well the basic data types like int, string, bool. So if you have any complex objects we have, or if you have any complex objects, end of the day, its fields are either string, int, bool, or any kind of a simple type, right? So it knows how to break the objects using the destruction process and work on those objects using those scalar concept like int, bool. All these are scalars for it, and as long as it is like at the end of the day, like whatever complex objects you're using, if it can get transformed to a scalar form, then it can stringify it. Okay, then it's template driven. We'll see like how to work on Serilog templates. And the second most important thing is plug and play. Okay, so in .NET 6 or in any other language, even go to Java or anywhere, like Serilog is can be used across multiple languages. So in the case of .NET 6, what you can do is you can just add the package and start logging. Okay, you just need to install the package and start logging, and it's easy to configure. Okay, so like you need not write a lot of code to make the configuration or like do a lot of breaking your head, like finding out new things how to configure and all. It's very easy. I'll just show you a document so you can follow that document and do the configuration in seconds, or rather in minutes. It's an easy upgrade and migration. Okay, like for example, you are on .NET 3.5, or rather say like .NET Core 3.1, and tomorrow you are moving to .NET 6. So it's very easy to upgrade and migrate. Okay, it's not a hectic process, and switching across the sinks is also easy. So we had a discussion on the need for why we need to switch for the sync in the previous slide. So like you can see here, like switching across the sinks is easy. And most importantly, it has an excellent sync support. Like it supports a wide range of syncs, and the code developed for the syncs are mainly developed by community developers. Okay, so now these are the Serilog syncs, few of the Serilog syncs that you can see here, like files, Amazon, DynamoDB, CloudWatch, Blob Storage, Cosmos DB, Azure SQL. The list is long actually. I'll show you. The list is long. So maybe I'll just take you to this is the Serilog.net. So you can land in like the structured logging using Serilog.net, Serilog.net, and here. So like if you see the provided syncs, you can see a long list of syncs here. Okay, there are so many syncs that are available that you can use. Okay, and one clarification I need to make, like just some time back I told you that you can use it with other languages, but one thing is this is structurally designed to work with .NET And if you need to use it or consume it with other languages, you need to expose the logger service. You need to build the core logger service using .NET as a wrapper and expose it as APIs, so that as an API the other components can consume, like other languages can consume and use it. But intrinsically it's not supported by other languages. You need to make it work, all these things. So that's a clarification I would like to add, or like the asterisk that I would like to call out. Okay, so you can see we have a long list of available syncs to make our life easy. Okay, so let me go back here. Let's see what we have. So these are few of the theoretical aspects I thought I will discuss with you, so that you understand the need for the logging and what are the Serilog capabilities in case of syncs, and how it's going to help in logging. So now let's see some demo. So I'll show you some pretty cool demos, like very simple one, the simplest of all the demos I can guarantee in this session, because it's very lightweight code. But yet again, like it's important to learn how to use Serilog, because it will help you a lot going forward. So in the demo, so we are going to see like how to configure Serilog. So we'll configure the Serilog for our application. Then we will see three syncs today: console, file, and blob storage. I'll try to cover as much as possible. Then we have the structured data. Okay, we'll see like how to work with the structured data. That is, we'll take a student object or some kind of a complex object, and we will see how it works there. Okay. So before I get into the concepts of how to configure the Serilog object, let me show you a few things. Okay. So if you come here, so to this page, Serilog.net. So here actually you can find the documentation. The documentation is pretty good. You can follow it and you can do a lot of things out here. Maybe for installation, if you go, so you'll learn here how to install the Serilog packages and all, and how to set up and all. Okay. So the same thing, like I'm going to try and show it to you. Let me open my VS Code. So I have a program out here. So as the first step, we need to inject the packages or add the packages or the dependencies. So you need this package Serilog to be included in your application. This is a .NET 6, the framework I'm using is .NET 6. So for this is the compatible version, like Serilog you need to have. And also for the console, you need to have serilog.syncs.console. Okay. Now let me get into the program, and let me show you a few things, how to configure it. So if you see here, like it's a .NET 6 template. So that's why you don't see any main method or anything out here. Okay. So, but it's a good practice to go with main, but for simplicity, I have just used by the default template as is for the console application. So let me close this so that I can explain you what I'm doing here. So once I have added the necessary or the required packages, I need to like configure my logger. Okay. So here, first thing I need to define the minimum level. So what does it mean? Okay. So we have different levels of logging, right? So we can do a verbose or a detail logging, a debug, a information, a warning, a error, and a fatal. And these 6 levels are supported by Serilog. And information is the default level. Okay, if you don't specify this, then anything after information, like information will get printed, and also warning, error, and fatal. This is the default level. And whatever level you specify, the minimum level, all the level which are higher in weight than the specified minimum level will get executed. For example, in the case of verbose is the minimum level. So in that case, when I will execute, this hello verbose will get printed, then debug, then the information, warning, error, and fatal. So let's see that. So I have just before I like demo this or I run this application, let me just reiterate what I said. So we have 6 levels, and the minimum logging level is verbose. Default logging level is information. And here, if we don't specify anything, for example, So anything or any logs which has a level that is a higher in weight than information will get printed. So let's see if it works. Let me create a new terminal. So .NET build. So the output would be your information warning, error, and fatal will get printed. Okay, let me do .NET run. Okay, it's taking a while. It got stuck, huh? Okay, it worked. You see, like information, warning, error, and fatal that got printed because I haven't specified anything. So the default level is picked up as information. Now, if I do a verbose, then what will happen? Everything will get logged because verbose is the least weight logging level among all the logging levels available. So if I do a .NET build and do a .NET run, so you see everything got printed. For example, I want to log only the errors, okay, nothing else. Then I can put the minimum level as error. Okay, now let me do a .NET build and let me do a .NET run. It would be just the error and fatal got printed. If you see the least weight here is error, so the higher weight than error is fatal, that's why your fatal is getting printed. So this order is something like this: verbose, debug, information, warning, error, and fatal. Fatal has highest weight and verbose has minimum weight. Okay, so now let me get into the next demo. Okay, this is how you can configure it. It's very simple. You just need to specify minimum level and you need to say like where to write the logs. Here I'm saying that like write to the console. Okay, and that's it, and you can start logging in the console. Now I will show you how to log to the files. Normally we do it, right? We create log files normally. So let me open the project or the folder rather. We are in VS Code. Let me clear the screen. Sorry, it's a bash command. I should use CLS. Okay. So here we are going to log into my file. Okay. So, and for this, I need to have this Serilog. By default, we need to have it here. And also, you need to have a reference to the file. Okay, the file sync. So that's why I have used serilog.syncs.file. Okay. So now let me go into the program.cs and let me show you. And here I have said that the minimum level is verbose, so that I will be able to like put in all these comments out here. Okay, and I need to write it to the file called as mylog.log. Okay, this log folder is empty now. Okay, and I told you like it's a templated logging. Okay, so here I am building a template like the time. I'm saying that this is the timestamp. This is the level U3. Level means the logging level here. If it is U3, then three like three like the three characters for that logging level will get displayed. Okay, if you make it U5, then 5 characters. Okay, then the message, if we get any exception, there will be a new line and the exception will get printed. Okay, so now let's run this. Okay, before that, let me just reiterate what I said. I'm for in the template, I'm specifying that the timestamp, this is how it should look like. Okay, and then the level. Okay, the level information is like the 3 characters of the level will get printed. Then the message that I am printing. Then the new line that it is specifying it to log it in the next line, and then the exception. Okay, so now let me build it. Okay, let's see. my log is generated, and you can see that the first three, the three-lettered verbose. For verbose, it did VRB, then DBG, INF. Suppose I want to your organization has a requirement that it should log 5 letters or 5 characters for your level. What you need to do is simply you can do it as U5. Okay, or rather, I already have that statement. I'll just uncomment this and run this and comment the other one. Okay, now I am configuring my logger to log 5 characters in the level. So now let me build this. Okay, now let's see. Now you see it printed 5 characters, verbo, infor. Suppose I need to uh, log some more number of characters, then you can actually do U9 or something. Then .NET run. Now let me open my logs. Now you see how easily I could control the template, right? So this was just an example, but this 45 minutes is not enough to explain you like more of this templating thing. You'll find it like when you work on it, and you can explore on building really cool templates and get the logging done. One more thing I want to show you, like most of the time we generate logs. So in our organizations, like today is say we are on 9th of January. So the application logs will be named as 9th of January logs. Okay. Or the log should be for today, and maybe tomorrow a new log will get generated. Okay, so a new log file itself will get generated for tomorrow. For each of the day we need to have a unique log file. So you can achieve this using this variable rolling interval, and you can give it as a rolling interval as a day. That is, every day you can roll your logs. That means like today you have a log file, tomorrow you'll have another log file. Okay, so now let me build this. And this is a very practical way of logging, right? In our organizations we do it, right? So normally every day we have a fresh log, so that I'll be able to debug it or debug a file based on the date. Okay, so it logged to the same file actually. One sec, let me just check that. Oh, I didn't save it, huh? I'll call it as my log 01. Okay. So now let me build it. Now I'll run it. Okay, now you see my log 01, then the date got appended out here, right? You see here like it's my log -01, then 2022 01, that is the month. Okay, January, then 9th is today. And this is how you can generate your rolling logs. Okay, and the default level, default characters in your level is like 3. That's why you're seeing this here. Okay, if you want to control it, then you can control it using the template that I showed you like in the previous demonstration. Okay, now let's see something more interesting. Okay, now let's see one more example, maybe let me pick this, where I'll try to log a complex object. Okay, normally I already told you, like while I was talking about the theory part, suppose I have a student object. Okay, normally we have this use case, right? We are processing a particular file. Okay, or rather we are processing a particular record, and I need to log few items in that record, right? So how I can do that? So the answer to this is using Serilog, and you can see how easily it is able to stringify it. See, so this student object. I have a student object out here. Okay, the student object has age, role, name, and if the student is full time. Okay, so 2 int, 1 string, 1 bool. Whatever value I am storing here for each of these fields will get stringified. If you remember, I spoke about stringification when I was discussing about the theory, and those stringified objects, or rather the stringified values, the whatever value is stored here will get stringified and it will get displayed. First thing. Then the second thing is, this is a complex object, so destruction will get applied and a JSON will get generated for you. Okay, so let's see whether like whatever I discussed we are able to demonstrate it here or not. Okay, so I am creating a student object. Name is John, age is 33, role 82, is he full time? True. Then the subjects, again it's a complex object. If you go to the subject thing, so you can see subject is a string array. Okay, it's a string array. So it will also do the magic, and it is going to print the values for the string arrays also. And here, while logging the information, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to say currently processing student record. Just I'm passing the student object. I'm not doing any such if loop or loop for loop or anything like just or printing each of these objects one by one. I'm just passing on the student object, and the student object has all the value, and it will stringify it. It will destruct it. It will do the scalar operations, and it will be printing the results. Okay, and that too as a template. So let's see that. Let's run this and show it to you. New terminal. .NET build. Okay. Now let me do a .NET run. Let's see. Is it printing it? Cool. You see this, right? Age, role, name, is he full time, subjects. So you can see how easily the entire object got destroyed, got flattened, and we got the values as string and got printed in the console. So this is the power of Serilog. It appears to be simple, but it's doing so much of complex operations. Okay, and you can see the output out here, and also it is telling you the type. Okay, that's again a bonus for you. Okay, then I will show you how to log into Azure Blob Storage. But before that, before I move to that, I will just conclude this demo, like this specific templated demo, by saying that whenever you are working with Serilog, try to put all the information into an object and log the object. And in that object, you can call out like what all information you can have, a logger object, and try populating that logger object, and then you can log that logger object itself. Okay, instead of doing the string operations like we used to have earlier, we used to do, right? The name of the student is student.name. So those information and those kind of activities are not needed. You just put it in the student object and just put log the student object, and the things will get flattened and you will get an output something like this. Okay, so now let me show you how to work with Azure Blob Storage, or how to generate your logs in Azure Blob Storage. Open a folder, new folder, serilog.blob. Okay, my say 2910. Let me see if the storage account is still there. Please be patient. It takes a while to open up. It's there. It's ready. So let me clean up the container if I have any. Okay, let me delete this. Delete this. Okay, it won't allow. Okay, no issues. We'll like I can delete this, then it will go away, but let it be. So what I will do is I will put some fresh logs. That's absolutely fine. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, so here before I go on, so I can say that I need to use Azure Blob Storage, okay, as my login sync. So I have done that, and Serilog is very important. Without that, nothing will work, and you need to like use that namespace, or else things won't work. And while configuring your logger, so I'm saying that write to Azure Blob Storage, passing on the connection string like log level is information, and I'm saying that create the folders in this pattern like year, month, date, and then log.txt. Okay. Now let me build and log it. Let me build it. Run. Okay, it's complete. Now let's see whether we have the logs or not. 2022 first, then today's 9th, right? So if I get into this, I see my log here. Okay, you can download the logs and you can see it. Let me download it, what it has logged. Okay, it has done the logging. So it's very simple. See, like for putting the log in a container, if I would have gone for a traditional approach, I would have ended up writing a lot of code, right? So connecting to the storage container, then creating a blob, pushing the blob. So I get saved from all these so much of code just to have the logging working, just by configuring the logger just with this one line of statement. Okay, it replaces so many lines that I would have to use to put the logs in the blob. Okay, so that's the simplicity that it brings in. And as I told you already, like there are so many loggers available, and you can actually pick one of the loggers and you can start using it. Okay, so these are the different things available. You can see the repositories. There are examples. Maybe let me get into serilog.net and I'll show you again what are the other loggers and how you can target it. Suppose you want to log somewhere in one of your sync. So you can simply, like for example, I want to do logging into Amazon S3. So it's very simple. You can see this package that you need to install. Get into this, follow the instructions out here. Okay, these are the supported frameworks. Okay, follow the instructions. Okay, and do it. You just need to install it, and you'll find like you can use one of the readme or something, and you'll get those information. Maybe like here actually AWS folks have not specified it very explicitly. I'll just move to another logger. Maybe for example, let's take the simpler one, console. Okay, if I get into this, I see all the information out here. Okay, how to log and what to log. So what are the themes available? So what are the output templates? How I can configure the output templates? How to get a JSON output? So all these things you can actually do. And also, like, let me tell you one more thing. Just for simplicity of the demo, I was configuring the code inline, but you can definitely configure all these things in app.settings, right? In your app settings file. So here, you'll learn like how to do it. It's very simple actually. No need of like having the configuration explicitly in the code. You can actually have all these things in your configuration file. Okay, so that is what I had for demo today. So like I'm good. I'm open to questions, and over to you, Ashirwad. Do you have any questions? I'm done
Hi,
with the demo.
Abhishek. Thank you for an insightful session, and we do have a couple of questions in the chat window. So
Okay.
let me pull one
Okay.
quickly for you. So there is one question from Manik. So hope in the production grade apps to configure the log level, we don't need to rebuild the app. Can we externalize the configuration of log levels, unlike what was shown in the demo?
Yeah, you can actually. So if you see this, if I go back to the Serilog thing, so here actually you can configure in the app settings in the but again, like you need to deploy the app settings file. Okay, all the templates, everything you can configure is.
Perfect. So I hope it answers Manik. There's one question from Rishad. So he's asking, is it possible to write into multiple like console and file?
Yes, you can. Like you want to have like something like this log dot write to Azure Blob Storage and again dot write to. So I have not tried this scenario, but I think you can do it. Like I need to try that. Like maybe we can quickly check this here. What I will do is I'll go to that file. Just one second. I'll just open that folder and get the code. We can quickly try and check it.
Sure, take your time.
Maybe I'll just copy this right to console. Maybe I will go to this file one. Let's take the simpler one. Okay. So
In the meantime, if anybody has any more questions, please feel free to drop it and we'll get it answered by Abhishek.
I'm trying this for the first time, but not sure like whether it will work or not. Getting the logs. I need to package. I think it's .NET at serilog.console. Add this package. No available for the. Okay, let me copy the package name as well. I can copy it from here. Serilog.syncs.console. Sorry, missed it. I missed the name. Okay. Now it's gone. Now let me build it. Fingers crossed. Let's see if this works or not.
Hopefully it does.
It does. Yes, it worked. See, I got the logs in the console and also the logs here in the file. The file also got generated. So yes, to answer your question, it works and it was a pretty nice question.
Perfect. So thank you for that one, Abhishek and Rishad. I think you got your answer. And there's one more question from Manik. So he's asking, hi Abhishek, you just mentioned to log the student object. What if the
Mhm.
masking is required for PII data? Ignore or mask view properties, as you mentioned this as a challenge in the start of this topic.
Yes. It's a pretty nice question. So like I'll tell you like how that is where your design strategy will work. Okay. So let me open a notepad. So you have your student object. Okay. That your application is processing. Let me know if my notepad is not visible or I'm
It's
writing.
visible now.
Then for each of these object or each of the operations, you need to have a logger, right? Student object, student logger object. Okay. So while logging, you can process this object, but while logging it into the file, you need to mask it and put it in this object. And instead of like putting the student object, or logging the student object, log the student object, logger object. Okay, it will have very few fields which are only intended for logging, and there you can keep the masked fields.
Perfect. So I hope it answers your question, Manik. And Abhishek, I don't see any more questions as of now, but we can wait for a couple of minutes to see if we get any more questions. In the meanwhile, would you like to share any resources with the attendees which they can go back after the conference and have a look and play around things?
Yeah, so this is the golden truth of Serilog, Serilog.net. Okay, so
Okay.
try to play around with the consoles available. It's very easy. You'll get it. I've seen freshers just opening this site and building excellent logs. So you can use this actually. It's very well documented, but for few of the things you might not find documents. No worries. With experience, you'll able to, once you have done couple of syncs, you played around with couple of syncs. Might be there might be some syncs which might be challenging, but with your experience you have gained with working with the simple syncs, you should be able to use it. And it's also this logging page is also pretty much step by step. You tells about the installation, configuration basics. One important thing I could not cover is debugging and diagnostics. Okay, so I would have loved to do that. So one of the again another challenge that I spoke when we started with the session, how to write the logs, or rather how to debug the logger framework itself. If you are building a logger framework in your organization, you have the access to source code, you can debug it. But in case of Serilog, so how are you going to debug it? It's very easy. You can use self logs. Okay, you can do, and it will print the self logs for the Serilog, but it needs some configuration that I don't have. You need to do some PDBs. You need to point to some PDBs. You read this, you will come to understand and what the Serilog analyzer is and all these things. And it's a pretty interesting area. You will be able to debug your logging framework itself, or rather the Serilog itself, if it fails. So you can also go through each of the syncs as applicable to you based on the skill set you are working on, and explore what you can do with this.
Perfect. That makes sense. And I see no more questions, so probably we can call it a day. And for all the attendees, the feedback form is still live, and it's gonna be live till 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. IST. So do submit the feedback forms to get some swags. We have a lot many swags to give for the giveaways, and don't miss out on that. And probably if you have any more queries, you can reach out to Abhishek on the links that he has shared in the screen now. I hope it's okay with you, Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely fine. I would love to answer your queries offline and help you build your applications. I mean to say, guide you with your queries.
Obviously. So thank you everyone. Thank you Abhishek for your time, and for taking some time out on a weekend and coming here at .NET Conf Bhubaneswar to host a session on this. Um, so finally, I would like to thank all our community partners, Azure Developer Community, ServerlessDays Bhubaneswar, and Utkal Techies Forum to make this event possible, and to our sponsors, PAG, JetBrain, AWS, .NET Foundation for all the swags and support that you have given us, and for all the folks who are there, do take part in all this contest. So one contest is still live, that is stand a chance to win swags by sharing your experience or thoughts about all the events at .NET Conf Bhubaneswar by just tweeting it. Make a tweet and get stand a chance to win some swags from our side, from our sponsors, as well as you can submit your feedback forms. In that particular way, uh, uh, you're going to be eligible to get a swag. And finally, there have been a few folks in the chat window who have been really engaging and asking a lot many questions, and helping us out a bit. So those are so special mentions for them. So one of them is Manek, the other was Lolo, and there's another friend of ours who have been quite active today is Srinivasan and Arpit. Thank you, folks, for staying in today and keeping the chat window engaging and asking so many questions and being with us throughout the event. And I really know this is a long event, and it went for 9 hours and 50 minutes. And probably if I go on talking for 9 more minutes, it's gonna be 10 hours. But let's not take it that long. We'd also like to thank Microsoft for supporting the event and helping us with a couple of swags, which we can share with our attendees. And just to wrap it up, thank you everyone. Without you, the event wouldn't have been possible at all. And thank you for tuning in. And stay tuned for the next edition of .NET Conf. Meet you next year. Till then, have a great year ahead and stay safe and take care. Bye bye.